morning, everyone! Welcome back to the 2024 Canadian National Championship here at the Niagara Falls Convention Center in Canada. I'm Brodie Spurlock. This is Elly Bird. We got through 9 awesome rounds of Flesh and Blood yesterday, 3 Classic Constructed to start us off, and 2 full drafts. A pretty long day of Flesh and Blood for these players. Everyone is rested, and we are back here this morning ready to dive in to round number 10.
A long day of Flesh and Blood for us, too.
That's true, but we held through. We had a great time, and we are ready to bring you all the action today. Elly, tell us a little bit about what we're going to be looking at in round 10 here.
So, round 10, we have one of our really exceptional stream players yesterday, Sunny Young, who I believe ended the day at X1, played just so in control, played cleanly, played concisely yesterday. Really impressed with his play. He's from Toronto. I didn't know this. A bit of a ninja like buff, ninja main. Really into the class, and as such has brought Zen. And then on the other side of the table, we have Noah Clark, who recently took down Battle-Hardened Montreal, and then also took down the PTI event or ProQuest Plus the following day at Battle-Hardened Montreal, and famously put himself on a photo of Mount Rushmore next to Brodie for having accomplished the same feat. This is actually the first time he's been on stream this weekend. Pretty excited to kind of see this match. We've had, I believe this is our first Enigma game we've had on stream this weekend in CC, and let's dive in.
Here we are at the table. The players are ready for us. It's 8-1 Sunny Young versus Noah Clark hanging in there at 7-2. And we'll find out very shortly which player is going to start us off here. I think if you win the die roll in this matchup, it's possibly debatable. I imagine you're choosing to go second. What do you think, Elly?
It's a pretty interesting one. My personal approach as Zen in this matchup is go first, pass, and see how greedy they're feeling. We'll kind of see where they end up here on this one. And it does look like Noah is going first. So maybe Noah won the die roll. I know it's very classic for illusionist players to kind of choose to go first, want to establish a board.
There you have it. The tunic ticks to 1. Noah is looking at a hand of 4 cards here. It looks like we're going to start the game with some action, and E-Strike coming in. Which mode will he choose? Hopefully we will find out very soon with some stream dice. It's just going to be +2 here, so possibly taking a whole 3 cards from Sunny.
Sunny making a pretty quick block here. Just like, I'll dump this hand, I'll put these in the graveyard.
I feel like if you're Sunny here, you're not too sad to see some cards go to the graveyard. You've now got some combo targets in there for bonds. What do you think on this front? Like, perhaps it's worth it for Noah to filter cards away with that E-Strike, but it might even be more valuable for Sunny to just not only filter his hand, but get that graveyard fill.
I mean, when your opponent attacks you with no action point up, turn 0, and you're Zen, you know, you want to load your graveyard up for your most powerful card, Bonds of Ancestry. Sorry, I'm just stunned by the turn 1 transcend we have on stream here. You get this opportunity, this golden opportunity to filter your hand, load up your graveyard, and then it sets you up to draw into powerful openers like this, leading with a blue 100 win straight into Rising Sun, Setting Moon. Patently an underrate play that'll let you do some very overrate things later.
A bunch of action right off the bat. There's that 1 extra resource generated by the 12-petal Kasaya. I once again think it's possible I'm butchering the pronunciation of that.
Don't worry too much about that one. You'll be okay.
This is 1 go again on 100 wins here. Not going to get blocked.
So the red 100 wins for 4 go again.
Combo right off the bat. Zen ability still floating available with that inner chi in hand. And I think that last card might be a Tiger Swipe, which will pair nicely with the Tiger off of your hero activation.
Absolutely.
Looking at Noah's side here, let's take a peek at the hand. He's looking at a Fate Foreseen.
This round's on me.
That's a spicy card we've seen appearing not only in Enigma deck lists, but also in Zen lists, all trying to target this kind of dominant ninja right now. Do you think with Noah's hand here, he's interested in jamming that card out as soon as possible, or perhaps waiting for the Tunic to be on 3s to play it more efficiently?
It's very interesting. There's another card in this hand that we talked a little bit about yesterday. This Phantasmaclasm as ways for Illusionists to kind of find some ground into Zen's explosive damage output and pick his hand apart. And I think that it's distinctly possible that that's also in Noah's future, that's might be what he's playing towards.
In this case, we have an attack for 4 on the chain. Perhaps he'll choose to line up that Fafer scene, but it looks like no, he's gone down to 35, just taking all the damage to start us off.
And something I want to point out here, on the topic of the way Enigma's deck building has kind of gone lately, is that Noah actually has 2 pieces of cloaked equipment. It was very common to see Uphold Tradition in the arm slot, but those feet cannot be Meridian Pathway or Phantasmal Footsteps, so I'm excited to see what he has in store for us later.
This is going to be 5 off a Mauling Key. Noah saying, I'm taking this all to the face. It'll be an extra 1 because a Crouching Tiger led that attack. Get that on-hit damage. Set up that last card in Arsenal, which I believe was a Tiger Swipe, but I'm not certain.
I believe it was. And let's see his return here. He just took all of that damage and is ready to swing back.
Ooh, so this is going to be a CNC. Currently has no go again, so it might tell us a thing or two about what's hiding in that cloaked leg equipment over there for
Absolutely.
Noah. Hiding an Aqua Lapse, but also at the same time threatening to just pitch another card and pummel. I don't really think there are any cloaked legs that Enigma would play in CC other than Aqua Lapse, so it's no real mystery to Sunny what's hiding there, but what remains in Noah's hand is the biggest mystery, quite a large mystery at this moment.
Absolutely. You have to take some time to think about, is this Commit and Conquer being pummeled? Am I, just dumping my whole hand in the graveyard if I block 6 and they choose to pummel this? Or is this going to be given go again, and is he going to follow it with something even more threatening?
Looks like Sunny is lining up 2 cards there. He's just trying to think through all the possibilities. What is the best play here if Noah does have a pummel? What's the best timeline for me if he doesn't? In this case, it's going to be a block of... Is that a block of 7?
That is a block of 7, yeah. Playing around a possible Waves of Aquamarine activation. Phantasmaclasm coming in immediately after to kind of pick his hand apart after taking the opportunity to cover that up and put an extra card in hand with the Strider Reprisal.
Pretty quick choice from Noah here. No reason to put that Tiger away, so going to grab one of those 2 levels of Enlightenment, and this is going to be a big whopping attack for 9.
Sunny taking a minute to think about blocks. Looking at that Tiger Swipe and Arsenal, that he now has a Tiger in hand with which to play it. I believe he has drawn a Descendant Gust Wave off of this Phantasmaclasm ability. So, gives him a big opportunity to reassess what he can do on this turn.
Sunny did have the option to pop his Traverse the Universe there and go crazy with a Zen activation for Bonds, but hanging on a little bit, waiting perhaps until he has a stronger setup like Art of War or something later in the game to cash in that headpiece.
And that's really the power of transcending your very first turn of the game, right? You immediately have this just completely insanely powerful headpiece online from the get-go.
Yeah, to use at any time you see fit. We see Noah immediately cashing in this Aqua Lapse. This is something we saw a lot during the day yesterday in our limited rounds. With these cloaked equipment, once they're turned up, you just want to make sure you get that block value out of them as soon as you possibly can.
And here comes that swipe, triggering Tiger Stripe Shuko, coming in for 5 here, threatening another Tiger if it lands.
As Noah, you have to consider whether this on-hit is real, if this Tiger is going to do anything. It's not extremely likely at this point, but... if Sunny were holding something like another Mauling Key, it could create an on-hit by having an extra Tiger to come before it.
Noah seems pretty aware that there's no board-wide buff effects, no Art of War, no Jade Tiger Domain, to make this second Tiger stronger. So he's disrespecting it, saying, sure, I'll take one. Here's my Fate Foreseen. I'll get my efficient block. I'll fix the top of my deck a little bit. And I'm going to come back at you with 4 cards. And it looks like he's holding an Enlightened Strike. So this hand is likely to convert pretty powerfully.
Noah dropping a little bit lower in life. His hand is a little bit action point inefficient. He's got a blue and Amnesia, a Sink Below, and I believe his last card is Enlightened Strike there, so he's going to have to choose Go Again on this Enlightened Strike. Not the most ideal use of your cards, using 2 of them to come in for 5 Go Again, but since he never got a good opportunity to block 3 with this Enlightened Strike, it's the best he can do.
You know what class loves doing 2 cards for 5 Go Again?
What class, Elly?
The one sitting right across from him. Surging Strike, Ninja's most premium common.
It's true, not showing up in these Zen decks, but a staple of Katsu. So once again, if Sunny wants to try to block out this 6 effect, he has to consider that looming arm piece there. Could be an Uphold Tradition, or perhaps more likely in this matchup, could be a Waves of Aquamarine to push this to 7.
And Sunny's drawn one of the cards you're kind of looking for in this matchup. He's holding Ancestral Harmony, and I imagine he's giving some thought to whether he really wants to block out this Amnesia, saying no, maybe setting up for later, deciding to park this Harmony in Arsenal, but found a few of the pieces of the puzzle he's looking for to really pop off and punish Enigma.
Zen has forgotten who he is. There are no names this turn. This is just a leg tap for 4 go again. It is not a spinning wheel kick. All combos are turned off, but that does not stop the Ninja Hero from still attacking with relatively efficient damage.
Absolutely. Here comes a Fate Foreseen in, covering that up pretty cleanly, doing more filtering on the top of the deck. Noah's seen quite a few D-reacts this early in the game. You might be concerned about your blocking ability later when Zen chooses to pop off if you're seeing all your 4 blocks now.
Decides to ship a card to the bottom. We didn't quite catch what it was. Interestingly, Sunny did not lead with the Ancestral Harmony this turn, so perhaps he has different plans for it as a resource card, or maybe he's just going to end up parking it in that arsenal.
And I do believe he is gonna use it as a resource card here to end this turn on a Command and Conquer for 6. Just 6 damage right now, but Noah already showed us 2 D-reacts in his hand. He might not have been able to convert.
I think his last 2 cards, one of them is also a D-react, and then he has a nice Tunic play with this Spears of Surreality here. He unfortunately had to use one of his cards to block only 2 on the Tiger Taming Kakra. It was a blue Sink Below, but it's good for him that he used it then, because if he had waited for the CNC, he would have had no opportunity to.
This is a little bit of a Miraging Metamorph at home on this turn.
Yeah, sacrificing 2 points for Go again that he's not going to use here, but nonetheless, not a bad play. Red Critical Strike coming in, taking Sunny down to 18.
Life totals are kind of moving pretty quickly on both sides of the board here, which isn't typically what you'd expect of an illusionist.
I think the players might have beaten me to it there. Perhaps Sunny was at 22 and has dropped to 20. So leading by 1 here, a little bit of tempo, coming in with a 4-card hand, assuming he chooses to send his arsenal this turn.
Sunny is at 18. Sunny is at 18.
Oh, there you go. Noah Clark dropping back below him down to 17. This is going to be a spinning wheel kick for 4 go again, and this time it has a name. So if he has another spinning wheel kick to follow it up, we could get some combo action.
And there's another 4-block defense reaction from Noah, covering this up pretty efficiently. I believe that's 4 of those gone. 2 Sink Belows, 2 Fate Foreseen.
CNC acting like a sort of all-star in this matchup from Sunny's side, given that it's a popper and Noah seems to be playing so many defense reactions that anti-D-react text on the 6-power attack can really put him in a clunky spot sometimes.
Absolutely. And it looks like, speaking of Command and Conquer, Noah's holding another one alongside a pretty interesting card in this matchup, that Dissolve Reality.
I would be very curious to see if that does end up getting played. We're going to drop the Hold the Line here. No extra text on this one, just blocking 2 from Arsenal, taking 1 down to 16.
Making a good point to get the value when and where you can with that Arsenal card, especially if you want to clear it and move back to your own turn and put something there.
Here's a little Crouching Tiger for 1. Noah says no blocks. It's going to be down to 15 for him, and we are passing the turn. So this Dissolve Reality is on here. Sunny has an Arsenal you can try to ship away if you so like.
And that's so powerful here. Take your opponent's Arsenal away. You have none to get rid of. Make a Ponder, and then ship the CNC in your hand.
Here is a Rowdy Locals coming in for 2. If it's defended by an action card, it jumps up 2 more. And if it hits, Noah gets to cash in this card that he likely won't use otherwise to force Sunny to discard. I didn't catch what that last card is in Noah's hand, but it's pretty unlikely he's going to be able to make use of it at this point, given
I
that...
believe it is a Spears of Surreality, and I think I thought this Rowdy Locals was a Command and Conquer.
So Sunny might consider giving up one of his armor pieces here to turn off the discard ability, given that that Spears is really quite useless to Noah, given there's a Ponder in play.
Absolutely. And with no go again, I feel like you're expecting your opponent to discard a card if this connects.
Yeah, he has to be thinking about what could be in Noah's hand. There are, of course, those waves of Aquamarine in play, but if Noah pitches to them, then he no longer has a card to discard to the locals. And there's the Traverse. We're going to go search for an Inner Chi out of the deck, power up the hand here, and keep our other powerful equipment in play.
And Sunny is just powering straight through that Dissolve Reality here. He says, "You're at 16. I don't need the whole 9 yards. I don't need 7 cards here. I'm gonna go get my chi. I'm gonna set up my powerful turn, and I'm just gonna try and blow you out of the water here."
We see another Ancestral Harmony in Sunny's hand. We'll see if he plays it out this time. That card has quite the crazy ceiling.
It's time to do some gambling when we go back to Sunny's turn.
I think Noah Clark just arsenaled a Levels of Enlightenment, if I saw correctly. Another very strong Mystic card from our latest set. Let's peek at what Sunny has to work with here. There's the Ancestral Harmony, the Inner Chi.
A Mauling Chi, I believe, and a Bonds of Ancestry, I'm pretty sure.
So has the option to go tutor for that Descendant Gust Wave if he can't find it some other way. Perhaps on the fence right now about whether he wants to play out the Ancestral Harmony this turn or just take the more guaranteed line and use it as a resource.
Starting with a Zen activation.
We're going to tutor. We're going to get a Crouching Tiger. I'm curious to see what his next game action is and what caused him to lead with this Zen activation rather than an attack. Perhaps he's just going to play the Gust Wave out first thing.
Noah holding a Transcend card on this turn cycle. Not really what you want to see when your opponents decided they want to go off. You really want as much blocking power as you can possibly muster.
Noah still holding on to that Cloaked Arm piece. I'm curious to see by the end of this game what it is. Unlike the leg piece, I think we have 2 real options here, but my personal guess is that it's likely a Waves of Aquamarine given the style he's playing. And has those CNCs, has those Amnesias that he'd like to be able to push to 7.
Makes a lot of sense.
If they get blocked for 6.
And what's really awkward for Noah here is that he hasn't got to Transcend yet this game. So this Traverse the Universe is just Blade Break 2 if he's forced to cash it in on this turn.
Taking 3 here, down to 13. The life lead for Sunny Yang is becoming greater. Gonna follow this up with the Bonds of Ancestry, and he'll be able to go fetch whatever he wants from the graveyard.
Resolving that trigger. Taking good stock of everything that's in his deck, everything that could be in... everything he could choose, everything in his graveyard, and more importantly, most likely, but everything that's still in his deck. Getting 100 wins.
There you go. Blue one goes to the Banished. Grab a red one that you can play this combat chain. Noah's considering blocks on the 4 here. Counting, thinking through how he's going to win this game. This turn's threatening to put him into lethal range, so he needs to be able to stay alive and also find a way to push back and somehow bring Sunny Yang down from 18. It's looking rough for him, but it's certainly not over yet.
The hill just keeps getting steeper.
There's a Rage Spectre block, so starting to soak up a little bit of this damage, keep his life total intact.
He is holding that Transcend card still and a Levels of Enlightenment with, I believe, 1 parked in Arsenal. So I can imagine it's really critical for him to be able to hold on to this hand. And conversely, it's really critical for Sunny to be able to start ripping cards here.
This 100 wins is going to take Noah all the way down to 4. Sub 5 here. Really close to that point where you're forced to start blocking with cards whether you'd like to or not.
And here comes that Crouching Tiger for 0, I believe.
The fact that this wasn't preceded by a staff tells Noah a little bit about what's in Sunny's hand here. It's going to be a 1 or a 2 cost. In this case, it is a Mauling Key. This attacks
threatening lethal.
5 damage, and if it hits, it will deal 1 more.
That's a little bit more than Noah has to give here.
If he gives his Traverse, it's still lethal. If he gives all of his available equipment, he can survive and keep the hand, or alternatively, he can give up 1 of those precious cards. That's going to be a block for 5. Unfortunately, Noah has not transcended this game, so he's just going to cash that Traverse in for 2 life and does not get to find an Inner Chi to add to his hand. As a Mystic hero, that is really not what you want to see when you use your Traverse the Universe.
I mean, it can really be the final nail in the coffin, right? It's just not what you're looking for. Thankfully, he already has a way to transcend in his hand here, but His turn was so crippled by the amount of damage thrown at him. It's hard for this to be as good as you want, you know? I mean, you see the second levels in his pitch zone. Clearly, he wanted to kind of make more of a power play, more of a tempo swing back here to chip away at Sunny's absolutely colossal life lead.
Yeah, I was really hoping to keep that Rage Spectre to put into the pitch zone. In this case, we play levels out, and then we're responding to it with the Homage to Ancestors and using Enigma's ability to turn on 2 modes of this levels, following it up with that Spectral Shield attack, and finally using the card we drew. That's a pretty good hit.
What a draw. Getting to, you know, it's pretty rare for an entire card to not be worth the 2 that you could choose on levels when setting yourself up to draw a card, but finding the weakest link off the top, one of the most critical pieces of disruption in this matchup.
And Sunny's like, yep, here's my fridge. I'll give you 1 card and my armor. Can't let that hit. Staying at 15 here and starting his turn off with a red Harmony of the Hunt. That's going to put a Crouching Tiger in the hand.
But importantly, what that weakest link did was it forced Sunny to block with what I believe was a blue, holding this Transcend card in his hand. He still has the Art of War here, but it's limited the ceiling on his turn by a lot.
Drawing 2 cards, showcasing why these Zen players put Harmony of the Hunt in their deck lists. They are able to create that Tiger in hand and then cash it in for this Art of War as kind of a free card.
And something we talked about during the draft portion a little bit yesterday was, and at the start of this game, was playing these blues to then do... You know, you play these underrate cards in Mystic Heroes, cards that are patently less powerful than their non-Mystic counterparts, but by playing them and jumping through these hoops, you get to do incredibly overrate things like Harmony of the Hunt, in this case, maybe a little bit less intuitive, not a directly numbers-related case here, but putting a Tiger in your hand that you can then burn to Art of War and effectively create an entire extra card.
That extra +1 from the Art of War took away Noah's buffed up Spectral Shield there, and we're going to follow it up with a blue 100 wins for 2 go again. We've now played a blue card, so Transcend is turned on if Sunny does have access to one of those Transcend cards. I'm not sure what his last 2 cards are there in hand and arsenal.
I believe he drew a pass over off of that Art of War.
So perhaps he will be able to Transcend here and go find anything he wants to on Zen's hero ability.
And Zen is just so tenacious in a lot of these games, you know? You make an active effort to take his hand apart, take these cards away from him, and sometimes he just powers through. He's like, all right, well, I'm going to do a little bit of hand filtering. I'm going to find this blue. I'm going to find this passover. I'm going to Transcend anyways. And now here comes even more punishment.
There's the Passover. We see Sunny making a very wise choice to get a non-action card out of Noah's yard. The reason for that is if Noah were to draw his 1 Preserved Tradition and Sunny targeted an action card with the Passover, Noah can actually respond, put it on the bottom before the Passover can resolve, and then you fizzle the Zen player's tutor. But by grabbing an equipment, he keeps himself safe from that corner case. And I see a pretty exciting card in Noah's hand here. I think that's a red Phantasmify. Not very common in these Enigma lists.
I'm sure his plan for it this turn, actually, I believe there's also a Command and Conquer, if this isn't another card that isn't Command and Conquer that I'm calling Command and Conquer because of a passing resemblance. His Tunic would be coming to 3, and it's likely his goal for this turn cycle would be to activate his Fendel Spring Tunic, float 1 mana, pitch the Dissolve Reality, and play Phantasmify into Command and Conquer for a whopping 11.
That is if he can survive here, but unfortunately, being attacked for 5, this is going to demand at least 1 more card from his hand. Perhaps an alternative play would be to come in with that CNC for 6, and you leave up the Tunic Waves, but in this case, he's just going to block 2 cards and try to remain healthy.
Not much else you can do in this situation. The aspect of Tiger Body coming in after, maybe sealing the deal a little bit here. Taking Noah to 2. Tiger in the Banner Zone ready to come in after.
Still alive on board. This Tiger takes him to 1. We have a mystery card in Sunny's hand, and it is
another Tiger.
Not lethal. Noah will stay alive, cashing in that last block with his Tunic.
Hanging on by a thread here.
He doesn't have many outs in this game. He has to hope Sunny draws into a bit of an awkward hand, maybe something without much go again. And from Sunny's side, it looks like his hand is pretty functional. Is that a Descendant and a Bonds? Perhaps.
He drew the natural combo, I think.
Might be just a Bonds. We can't quite see what's in... Oh, that is. He drew both of them at red, along with a blue and an Enlightened Strike.
taking a look through his graveyard here. You're on Noah's side of the table. Your opponent draws 4 random cards blind off the top of their deck. They start taking a look through their graveyard. You're thinking, oh no.
You see the smile on Noah's face. He knows what might be coming here.
He knows what's coming. He's being a good sport about it. It's good to face death with a smile.
Sonny's considering his options, perhaps starting with the stick, perhaps leading with the Descendant. He wants to make sure he sequences everything just perfectly here in what is for him a winning in to top 8.
2 coming in. Thankfully, getting 2 clean block out of the Phantasmify.
3 going in on the Descendant. This once again demands a card if you want to stay alive. And there's the Bonds, and this is likely going to be GG's. That's the fist bump. Noah Clark is knocked to 7-3, still alive in this tournament, and Sonny Young moves on to 9-1, making him perhaps the very first player to be locked for our top 8 here at Canadian Nationals.
I believe so, and Sonny has been such a long time Ninja player, Ninja aficionado. I'm pretty sure I just completely destroyed the word aficionado there. Ninja fan. And when you kind of come around to a CC meta and a draft format where Ninja is quite a powerful option in both, it's got to really reward that long time dedication to the class. You know, he showed us in every single game we've seen him play limited and CC that he understands the ins and outs just deeply, intimately of everything Zen could possibly do. He doesn't really have to tank all that long on a lot of his lines because he just knows. He sees the cards in his hand. He takes a look and he goes, okay, I can do this, 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 and this. What's my best option here? Takes that line and is just so quickly and efficiently charting these courses to victory.
Absolutely, a masterclass by Sonny all weekend. You see this time and time again in Flesh and Blood, where players are absolute masters of one class or one hero, and maybe they play that hero throughout a time period when it's not in A tier, it's not the best deck, but that expertise eventually always pays off when that hero has their day in the sun. And in this case, Ninja has been kind of in and out of the top of the meta for a long time, but you know, Sonny's just stuck with it, and right now Zen is the deck to play, and Sonny is, in this room, perhaps the player on it. We do have a backup game to jump into, but before we do that, we're going to take a look at the metagame, looking at day 1 meta into the day 2 conversion here. This is the metagame from the very start of yesterday. Zen, of course, leading the pack. Fun fact, you see down there at the bottom, we have 1 Kasai in the room, still sitting alive at X and 3 going into this round. So perhaps we see a Kasai in the top 8.
That's incredible, actually. You know, you kind of... I think there's this assumption that these Mistvale heroes have really pushed a lot of these heavy hitters, vanguards of the meta out. And while it's largely true, seeing a Kasai at X3 kind of sets us up to maybe have like a very interesting and diverse top 8.
And now I believe we have the day 2 meta and the conversion rates here that we're going to take a peek at. Zen is still leading the pack here. One of a lot of these heroes, of course, the Kasai is still hanging out. You have Kano, Uzuri, Boltyn for Elly still hanging in the race.
That's my hero. That's my champion. And we know who that is, actually. That's Aidan Barsony. He played on stream yesterday against a Dash.io in an incredibly close game. Couldn't quite squeak it out, but he really showed us how well he knows Boltyn. And I've spoken to him a little bit about his deck and about his games, and he's feeling good. He's feeling confident. Maybe we'll see a Boltyn in top 8 today.
That would be exciting. I'm pretty happy to see one Azalea still hanging in there.
Absolutely. Our heroes, Brodie.
That's
I'm
right.
shaking his hand.
I mean, we've got these horses still in the race. There's only one of each, but, you know, we can hope. Up at the top, you have the 3-part The Mistvale heroes, 3 news, and 3 Enigmas. We just got to see one of those Enigma players on stream. Did lose that game, but is still alive here.
Extremely alive for top 8. I believe he only needs 1 or 2 more games to make it in.
Yeah, so hopefully Noah Clark can perhaps get a sort of back-to-back performance. He, you know, recently had a great run with Enigma, won Battlehard in Montreal. Let's see how well he can do here at Canadian Nats.
Absolutely. And I do want to cut in very briefly on the meta here. Well, there is a lot of Zen. I do think a lot of that has to do with just how dense the field was with Zen yesterday. You know, a perceived best deck. most popular pick. But there were only 3 rounds of CC played yesterday, and all it really did was seed people for their draft pods, where they then did 2 drafts back to back, which is such a test of your limited skill and endurance. 9 rounds, we didn't even have to do that at US Nationals. And so the field today is largely a product of the way people have drafted, and I think Zen is maybe a little bit blown out of proportion on his representation here, just before people get too worried.
Yeah, we've got 3 more rounds of CC today. We just finished one of them. I'll be really curious to see where these 12 Zens end up after these last few rounds kind of wrap up. We are about to move into the backup match here, and our heroes are?
I believe we have a Prism versus another Zen.
And
maybe we'll see another illusionist kind of making their play to punish these Zen players.
We missed the first turn of this game, but we are still pretty early in it, 25-32 here. Prism only starts at 32, so both players have taken roughly 7-8 damage here. It looks like Prism just hit with a Herald and got to put a Figment of Triumph in play.
Interesting. I feel the first one you generally see come down is Figment of Erudition, and this game doesn't look that long in the tooth. Maybe he has a plan to flip and swing it to maybe neuter a power turn coming in from Zen.
Oh, perhaps the Triumph was already in play. Now we're tutoring for Figment of Erudition, going to create a Ponder when it enters. And I want to highlight an equipment piece here, the Stonewall Gauntlet on Prism's side. This is a card we've seen a lot in Classic Constructed this weekend, also from the newest set, very strong into these Zen decks.
And something else I want to point out here, just something that really puts a smile on my face. If you take a look at Michael Jakumer's equipment over here, we have a Tiger Stripe Shuko in white border, which is not actually something that exists. He showed me this. He was very proud of it. It's a little crumpled up. It's a little torn. It's a little chipped. He sat down and white bordered this card himself with acetone and an eraser.
Wow. I have no words.
His Kakara, his Tiger Taming Kakara, not on the board in this matchup, is the exact same.
That's fascinating. Everyone has their preferences. If you love white border, that's your thing. It looks like we have flipped over the Figment of Triumph into an Angel here, swinging in for 4.
Brodie, what's that angel's name?
You know I don't know that.
It's Victoria, Archangel of Triumph.
Victoria, Archangel of Triumph. You heard it here first. Elly knows her angels. There you go. Attacks for 4. You may banish a card from your soul in order to give your opponent's attacks -1. In this case, not using that ability, just swinging for 4. And I think we're getting ready to move to the end of the turn and the Ponder here.
I believe there's another Herald going into Soul here, actually.
In the middle of a Prism search, I believe you're right. Grabbing a Figment of Protection as well, going up to 2 Spectral Shields in play. And quite the defensive setup here to stop Zen's next turn.
You've got to feel good about this if you're Brandon, right? You're ahead on life. You have this powerful board setup. You have these... something that a lot of people kind of point out with Prism is that at their floor, as long as you have a card in your soul, these Angels are functionally defense reactions when you just need to block up some. And if Zen full takes your turn straight on the chin, it's completely reasonable that you can expect to have to do some blocking next turn. So he flips 1 Angel this turn. Maybe next turn he can block 4 with that Angel, flip another, and cover another 4 at the cost of only 1 card out of his hand and 1 card out of his soul.
It creates an interesting sequencing puzzle for the Zen. How do you present your 1s, your 2s, your 3s, and your 4 breakpoints to try to maximize minimize the power of your opponent's ward? You really like to see that ward 4 Angel blown up on, let's say, a Crouching Tiger for 1. That might be a little bit Christmas land, but you can try to save your 4s for the end to force them to get less than full value on that Angel.
Absolutely, and seeing a 4 actually start this chain, Michael Jaszczur making a powerful play we referred to similarly in the last game, where you put Levels of Enlightenment on the stack, you hold priority, and then while it's an attack, but before it's attacking, which is a very interesting kind of bit of texture when it comes to resolving cards in this game, you target it with a Transcend card, flip that card, and put it in your pitch zone before its ability resolves to get an extra mode out of its modal ability.
It's a very interesting little intricacy there, and showcasing that these players know what they're doing. They're familiar with the rules of the game. You have to know how to execute these things. I think these Mystic heroes especially have kind of brought back some of this instant speed priority shenanigans that we saw leave the game when Icelander LL'd.
Absolutely. And then heavy hitters hit the scene and said, no. It's blocking time.
Heavy hitters was kind of back to basics, bread and butter. I play in action. It's your turn. One other thing I want to highlight here is the weapon choice for Zen. I think the equipment on both sides of the table is pretty standard, but whether to play Zephyr Needles or the Tiger Taming Kakura in this matchup is, I think, a debate. Many Zen lists have both of those weapons available to them. I'm a fan of the Needles, but I've heard players who have differing opinions. In this case, we see one of the Needles has already been blown up, but the other one is still sitting there ready to swing.
And here comes another homemade white border card from Jaszczur on this side of the table. This Crouching Tiger, which has never been printed in History Pack, introduced to us post-History Pack, actually in Dynasty.
And it looks like he's following it up with a Tiger Swipe for 4/5 go again because of that Tiger Stripe Shuko. Jaszczur not only known for his love of white border cards here, but also infamous for playing from right to left on the combat chain. For anyone confused, that's what's happening here. It was Tiger into Tiger Swipe, and if he attacks again, it will be the leftmost attack. I don't know why in the world any human would choose to do this, but to each their own.
I asked him about that once. You know what he had to say?
What did he say?
He said, "Oh, I just thought it'd be fun. Sometimes I switch it back and forth." He's not even right or left hand. Like, it's not a hand thing. He just thought it'd be silly.
A fun fact about that, when we started playing Flesh and Blood, my mom would actually play from right to left because she was used to blocking my combat chains, which of course were going from my left to right, and so she just played that way on her own turn. But then I quickly fixed that. I was like, we don't do that here.
Did you take the left-handedness out of her like a school teacher in the 70s?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. 2 go again on the Zephyr Needle here. If Brandon chooses to block with a 3-block, the Needle will be lost forever, or he can elect to just take that 2 down to 18. He has to kind of play this game of, do I want to keep my hand? Do I want to push back with all the heralds I have access to? Or do I want to sacrifice value now to kind of make Jaszczur's future turns weaker?
And he did opt to take that Needle, but I do want to talk about these Needles a little bit in this matchup. I know they had their breakout reveal at US Nationals with Evan Herndon's deck. However, they're not just for the Zen Mirror. They actually present a very interesting conundrum where you kind of put your opponent in this situation where it's almost like a winner's bite on your board. You say, would you like to lose some value? Would you like to lose some life? Or can I just take a card out of your hand on this turn where you're trying to push back?
Yeah, absolutely. We see the Enlightened Strike coming in here. I'm not sure which mode he's chosen, but I think perhaps it was draw a card. So 5, no go again, and going to land that last card in Arsenal. It's a mystery one off the top, but one fortunate thing about the Zen deck is that almost every single card in your deck is pretty good to Arsenal. The only real exception to that is once you've put Inner Cheese or perhaps Crouching Tigers back in the deck, if you draw those off the top, they pretty much cannot be Arsenaled. The Tigers can, they're actually fine, but the Inner Cheese, you have to just hold in hand.
So something you just said there, Inner Cheese. That's when I'm a mouse. I'm a mouse, and I'm also a mystic hero. I've got my inner cheese.
The inner cheese, the Zen chases the inner cheese. He traverses the universe to find the cheese.
Absolutely.
This is 5 here. Prism needs to block with... It doesn't need to block, but has the option to block. Needs to block if they want to stay above 10 life total points here.
Brodie injecting his own personal bias as a touch here. He's like, wow, I would really block here.
Like,
you gotta be blocking.
Needs to block. Oh, wait. You don't have to block. It is just vanilla damage here. There's no on hit. It's really up to the Prism whether they want to preserve life total or go ahead and keep their whole hand. And they have chosen, like they demonstrated with the no block on the Needle, that they really want to keep this hand dropping down to 10. Michael Jaszczur does have a 23-10 health lead here.
And so the way this matchup plays out reminds me a lot of something my friend Elizabeth Sprinkle has to say about this matchup. Yes, that is really her last name. where Prism kind of tries to do a little bit of racing. She knows she's not quite as fast as Zen could be, but she does kind of present these big 7 to 14 damage turns every single turn with a pretty large amount of consistency. So she tries to force these game states where you're both a little bit low on life, and then she kind of tries to edge you out either by cashing in that ward she can generate on her board with these angels, or by finding and resolving one of the most powerful cards in her deck, her specialization, the Arc Light Sentinel.
Yeah, in this case, we've got Herald of Triumph coming in for 7 go again. Pretty difficult to block. Jakumer's just going to take it all the way down to 16. That card goes in Soul, and he's going to get Brandon's going to get a search off that Prism ability. Any Figment he likes.
Well, you can have it in any color as long as it's a Figment. Brodie's dumbfounded by that one.
I didn't get it. I tried to, the wheels were spinning. That's a Figment of Ravages out of the deck. It's going to be 1 Arcane coming across the table. Michael does not have any AB available. Just going to be a nice knockdown to 14.
And the clock that this Figment of Ravages and its other side can present is actually, like, quite threatening in this matchup. Zen, often wanting to cash in his armor when threatened with lethal or otherwise pressuring damage, is completely incapable of interacting with Figment of Ravages and its associated Archangel's 1 and then later 2 shots of arcane damage.
It can be a nice way to close the game if it ends up going that way.
Represents some real inevitability from Prism's side of the board.
We've got the cut there. Brandon still has 3 cards in hand, so he's going to be able to follow this up with whichever threat he likes. Empyrean Rapture is now turned on for the turn, so we're going to be able to flip up one of these angels anytime now, perhaps attacking with it next, or perhaps... There we go. That's the Figment of Protection being turned into the Archangel of Protection. No, I do not know its name, but I bet Elly does.
Her name is Aegis.
Very nice.
Like the shield, Aegis.
You're well versed in these angels. This is going to be an attack for 4 go again, with 2 cards still in Brandon's hand. So following this up, perhaps with a Wartune Herald to take advantage of the 1 floating, or maybe just pitching that last card to play a stronger Herald attack.
Absolutely. And there's something so interesting and a little bit funny to me about the way Prism chooses to represent her board versus the way Enigma players choose to represent their board. If this was an Enigma, the Spectral Shield with a die on it would be representing a Spectral Shield with 3 power. But in this case, it's actually representing just 2 Spectral Shields.
And this is perhaps the best follow-up possible. Wartune Herald for 7 more. On hit, we're going to go get another Figment, and we still get to keep that last card to place into the arsenal.
If you're trying to close this game out, and you're Michael Jaszczur right now, surely you're thinking about shipping that 7-power fridge to cleanly block this Wartune Herald. Go get a card, and then come back with the most powerful turn you can muster.
It's an interesting consideration. You want to perhaps keep your armor for a situation where the first hit will turn on the Rapture. If you can force a turn where Brandon has to block with some cards, gets to keep only 1 Herald, then perhaps you wait for that 1 Herald turn, and that's when you throw all your armor to turn off both the Prism Search and the Rapture Flip. But in this case, yeah, if he wants the Tiger off the Stride of Reprisal or the Chi off of the Traverse the Universe, it might be time to send it all.
And to what you said, he would absolutely like to force a lower life situation, but despite having 5 cards here, the clock is ticking. Jaszczur down to only 11 life, this Wartune threatening to put him to 4, and that Archangel of Ravage is sitting on the board, lying in wait to immediately half his life total to 2 without any interaction possible.
And even though Brandon is all the way down to 10, he does have quite a bit of on-board life total to play with. 6 ward in play, as well as that Stonewall Gauntlet that can sometimes represent as much as 4 block on an Art of War or Ancestral Harmony turn.
Here comes that white border Tiger Stripe Shuko.
And just like you said, it's going to be the fridge for 7. We get a Tiger, we search for a Chi. All those equipment are in the bin, and we're going to stop this hit effect on the Wartune Herald.
I wonder if that last card in Brandon's hand is an Angel's Wrath. Can you imagine?
That would be potentially devastating here. I'm trying to think of which Figments Brandon still has left into the deck. I think the most powerful ones are gone, but he could get something like a Figment of War for a Courage, or one of the other 3 or 4 that he has left.
What Brandon wants here is an Arclight Sentinel.
Did he find it? We'll find out as soon as Michael Jacuzzi takes a game action As the Zen player here, you're incentivized to start off with an attack on this turn if you possibly can, in order to present real damage before Brandon gets a priority window. If you were to start with something like an Art of War or even Zen's ability, Brandon can respond right away and play an Arclight Sentinel without having to deal with the damage that's already on the table.
And this is technically real damage being presented, but it's only one of it.
That's true. A blue Descendant Gust Wave to start us off. Perhaps we will see an Art of War in reactions here. Brandon, if he does have an Arclight Sentinel, is incentivized to wait all the way until the resolution step to play it so that Michael Jacuzzi, while choosing Art of War modes and reactions and anything else like that, doesn't have extra information about whether his turn's going to be stopped.
Looks like he's opting to just let the Spectral Shield die. No tricks and reactions. Bonds of Ancestry coming in, getting Michael yet another card on this turn.
There we go, searching for a Tiger Swipe out of the deck. Both of these cards are blue, and unfortunately no Tiger Stripe Shuko to buff them up. So despite being perhaps the strongest combo in the Zen deck, only presenting a total of 7 go again off of these 2 cards plus the Tiger Swipe.
And what's interesting about this turn is that you've kind of got to analyze, right, when you're in Jaszczur's situation, when you're in Brandon's situation, is this turn powerful enough to close this game? Is this him pushing to end the game? Or did he ship the fridge because he thought he was out of time?
We're going to have to see. It all depends on what the rest of Jaszczur's hand holds. He's got 2 resources left, perhaps 1 to send that Zephyr Needle, and 1 more for the strongest 1-cost card he can muster. We don't have a good view of Jaszczur's hand here, so we're just going to have to wait and see. Right now, Brandon is considering blocks on this Bonds for 2. It's a bit of a tricky one because he doesn't really want to let the Ward 4 die. There's no way to use just that 1 Spectral Shield to stop it, and he doesn't want to use the Stonewall Gauntlet either. So he's probably on the fence between cashing in the Aegis right now or perhaps giving a card from hand. I guess the one other option available to him would be pitching to his Phantasmal Footsteps, blocking 1 there and 1 with the shield. That would cover up the Bonds, but he would have to find a way to ideally use those 2 other resources from the card he pitches, assuming it is a blue.
And he can't just flip an Angel. He has no cards in Soul.
That's true. You do have the Halo available as a way to use resources, but perhaps he doesn't want to cash it in yet. He has already spent up his Figment of Triumph from deck, so no way to give the whole board -1 this turn. If he has something like a Soul Shield, that's a way to use 2 resources, but Soul Shield a little bit weaker versus N.
Kind of woefully inefficient in this matchup.
Oh, there's a That All You Got.
That's another tech card. I've seen a fair few Prisms play in this matchup. It makes a lot of sense. It's also very good against both Zephyr Needles and the Tiger Taming Kakara.
It's going to give Brandon an extra card as soon as Michael chooses to close the chain, but there's no incentive to do so yet.
I believe this Tiger is just cracking in for 0, just coming here to say meow and move on with its life.
Yep, likely going to be followed up by that Tiger Swipe for 4 go again. Tiger Swipe will have an on-hit here, but I suspect it's not going to matter because that's going to be a perfect opportunity to let that Aegis eat the 4 damage.
Absolutely. And these situations are so interesting when you're Prism. This hero has a lot of really crunchy and textured decision-making in these tight endgame scenarios where you still have all your resources. You have Footsteps to cash in as a resource sink. You have Halo of Illumination and cards in hand, and here comes that Halo. He's going to use this to kind of turn his hand into something more powerful, put a card in his soul, generate life on board.
This is interesting, doing this on the Crouching Tiger for 0 when there's no damage on the board. But going to go ahead and, cash in that Halo, see what he draws.
I believe he's searching for a Figment of Judgment to turn that Tiger Swipe and Banish face down.
Ah, that makes sense why he's doing it right now.
Taking that card away from Michael.
This is a pretty strong use of the Halo, just straight up halting 4 damage, also putting another Figment in play, and you now have a card in Soul with which to flip it over.
And something I'm very curious about here is we still haven't seen that Chi from Michael. I'm kind of wondering at this point if he played this turn like this to bait that Halo activation out, or if it's just thrown a massive wrench in his plans.
It's kind of hard to avoid this Judgment effect getting you at some point in the game. Michael now has to reconsider what he's going to do from here. I believe the Prism player is finishing shuffling. We're going to present for a cut, and then it'll be on Michael for the next action.
Just doing the wise player, the smart player thing, taking a good stock of what's left in your deck, paying attention to what options you still have available to you. Especially, both of these heroes do so much searching of their deck.
Crouching Tiger is on the chain for 0. We've got 11-10 here in the backup match of the 10th round of Canadian Nationals for Brandon Bianco at 7-2. This is a very important step on his way to potentially top 8ing. And for Michael Jaszczur, it is the last chance. If he loses this one, he is out. But if he wins, he's still in this thing and still has that dream alive of becoming the 2024 Canadian National Champion.
Absolutely. Both players looking to win out here and coast their way into top 8.
I think it's possible we might be in the middle of a judge call or something here. We are still resolving the shuffle from that Prism search. And I'm seeing flashes of players' hands, but I think the shuffle would have been done by now. So perhaps checking something with the judges, perhaps confirming how Figment of Judgment works.
Perhaps asking a ruling.
Yeah, so just, taking stock of things. Judges are there to help, and it looks like the game is resuming here. We're going to have a cut from Michael, and we're going to move on after this Crouching Tiger Chainlink resolves.
I have a question for you, Brodie.
What's up?
You think that Zephyr Needle started out white border, or do you think it's from Crucible?
After all the stories you've told this game, I have a feeling he colored it himself. It might even be a foil one from Crucible. It doesn't look foil, but imagine that. You take the foil.
That would be devious.
And just, staple on a white border to it.
And here comes that Chi activation, surging a Chase the Tail, making the best out of a bad situation here, You got your Tiger Swipe taken away from you, but you say, all right, well, I have a Crouching Tiger on, or your Tiger Swipe, not your Crouching Tiger, taken away from you. And you're kind of like, well, I can't really do what I wanted to this turn, but I can still present a pretty impressive amount of damage with this Chase the Tail. Functionally a 1 for 7.
Chase the Tail, a pretty strong alternative. This Majestic is one of the best tutors available to you in the Zen deck. Outside of Descendant Bonds, it's a very common search as long as you have one other way to make a Tiger and some amount of resources available. I would not be surprised if we see this last resource on Michael's side spent on that one Zephyr Needle. And once again, Brandon's going to have to choose, do I want to take 2 here, or do I want to finally stop you from having access to this threat and blow it up with one of my 3 blocks?
And Brandon functionally still has 3 cards in his hand here. With this That All You Got, planning to refill his hand at the end of this combat chain. Here,
100 wins for 1. Brandon is dropping pretty low here. All of his ward is gone. Still has access to that Stonewall Gauntlet, which is not going to be super helpful this turn, but perhaps will help him stay alive in the near future.
Michael thumbing that last card, making a decision on whether he wants to use it now or just put it in his arsenal.
There's some interesting play here with the 2 floating on Prism's side, able to flip up one of those Figments at the cost of the card and soul. If Michael has some sort of 0-cost attack, he has to decide whether he wants to go ahead and pass priority, force Brandon to flip that Angel, and then play out his last card to threaten it, or maybe just go ahead and Arsenal.
He is just opting to Arsenal there. Brandon drawing a card off of this That All You Got. Michael doesn't have much life left to work with here.
Gonna send those cards to the bottom, draw up 4, and we are back over to Brandon's turn with a 3-card hand plus his arsenal and that critical Angel of Erudition in play. This one I do know the name of. It's Soraya. I knew that even before the screen. I promise I wasn't cheating, guys. I knew that one.
It's okay, Brodie. We forgive you.
7 go again with a Herald of Triumph here. All attacks on the opponent's side get -1, so this cannot be popped by Command and Conquer, but can be popped by something like Blanche, which we saw in Evan Herndon's Nationals winning deck.
Absolutely. He has 2 cards left in his hand. This could hypothetically be lethal. He's already shown Michael that he has these Angelic Rats in his deck. We saw him pitch a blue one earlier this game. You gotta take stock and pay attention. It's possible this could just be lethal.
You definitely need to be careful here. That's a 3-card block for Michael, shutting down the on-hit, but giving up a whole lot of his hand. And now it's on Brandon again to decide how he wants to follow this up. No cards in Soul, so Michael really trying to shut down the power of that Angel of Erudition, not letting Brandon
dissolve reality.
I'm going to ship the Arsenal to the bottom. Both players get a Ponder here, and I suppose Brandon will likely end this turn on a swing for 4 with the Angel. Michael has one card in hand. He has a Ponder, so he can either block with it and save a little bit of life, or push back and try to maybe present a breakpoint that can get that Angel off the board. I'm not sure which cards in his deck would be able to do that. Most of the 4s require some sort of combo to go with them. It's a blue no block here. Pass over, so just swinging the needle for 2.
Just trying to take a card out of Brandon's hand, limit the ceiling on his turn, get this Angel off the board.
I think it's very likely this is the end of Little Needle's life here. Brandon does not want to let that Angel die, so just has to choose which 3-block in his hand is best suited to block here, pop that Needle, get that white border thing in the graveyard, and leave Michael Jaszczur with no equipment and no weapons remaining.
Goodbye, Needle. Ponders. Dissolve Reality is not without downside.
Gets that Arsenal, draws up 4. It's 7-5 here, and it looks like Prism has taken control of this game.
Michael's got to be really praying to find a Blanche or a Command and Conquer on a turn like this. Prism has Phantasmal Footsteps to power through getting popped, getting her attack destroyed by Phantasm. But it can still be quite disruptive to her turn, seeing as Luminaris Angel's Glow will not give the second Herald that you play after having your attack destroyed by Phantasm go again.
Michael's got to be happy to see a non-breakpoint Herald here, just quickly tossing down 3 blocks to deal with that Herald of Protection.
Has a card in his arsenal and 2 in hand here. If Brandon's turn doesn't have much steam left, there could still be play to this game for Zen.
And it's a Herald of Erudition follow-up. This does not have Go Again. Does threaten to give Brandon a soul and refill the arsenal on hit. Michael can take it down to 2, but of course runs the risk of dying to that Figment of Ravages if he does so. Interestingly, I don't believe we've seen Michael's 1 Homage to Ancestors played yet, so if he chooses to go down to 2, he does still have outs from the arcane damage left in his deck.
Such an interesting decision. He's going down to 3, letting this Herald of Erudition go to Soul, possibly go get another Figment if there are any even left in Brandon's deck. Drawing 2 cards. If he casts any instants, this could be the game.
This is scary for Michael. He's got a 3-card hand, counting his arsenal, so he's got some tools to make some action happen, but it's going to have to be a lot of action. Brandon has a lot of tools still at his disposal as well.
Getting that Figment of Rebirth, a key component in looping Arclight Sentinel on your opponents. However, it cannot put Arclight Sentinel on top of the deck until it has been flipped. When Figment of Rebirth just comes in, all it does is put a yellow action from your graveyard on top of your deck. So even though Arclight Sentinel would absolutely seal the deal here, it's not quite there yet.
And looks like Brandon is just grabbing a yellow Herald of Protection. Oh, I don't know if the chain is closed, so perhaps he can't grab that one. Maybe he just declined to put any action cards on top.
Very reasonable. He wants to maximize his chances of drawing an Arclight Sentinel, I suppose.
And putting another Ward 4 into play, Brandon now has access to Ward 8 here, making it very difficult for Michael Jaszczur to push through and finally deal those last 5 points of life needed to win this game.
And here comes that Arsenal, a red 100 wins, coming in for 3.
Brandon has a choice here. He can either give a card from hand or let that, I don't know the name of this one either, Angel go. And there goes the Angel.
I'm not sure I know the Rebirth one's name either. Oh, wow. 100 wins, triggering combo and just coming in straight at the Angel. Having the 4 power here is so instrumental in taking Prism's board apart.
That's cool. I like that we saw that. Following it up with an aspect of Tiger Body, this is going to be 3 go again. Does create a Tiger in the Banish Zone, but looks like Michael neglecting to even get it. It's not going to matter on this turn.
Prism's Soul still empty here, so the Figment of Ravages is still not a game-closing threat.
Brandon is dropping down to 2 as well. This is a tight one. Michael Jaszczur's still in the back foot, but he does have poppers in the deck. He has ways back into this. He just needs things to really go his way at this point.
And that's exactly what you need here. An attack to destroy their Phantasm attack. Find your way back into this game. And there's 2 3-blocks. Maybe he didn't draw the popper.
Michael just buying his time until he can find that popper he needs. Does his hand block? It's not enough, and that is going to be the game. Brandon Bianco moves on to 8-2 at this Canadian National Championship, and unfortunately, that is the end of the road for Michael Jaszczur, falling to 6-4. Well played. a very, very strong player. One of my top picks to potentially win this whole tournament. Unfortunately, falling out of the race, but still, congratulations to both players.
And Michael is such an incredible player. I feel like he navigated that end game so well as long as he possibly could. Eventually, the Pearl, the non-block card, kind of came knocking. But until then, I felt like he was doing such a good job of like kind of charting his way through these dangerous waters, kind of navigating all the hazards and traps for him laid there by Prism, trying to close the game and seal his fate. He hung in there so long.
And we are now going to take a look at one of our sponsors for this stream, the Realm Games, hosting Realm Fest later this month in Princeton, New Jersey. It's going to be the weekend of July 20th to 21st. I'll be there for the very exciting Blitz 2K Battle Hardened, as well as a 5K Classic Constructed Pro Quest Plus. So lots of action on the weekend. It's going to be a fun time, and this is all leading up to the Realm Games 50K later this year. At the end of last year, they had an incredible Realm Rumble where they hosted the 20K Invitational, and they are more than doubling it this year, going up to a 50K. Elly will be there. I'll be there. It's a really fun time. Ethan will be there too. Quite the fun circuit. Awesome people over at the Realm. They always put on the best events, so don't miss it. Be in Princeton. If you're not in Princeton, be at the 50K and make it out to the Realm Fest. We are going to take a quick break here, and then next up for you guys, we have an Azalea versus Boltyn feature match. So Azalea, Boltyn, we've got some great experts to go over this one. Very excited for that. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Canadian National Championship, hosted by Red Riot Games and Silver Goblin here in Niagara Falls. I'm Brodie, this is Elly, and we are ready to dive into round 11. We have an Azalea versus Boltyn match for you guys. So two heroes that the two of us know a lot about. We see Aidan Barsony shuffling up on the Boltyn side, going to be leading us off here. And on the other side, we have Jeff, who we saw playing a lot yesterday, running Azalea here, Jeff Barber.
I believe we also briefly saw him playing Enigma, which is not accurate. I think we kind of took a peek into the dressing room before everybody was all ready to go, just a little bit. That's our bad. And here is his trusty Azalea hero, Brodie's favorite. I'm particularly excited for this matchup. I may sound like a masochist saying this, but this is what I actually really enjoy from the Boltyn side. I think attempting to navigate all of the disruptive threats Azalea kind of sends your way creates a very interesting game state.
There's a lot to unpack in this one. I dare say that Azalea is a bit favored in the matchup, but that does not to say that Boltyn can't do some powerful things and win it all. What do you think is the best equipment suite that you like to bring in this matchup? And we'll see what Aidan likes to do as well.
I just want to say, would you believe me if I told you that I think this one's 50-50? I'm sure you'd believe me that I thought that.
Honestly, it might be. I never know for sure. I feel like you can never be too sure about what a matchup is. My experience is just my experience. Maybe I haven't played against, the best Boltyns out there. Who knows?
No, I was more just referring to my own copium. On the equipment question, it's kind of an interesting thought. You can play Soul Bond Resolve for a little bit, and that does look like it's what Aidan's going with here. A little glimpse of his equipment there. But you can really play Soul Bond Resolve to maximize the fridge you have available. Wow, and he's taking Radiant Flow as well. That's such an interesting choice. I really like it. Just a massive fridge to cover up a big dominated arrow. The other path to victory is kind of almost playing it a little bit like Fi. And just taking Tunic Snapdragon Scalers and just trying to set up the most powerful turn you possibly can.
Starting off with a V of the Vanguard, charging a Beacon of Victory into Soul. Perhaps not too happy to see that card gone, but regardless, getting that charge turn 0, I think Aidan is probably quite happy going first. Not only do you get to charge, you shut down the possibility that Azalea gets some sort of crazy dominated damage, knock run the ledger, and Jeff's just going to be blocking with 2 pumps here.
It's reasonably likely that if he chose to charge this Beacon of Victory, that he's holding either Illumina Ascension or another Beacon.
It looks like on Jeff's side, he held onto a Drill Shot and a Premeditate. So perfect play from him, just hanging onto the 1 arrow in his hand and the best buff possible. And I think he's drawn up into an interesting hand here. Drill Shot, Sleep Dart, the Premeditate he already had, and he now has a Codex of Bloodrot.
That's a very interesting inclusion in some Azalea decks I've seen recently. Can you tell us about Codex of Bloodrot a little bit, Brodie?
Yeah, so this is a card that all the credit goes to my teammate, Nick Gabler, for pointing this out to me. I originally tested Codex of Inertia and didn't love it, and I just had in my head that Codex of Bloodrot was a worse card, so I never played either of them. But after trying out Codex of Bloodrot in this Death Dealer Azalea shell, it's actually quite strong. As we're about to see here, the reload ability, kind of similar to Take Aim, can set up turns where you get to Skullbone Crosswrap when you otherwise would not have been able to. And Jeff is considering which card to stick into his arsenal here from it. Looks like he's leaning toward that Sleep Dart there on the fence. But regardless, not only do you get the reload, not only do you get the opt, you spend 1 card to give your opponent a Bloodrot and then replace itself at the end of the turn.
And it's true, it can even end up functionally intimidating your opponent, taking a card out of their hand for the duration of their blocking time.
And Jeff ends up deciding to stick that Premeditate in Arsenal. This play, I think, makes a lot of sense. You want to put a pump in there so you can clear it out and then still be able to activate Death Dealer, just pitching away that red card.
And this is occasionally, this is actually a very interesting thing that both of these heroes tend to try to run on exclusively yellows and reds. But this is a little bit of the downside of playing these functionally red line Azalea decks, where it's showing its teeth a little bit here. This Sleep Dart has a devastating on-hit for Boltyn, but he can't afford to play it. And so he's just sending this Drill Shot for 10. Certainly with effective on-hits here, he's got a Drill Shot, a Lace with Frailty, both of which are useful in the matchup. But surely you want to be pushing the Sleep Dart here.
Yeah, in this case, just opting for the highest damage arrow he can find. The Ponder here is a bit redundant due to the Codex of Bloodrot but the Frailty and Drill Shot effect are very real on hits, especially Drill Shot at this point in the game. 2 life and the utility of blocking with one of your armor pieces gone, and Frailty can threaten to be quite powerful versus Boltyn.
Looks like Aidan's considering a 2-card block here on this Drill Shot. Not really content to get that Frailty or take any damage. And, you know, the opportunity cost of losing your armor so early in this matchup can be so crushing.
Looks like he is reaching for some armor there, considering blocking with the Warband of Bologna and perhaps one other piece to cleanly cover the whole 10.
There's a very interesting interaction on the board here that I want to point out, which is that if he charges, this Bloodrot Pox will only deal him 1 damage.
That's a great point. Soulbound Resolve, a very powerful card in the matchup for that reason. Interestingly, does not work on Remorseless, which causes loss of life instead of damage, something I learned at the Realm Rumble last year.
Against, I believe against my girlfriend on my Boltyn deck.
That is correct. And there we go. We have a clean block using 4 of the armor, 6 block from his hand. Gonna pop that Ponder. It's a Knock the Death Whistle going into the arsenal for Jeff Barber.
Maybe going into the arsenal. Not exactly the card you want to put there, but it looks like he is gonna go ahead and tuck it away.
And we're gonna try to zoom in on Aidan's hand here, see what he's working with.
Looks like he's holding a Soul Shield and a Bolt of Courage, opting to just send a CNC here.
CNC is such a strong card versus Azalea. Having that long draw half glove in play helps a little bit, allowing you to block with a 2 block if you want to, and still cover this with 2 cards. But thankfully for Jeff, it looks like he actually does have several arrows, might be able to cleanly block this out for 6. And on Aidan's side, trying to put a D-React in Arsenal, in general, this is a smart move versus Azalea. You want to be able to cover those big dominated arrows. You do always run the risk of, you know, a Remorseless effect being combined with a Seek and Destroy, just blowing your Soul Shield to smithereens. But I think this is a smart play from him, trying to set that up.
You can also get punished by Release the Tension. Azalea has quite a lot of play into defense reactions that are otherwise quite a bit of a wrench in the works for her. And I'm kind of curious about Jeff's hand here. It looks like it's a bit clunky, holding only 1 pump and 3 arrows. Maybe not exactly what he wants to see at this stage of the game, because if he wants to cover up the CNC and then still be able to activate Death Dealer, it's likely that he has to give up the only pump in his hand as well as the armor and his long draw half glove.
Yeah, Jeff has a couple of options here. If he wants to block 6, he can make a knock play where he just plays the Lace with Bloodrot, plays the knock and reloads an arrow, and finds something like an Endless Arrow, shoots for 7 Dominate and hopes that's enough to connect. He can also try to find a pump on Skullbone Crosswrap to switch the knock for, just get that knock out of the way, and that would allow him to clear his arsenal and pitch his last card to Death Dealer and an arrow. Alternatively, he could let the CNC hit, lose this knock, and just pitch to Death Dealer from hand here, but he would need to either block 3 or run the risk of drawing too many arrows in this hand. So he's kind of on the fence here, but several options available to him. Azalea, with so much control over the top of your deck, gives you a lot of different choices for how you want to approach each turn.
I believe you put it really well yesterday when you referred to her commonality with Dash.io, and that you just see so many pieces of cardboard.
It's true, yeah. Dash.io especially. You boost, you Tekla Foundry Heart, but yeah, they're very similar in that sense. And Jeff, once again, making the exact play I would have made here, blocking with 2 different arrows. Assuming that he does want to make a knock play, it doesn't really matter which arrow he puts to the bottom of his deck, so just putting both the Endless and the Amp into Graveyard to have 2 separate Codex targets, and also keeping the better arrow in case he does end up switching the knock for a pump. You'd rather load the Endless Arrow off Death Dealer than an Amplifying Arrow. So for 2 different reasons, those were the best 2-3 blocks to block with.
Aidan drawing up a bit of a haymaker here. If he can keep this entire hand, he's holding both a V of the Vanguard and a Beacon of Victory. No Spirit of Irina on the board yet with which to play Lumina Ascension at instant speed were he to tutor it off the Beacon of Victory, but he can still muster a pretty smothering amount of damage into Azalea if he's left untouched here.
Jeff has opted a card to the top with his Skullbone Crosswrap. It's a Take Aim. He's going to flip into it, and Take Aim is actually a really fortunate card to find here. If it was any other pump, he would have to lose his Lace with Bloodrot to the Death Dealer and just hope to draw another 0 for +3 off the top. But now he gets to just reload the Endless Arrow, shoot in for 10, clear his hand so that if it hits, it turns into a free card for Arsenal. And yeah, once again, threatening a Bloodrot Pox for Aidan.
And this might be kind of exactly the attack that Aidan's looking for. You know, this isn't a red in the ledger. This isn't a remorseless. This isn't a sleep dart. This doesn't tell him he's not allowed to play on this turn. He's got a full grip of some incredibly powerful Boltyn cards. He might just be looking to crack back and hit Jeff hard.
We'll zoom in on what Aidan's working with.
I believe it's V of the Vanguard, a Beacon of Victory, a Celestial Cataclysm, and another card I can't quite see. Opting to a Beaming Bravado, opting to drop the whole hand on blocks here.
That was pretty funny. Right as we discovered what those 4 cards were, they bam hit the table, block 12. Just gonna cover up that turn and force Jeff to play with his 4-card hand off the top.
Do nothing on my turn draw.
And that looks like a pretty strong hand from Jeff. His Tunic ticks to 3. He's got, I believe, 3 pumps and a Codex. So has a couple sequencing options here. He can start off with a take aim reload if he'd like to see the top of his deck, perhaps loading in a pump or even that Codex of Frailty. And has a couple options for what he can get back. The Amplifying Arrow would come in for 14 and not spend his Tunic. I'm not sure if he has any 1-cost arrows in the yard yet, so perhaps not able to make use of that Tunic this turn, but he has a possible play available to him. If he were to grab the Endless Arrow instead, he could shoot for 1 less for 13, but if it doesn't all get blocked, he then has the Snapdragon into Tunic Death Dealer line available. So quite a few options for Jeff, and it'll also depend on what he finds on the top of his deck here.
And what's very interesting about what you mentioned, there being no 1-cost arrows in his arsenal, also means that he doesn't really have anything quite as disruptive as he would like to see here. There's an Infecting Shot on the top of his deck, which is the first 1-cost arrow he's seen this game, but as stated, no sleep darts, no red in the ledgers, and while Pump Codex is an incredibly powerful play line, and he is getting to take advantage of a little bit of card selection here, he still doesn't have anything that tells Aidan he can't play.
This is a very tempting find on that Infecting Shot. He has the option to leave it on top, and then after resolving his Codex of Frailty, he can flip into it and use that Tunic to send 14 Dominate. Jeff instead is going to go for a flip right here, shooting that Infecting Shot for 11 Dominate and perhaps making a Snap Codex play or just setting that Codex up in Arsenal for the following turn.
Yep. Currently 11.
Deciding on Crow's Nest here.
Interesting. Giving some thought to paying the aim counter, maybe just converting the extra resource he has with the Codex being a yellow here, since the Infecting Shot only costs 1, into just an extra point of 1 damage here.
He can spend the Codex in Arsenal basically for an additional +1 here, or he can just shoot it off the Tunic for 11. On Aidan's side,
I believe he's still sitting on this Soul Shield in Arsenal, holding a hand of Express Lightning and a few, I believe 2 Express Lightnings, another charge card, and I believe that may be a blue of some variety. It might be Azalea's least favorite blue, actually, the better glimpse that I get at it. It is a Warmonger's Diplomacy here in Aidan's hand, so it's possible that his approach to this turn is to, you know, play this Soul Shield, block as much as he can, convert his hand where he can, play a Warmongers, and then try to use the space it buys him to hit Azalea as hard as he can.
Warmongers is certainly a scary threat, but thankfully for Jeff, he came prepared with this long draw half glove sitting there to bail him out if he were to ever arsenal a pump. In this case, he's going to arsenal a Codex. So indeed a non-attack action. If this Warmongers does get played this turn, that long draw can get that out of his arsenal and make space for him to Death Dealer in an arrow to shoot under War.
Long draw half glove, certainly a plenty powerful card, but maybe doesn't do enough if he ends up drawing too many non-attack actions.
We'll have to see what the next hand holds. Aidan is thinking right now, doing that kind of, this is my tentative block, 3 block down on the table, but I'm going to examine the rest of my hand, make sure I'm doing everything right.
Perhaps laying out his trap cards here.
Maybe considering cashing in that Soul Shield in Arsenal and pitching another card from hand for it. He has a Seek and Destroy coming at him on this Infecting Shot, so it would make a lot of sense to try to cash in that card now.
And he's kind of looking at the Soul Bond Resolve. If he has a 3 block in hand and the ability to cast the Soul Shield, he has a really clean block on 11 Dominate here, shipping 3 from hand, 2 in armor, and then 6 from Arsenal, being able to play this Warmonger's Diplomacy, Arsenal a card, and then go into his next turn with full momentum.
Yeah, Aidan is just double checking, but it seems like he has a very strong line available to him here. Taking his time, though, both of these players are 7-3. Losing this game means they are no longer in contention for top 8, so it makes sense to just double-check what he's doing and consider all the options. Also, the little intricacies, which card does he want to charge, which card does he want to pitch, and what does he want to end up keeping for his arsenal.
And this is something that I always think is so cool about Boltyn's kind of skill ceiling. All these extra micro decisions you can make because this hero just has another axis on which to convert. Sorry, I stumbled there a little. What's the word? My brain just like got shaken. Has a completely extra axis on which to convert a card over other heroes, right? He can also just charge. He can just put these cards into his soul, which isn't even something the other light hero gets to do. Cards enter her soul just by playing proactively. You know, you hit the opponent, this herald goes to soul. She doesn't have the charge mechanic. Boltyn has to kind of take time to consider an entire extra layer each turn of how these cards can be used.
Absolutely, yeah. There's so many different timelines with a Boltyn hand, how you might play it out. You can charge any card, not just light cards. In this case, it looks like Aidan has chosen to pitch the Warmonger's Diplomacy away, perhaps valuing it lower because of that long draw half glove we've talked about. And Jeff is going to go ahead and fire off the Codex this turn, making use of his Snapdragon Scalers. So he had the option to shoot the Infecting Shot instead for 14 Dominate, but he's valuing cashing in that Snaps now, upgrading that +3 pump into a Drill Shot for 1 more damage and also threatening Aidan's armor a bit more.
And something he's making a point to do here that I really like is he's kind of taking the time and playing patient, working to chew through Boltyn's armor, kind of setting himself up for victory by offering these juicy opportunities to say, hey, go ahead. You know, I know you want to block with armor. You have such a clean block if you just give me a little bit of armor here. And then as the game drags on, you get lower and lower on your armor. And then Azalea starts to really punch through with these arrows.
That is going to be a block of 1 card plus the armor there. Putting those in the graveyard, and Jeff's Ponder off the Codex of Frailty is going to set him up with another 5-card hand for next turn.
On my turn, I just draw.
Yeah.
And Aidan's just passing it back. So we've got a 5-card hand for Jeff that's got to create some action here. That's our first red on the ledger of the game. We see
it lines up with Aidan's first Lumina Ascension of the game.
A Rain Razors, a yellow Boltyn shot, and one last card I can't quite see. We're going to flip up a Remorseless in the arsenal. Take a peek at the top. It's a Seek and Destroy. We've got a little bit of an arrow-heavy hand here, so Jeff's probably happy to see that Seek and Destroy on top. And yeah, it looks like he's leaving it there. Gonna Azalea into that. With Azalea, you really just want to clear your arsenal every turn, if possible, to allow you to activate Death Dealer. That Death Dealer is a 1-resource draw a card, as well as putting an arrow from your hand into arsenal. So top priority is usually just getting that arsenal empty so you can put another arrow in there and maximize the benefit of that bow's power.
And this is where Azalea kind of chewing through this armor is really kind of coming back to bite Aidan here. His willingness to block with the armor early in the game has set him up to be a little bit vulnerable to this massive red in the ledger for 11 coming in here.
And this is a sneaky play. Aidan doesn't know for sure what Jeff is working with in his hand. The fact that Jeff didn't get an opportunity to block means that those might just both be arrows and he had no way to spend them. So that sneaky Rain Razors is keeping itself pretty secret here. Aidan has to worry about covering this up, and the Seek and Destroy effect could end up being nasty depending on how his hand plays and how much he chooses to block.
Especially with this Command and Conquer in his arsenal, it's likely he's... And this is a very heads-up block. He's playing around the Rain Razors here. He's only keeping what he needs, holding onto this Lumina Ascension that he can pitch to throw this Command and Conquer in his arsenal, not opening himself up to getting Rain Razors here and being forced to discard the most powerful card in his deck, but instead opting to just set himself up to take a card away from Azalea and put this Lumina Ascension back in his deck.
Jeff is going to fire off that Rain Razors, pushing over for 4 damage here. Aidan's all the way down to 34 and is now under the effects of Seek and Destroy and Red in the Ledger. But as we know, those are not going to be too impactful. He's just going to throw a CNC for 6 and call it a turn.
Absolutely. And we're several turn cycles in, but interestingly enough, and this is something I think happens a lot in this matchup, both players' life totals are still quite high here.
Yeah, Jeff hasn't taken a single point of damage yet, just blocking out those disruptive Command and Conquer effects. We'll have to see if he does that again. Aidan is down to 34, but notably has given up 7 points of armor block already.
He's now almost where Azalea starts with armor.
That's true, yeah. Azalea, not known for the biggest fridge in the West, but does have a lot of equipment value built into those tunic counters, those ops on Skullbone, and of course the Go Again from Snapdragon Scalers that we already saw utilized in this game.
Absolutely. Looks like Jeff's drawn another little bit of an arrow-heavy hand here, holding a Knock the Death Whistle, a Red in the Ledger, a Drill Shot, and I believe it's a Premeditate, so only one pump in his hand.
His tunic is on 1 here, so I'm not positive what his arsenal... I think his arsenal is some arrow from last turn, perhaps Remorseless. So he has a couple of options. If he wants to block 6 here on this CNC, he could hang on to just the Premeditate and the Knock and see what he finds on the top. Perhaps just knock in a 0-cost arrow or just send that Remorseless for 8. He does have the option of blocking with the Premeditate, the Long Draw Half Glove, and one of the arrows to try to set himself up for the best Death Dealer on the turn, but there's a little inefficiency in blocking there and losing out on one of the strongest pumps in your deck. This is a tricky spot for Jeff.
Aidan has really played these turn cycles as patiently as possible. Very much the polar opposite of how I approach Boltyn, but that's something I really like about this hero, kind of the different ways that he can be played. He's very flexible and just kind of taking this game at his own pace here, leaving himself the ability to kind of just, play content, wait for Azalea to stumble a little bit. Maybe it's via Aidan casting a Warmongers. Maybe it's via him hitting him with a Command and Conquer. Maybe Azalea just breaks a little bit on her own. But Aidan's content to just sit back, convert his hand where he can. He doesn't mind if it's on the defensive. Wait for Azalea to slow down a little bit, get some of these pumps out of her deck, and then when the opportunity arises, hit hard.
Jeff has said, no blocks. Send me the bill. I'm keeping my hand. I'm sending it all at you. The players are now tied in life total at 34 each, and Jeff is lining up a Death Dealer activation here, just double-checking which card he wants to pitch, which card he wants to load, and it's going to be that blue Knock the Death Whistle into the pitch zone. He has Drill Shot and Red in the Ledger. In this case, leaning toward loading the Red in the Ledger. There's the Drill Shot at front. He's on the fence right now.
It's an interesting decision. The Drill Shot is patently more efficient if you don't have, if you want to save the Red in the Ledger for later. But Red in the Ledger is, just a more disruptive arrow.
In this case, he does have the 2 floating, so he is choosing to load the Drill Shot here, drawing a card off the top.
Looks like it's a pump.
Looks like, yeah, a Premeditate, which was in his hand. A Lace with Frailty has come off the top, so this Drill Shot's going to be able to come in for 10 here, and we'll be hanging on to the Red in the Ledger as the last card in hand.
And this is very interesting to me. Jeff's really favoring these 0-cost arrows here. In the way he's chosen to navigate this game, it almost seems like he's trying to save these Red in the Ledgers for later, once Boltyn's armor has been chewed up some.
That's going to be a Drill Shot for 10. On hit, Frailty, Armor -1, and that Ponder. Unless there's a Rain Razors in hand, the Ponder is not going to matter that much. From Aidan's perspective, there could be, but not too much incentive to block 10 here. The -1 is not as important as it was earlier in the game when all of those armor pieces were still unused. It's really just a question of how much this Frailty is going to affect his turn.
Absolutely.
I guess you're tired too, huh? Yeah, we're all tired.
Players having a little bit of table talk there. I love when there's some good conversation in grindier matchups like this. Being able to just enjoy the game with your opponent is very important for these tense competitive days.
Yeah, I heard them say I'm a little tired. I think exhausted after those 9 rounds yesterday, but still hanging in there, pushing through, playing good games of Flesh and Blood, even after so many games this weekend already.
And I really like this block from Aidan here, opting to cash in the Warband and trust his deck as opposed to giving up this Soul Bond that could later provide him protection from effects like Blood Rots, keeping this 1-card hand of Illuminate. This is one of the best on-hits in Boltyn's deck.
We've got a strong draw from Jeff, Lace with Blood Rot, Lace with Inertia. He's got to Knock the Death Whistle and a Red in the Ledger, so a couple choices for how he wants to play this turn. He has that Tunic available. He can knock perhaps the 3rd Red in the Ledger. I don't think we've seen one hit. Wait, no, we did see one hit his graveyard, so he actually can't tutor one. He has 1 in his arsenal, 1 in his hand, 1 in his yard. He is incapable of knocking for the 4th one because it doesn't exist.
And kind of an interesting way in which the cards have lined up here. Making the choice to preserve this Red in the Ledger in his arsenal for this turn has kind of punished him, as now it's impossible to throw one with Dominate.
And because of that, perhaps we'll see him try to search for a pump here to once again just clear that arsenal away and go ahead and load the other end of the ledger off of the blue Knock the Death Whistle.
And Aidan's drawn into one of my very favorite cards in modern Boltyn decks nowadays. This Slap Happy, bit of a pseudo defense reaction, capable of covering up 2 damage, but more importantly, when you can line the hand up with a Via the Vanguard, which is what you're looking for in a matchup like this, you can use that card both to block 2 and generate 1 resource to power up your next turn without having to use Tunic.
Jeff is playing that knock. I didn't catch what his opt card was, but it was not good enough for him. He's going to search the deck. He's going to find the most powerful on-hit effect he can. Unless I'm mistaken, red in the ledger is not an option for him. So perhaps the second best in terms of disruption would be a sleep dart, or maybe he wants to go for something that will present more damage like an infecting shot. The choice is his. He could get a 0 or 1 cost. The Tunic is up, so anything would be an efficient play here.
I'm very interested to see what he gets here.
Looks like he's moving a sleep dart to the front there. That's a pretty good runner-up to the power of red in the ledger shutting down Boltyn's turn.
Absolutely.
Shuffling up. Likely going to see an Azalea activation very soon here. Get that red in the ledger back in the deck in case we see another knock. And going to send this sleep dart in for 11 dominate, holding on to a last red in the ledger in our hand.
And I'm very curious to see Aidan's plan for these cards. I think this hand can do many powerful things. It can play through a sleep dart pretty effortlessly. It can play through a sleep dart pretty effortlessly by using this Slap Happy to block, generating 1 resource with which to throw that take flight, charge, and then come in with Raiden, all without ever having to use Boltyn's ability, and he can still afford to block a card if he does that.
That's a lace with Blood Rot. That's a lace with Inertia, and this sleep dart is for 11 with a whole army of on hits, and it's not going to be blockable for Aidan. He can block 1 card if he wants to, but with a maximum of 6 block available on board, not going to get up there. Oh, 8 because of the Slap Happy. He's getting close.
He's getting close. Do you know what the last card in Jeff's hand is? I believe
believe-
it's red in the ledger, right?
Yeah, 1 last red in the ledger that he's able to park in Arsenal here.
1 going to the bottom of his deck, opting to block with this Bolt of Courage here, and playing out the Slap Happy, setting himself up to use this, as stated, this take flight to just power straight through Sleep Dart's effect here.
I'll get a Vigor.
That's going to be a Vigor token for Aidan, who has fallen to 28. Jeff is at 30. Players are still pretty high in life, but we see that equipment getting more and more withered away.
Yes.
And Aidan really approaching this matchup from a value axis of Boltyn, kind of just focusing on maintaining life total parity and just trading blows with his opponent, trying to keep numbers as close as possible until he finds his time.
Flight charging a banner and a gallantry.
There you have it. Take flight, charging the banneret. That's going to create a quicken token here.
So 3.
Is 3 go again?
Jeff's hand is pretty strong. He has a potential Rainrazor's play available to him. He looks at those cards and he's like, yeah, we're not blocking here. Send me the bill. Down to 27. That's going to be 3 more from Raiden. Unfortunately, eats up the Quicken token there.
A little bit unfortunate to have your first Banneret you've gotten to charge this turn kind of consumed on your Raiden. And this is a little bit of the downside of Banneret of Gallantry, is that if you want to crack in with Raiden, you actually just have to light your Quicken on fire there. So if your hand is small, he's choosing to just play out an efficient 2-card 6 here. But if your hand is on the smaller end, it can be a little bit wasted.
First time I would take damage each.
And it looks like we're getting that nice Soulbound Resolve -1 on the Blood Rot, only taking 1 damage for Aidan, down to 27.
27, 24.
Soulbound protecting you from damage on your own turn reminds me of the first time I had an opponent activate a Balance of Justice on their turn.
Yeah.
I was playing against another one of your favorite heroes, a Dash.io. I was forced to cast a defensive Art of War, and then he kind of looks at the board, looks at me, does a little bit of thinking, and goes, yeah, I think I'll crack my balance here. And I was like, oh, no.
And the worst part with Dash.io is they have so much control there. They can boost until they find that perfect card on top.
Yeah, you got to look at the top card, and I was like, uh-oh.
I think Jeff found a pump on top, which is perhaps just what he wants to see here. He has a Rainrazor's turn with both Boltyn Shot and Amplifying Arrow. Has to consider how he wants to sequence here with only 1 guaranteed reload.
A lot of damage threatened here, but not much disruption. Aidan holding a Lumina Ascension and a Command and Conquer. This could be an incredibly powerful return on his side of the table.
This is 10 go again, threatening to follow up with 5 more from the Amplifying Arrow should Jeff be able to hit with the Boltyn Shot and reload it into Arsenal.
It could also be 12 with that Rainrazor's lying in wait.
Looking at Aidan's hand. We've got a Command and Conquer at the front and some other cards that I am not able to make out right now.
I believe he has a charge card, a Lumina Ascension, and another card I can't quite see.
Might that be a Warmonger's Diplomacy in card number 3?
I think it may.
Ow.
An interesting situation with that card in Boltyn is that your most powerful card is a non-attack action that you want to attack with, that you want to attack after on the same turn. So very powerful card in the Azalea matchup, but still presents a little bit of a challenge.
And we know it won't be a full time walk because of that handy long draw half glove just chilling in play for Jeff Barber.
Jeff making kind of a disciplined play here. Aidan opting not to block. He decides to hold on to that Rain Razors, satisfied with the damage he's already dealt this turn, pitching it to Death Dealer to hope to instead draw another card here, possibly increasing the ceiling on his turn if he hits a pump.
And it is a Codex off the top, so Jeff has no choice but to just shoot that amplifying arrow in for 2 and call it a day here.
I just made a mistake. So coming for 2.
God, I wish I could punish it.
Yeah.
Aidan's thinking here, perhaps he wanted to block with one or more of these cards, but is not as excited about it now that it can only block 2 damage coming in.
It would have been like 5 more damage.
Maybe was kind of saving them for an on-hit effect to follow.
No, I'm not sure what to do. I guess I'll block.
Yeah, just going to cash in 1/3 block for 2 life here, staying at 17 to Jeff Barber's 24. And we're going to move to the end of the Azalea's turn.
Trust you.
Aidan's got 4 cards in Soul. Not a bad setup here.
A little bit of an unfortunate setup for Aidan there. He clearly wants to ship this Lumina Ascension, but in conjunction with this Warmonger's Diplomacy in his hand, and he's taking the time to pitch away this Lumina to set up this Warmonger's for a later turn, which he may even use it to pay this Blood Rod if that's the way he chooses to go about this turn. But he couldn't find an action point here because that Beaming Bravado's power is only greater than its base if you charge a yellow, the only other yellow in his hand being the Lumina Ascension that he wants to hold on to.
That's a really interesting choice, having to choose which of those cards to prioritize for your arsenal. 2 very powerful non-attack actions in the matchup.
Bit of an embarrassment of riches there over on Boltyn's side of the table.
Looks like Jeff is blocking 1 with his half glove, and lining up a 5 more block. This makes sense. This is one nice feature of long draw half glove. You just leave it in play until you need that extra break point. And unlike a lot of heroes, that break point for Azalea is often 6. She is not very good at blocking with multiple cards.
No, she is not. Especially when you draw 3 pumps, your hand can be a little bit of a nightmare.
Tunic to 2 for Jeff. He's hung on to a Codex of Frailty and Arsenal, and I think it's 2 more pumps in hand. So going to be a pretty clean play here. We see a red Boltyn shot on top. He can either leave that there for his Ponder token or flip into it and dominate 10 with Azalea's ability.
Absolutely. Very interesting choice to make here. You have this Codex of Frailty, which is one of the most powerful cards in your deck, but evasive damage could be just what the Doctor ordered here.
I think options in his graveyard include Endless Arrow, Drill Shot, Amplifying, pretty much all of the above. Drill Shot does technically still have an on-hit here, threatening the Soulbound Resolve, so it's going to either be 10 Dominate in some form from Jeff out of the graveyard, or 10 non-Dominate, or he can play that Boltyn shot off the top, but he's putting it to the bottom, not satisfied there. Going to take another peek with Read the Glide Path, and I believe the card he sees now is Release the Tension. Gonna leave that on top, says that's what I want in my arsenal at the end of the turn when I pop my Ponder token, and I'm content just shooting you for 10 no dominate for now.
Making the decision to just keep digging here.
Getting endless.
Yep.
Endless Arrow makes a lot of sense. No Tunic counter to cash in, and then this sets you up to bail you out. You know, he shipped the card to the bottom. He's not positive what he's going to ponder. He can pick this Endless Arrow back up, and then if he doesn't like his ponder, just tuck it away in Arsenal.
I believe we actually were able to opt the Ponder to the top on that Read the Glide Path. It's a Release the Tension. But having the Endless Arrow in hand next turn for Jeff presents a nice opportunity to cash in that Tunic that will be on 3 and use that really efficiently to Death Dealer in the 0-cost arrow.
Very true. Drill Shot not doing much at this stage of the game unless he wants to put a whimsical little counter on Aidan's Radiant Flow here. And kind of a proactive play, kind of playing around this Warmonger's diplomacy that he doesn't even know is an arsenal.
On Aidan's side, considering blocks, we see a take flight, another banneret. I think that's a second take flight, and some fourth card hiding there. Pretty much a hand of charge cards and chargeable cards, but maybe nothing too exciting. Still sitting on that Warmonger's diplomacy and arsenal.
4+1 combo plus but the amnesia doesn't. Oh, you're right.
Big decision here for Aidan. He needs to find a way to kind of make some space, hit Jeff, get him to block, and then play that Warmonger's diplomacy so that he can buy his way back into this game.
Has the option of blocking 10 here. It would require his fourth card or his Soulbound Resolve, so a little bit awkward. Not an extremely threatening on hit here. Increases the card quality of Jeff's hand a little bit, but doesn't really give him any card quantity. He already has an arsenal set up with that Ponder, so really just an inertia token on hit.
There really is nothing wrong with just covering 10, denying that inertia, denying that endless arrow back in hand, playing the Warmonger's diplomacy, and gumming up his arsenal with that buff in it, arsenaling a card, and choosing to push to the next one.
The alternative play for Aidan here would be some sort of take flight, go again, charge. It would require at least 3 cards to do that. He would get that banneret value, but I think numbers-wise it might be worse for him than just blocking out.
Absolutely. Looks like he's holding on to this banneret of gallantry.
Let's assume that is a red take flight. It would be a 3-card, 4 go again, into Raiden for only 2, and he would be able to immediately cash in that soul to give it go again and Warmonger. So that would be 6 damage versus an additional 7 that he'd be able to block, assuming that one of those 3 blocks is hitting the table either way.
Aidan going with a route I really like here, opting to convert his whole hand into block, charging this banneret of gallantry, preventing 1 damage, covering up the whole 10, putting a quicken on his board for when he's ready to strike, and then passing to his turn and just playing out this Warmongers.
A very nice use of that chess piece, Soulbound Resolve, showcasing why it is in these Boltyn lists. And that's going to be, yeah, the whole hand used, and his turn will just be a nice, clean Warmonger's diplomacy.
Yep.
Something I'm a really big fan of with Soulbound Resolve is I feel that something that came up a lot back in Heavy Hitters' meta was, wow, Apex Bonebreaker is 5 value on the board. You know what else is? Soulbound Resolve. Block for 3, then block for 2, and it puts you up on Soul.
Yeah, so on my turn.
Jeff is drawing up here, and we've got that 1 arsenal card for Aidan. It's a Warmonger's. We know that Jeff's arsenal is, in fact, a pump. So his options are to choose War and pop his long draw half glove, or not really have much of a turn at all.
I believe he's chosen War here. I think Aidan's hand here has a Prayer of Bologna in it, so we might see him flipping the top card of his deck to present some damage to Jeff here. He's also holding a Beacon of Victory. If he can find the charge off of that Prayer of Bologna, he could be coming in with Illumina Ascension.
Players nicely indicating for us that they have both chosen War here.
War.
War.
Now it just says War, as the players are saying.
Players having fun at the table. There's the long draw half glove. No Skullbone cross wrap this turn, since unfortunately we are not able to activate non-attack actions.
It also means whatever he ships will not have Dominate.
Yeah, no Azalea ability. Death Dealer is still able to be activated because of the way Warmonger's diplomacy is worded. If you choose War, you can activate weapon actions and attack actions, so able to thankfully get those arrows into Arsenal.
Does it say weapon actions?
Yeah, if you choose War, you can activate weapon actions and attack actions, and if you choose Peace, you have to only activate non-attack, non-weapon actions.
This is a bit of a tangent. Can we get Warmonger's Diplomacy? It does say weapon and attack actions. You cannot activate Waning Moon under Warmonger's Diplomacy. Wait, yes, you can. It says actions, actions, actions. I had a brief moment of like, wow, that's crazy, but I forgot how Flesh and Blood works.
Oh, yeah, the Wizard Staff is an instant indeed. This is a Boltyn shot for 8, and does have a critical reload here. It would be a follow-up of 5 more damage if Aidan doesn't block it out. He doesn't know for sure if Jeff's hand contains any more arrows, but has to smell something fishy in the water here.
Well,
Presently, this is just damage.
Does have that Radiant Flow to cash in for the breakpoint if he wants. Lots of 3 blocks, as is standard for the Boltyn deck. Taking a peek through the yard here, seeing what's left in Jeff's deck to work with, and also perhaps what Codex targets he'll have available for the future. Likely trying to deduce what arrows might be in hand that Jeff could be reloading here.
Yeah, no, I had to hope it was somewhere else.
The other line is I just banish this and then arsenal this, but I'm like, how many?
Little bit of an unfortunate hand. He doesn't really want to take lethal here. Has to do a little bit of blocking. Not really where you want to be after cashing in your Warmongers.
Aidan's taking his time, making sure he makes the right play, but it looks like he's lining up a block of 6. Giving Jeff the opportunity to play reactions first, baiting out that Rain Razors if it's there, and then he's going to follow up with a Slap Happy.
I adore this card.
And that will be a clean block, creates a Vigor. So several tokens on Jeff's side of the board now. I think that Frailty is left over from the previous turn, but is no longer with him.
Also not relevant. Looks like Aidan's turn is just going to be an arsenal and pass situation.
On my turn, Vigor proc, and then I'll also move to end.
Okay. Choosing War, but in the end taking no actions at all. Frailty is gone, Warmongers is over, and we are back over to Jeff's side with an uninterrupted 5-card hand here. And it looks like a strong one.
A Boltyn shot, 2 buffs, and a Codex of Frailty. And let's take a look at that Sleep Dart in his arsenal. A Knock the Death Whistle on top of his deck. Maybe not exactly what you're looking for here.
Yeah, a very strong hand, but awkward other cards. Knock on top is not what you want to see. If you Azalea into it, it no longer has that much relevance. So likely going to ship that one away. This Sleep Dart, if you aren't able to turn it into something with Go again, is going to eat up your whole turn and stop you from ever playing that Codex of Frailty. So ideal scenario for Jeff would be to find a pump here off of the top with which he can clear his arsenal. Though, you know, if he wants to leave the knock on top, that is a guaranteed way to clear the arsenal. Perhaps you search for another Boltyn shot and try to reload it. Or perhaps you just don't search for any arrow at all. You do have the option with knock to fail to find and just hope that the top card of your deck becomes a pump when you shuffle.
Absolutely. Aidan's still sitting on this Quicken, just playing this game so patiently, trying to navigate through the attacks Azalea keeps showing him, trying to find the moment where Azalea stumbles and he just gets to hit her as hard as he possibly can. Also sitting on this Beacon of Victory in his arsenal, he really just needs one opening.
Jeff is playing out some pumps here. He did leave that Knock the Death Whistle on top. It looks like he's considering just sending in the Sleep Dart and setting up one of these 2 cards in arsenal here. And it's the Codex of Frailty in the pitch. This is going to come in for 11. No Dominate. It does have a lot of on-hits stapled to it. And we've got a red Boltyn shot set up to put in our arsenal at the end of the turn.
Something interesting about this hand is that with the Quicken on board, it's possible for Aidan to do some amount of playing through the Sleep Dart's hit effect without Boltyn's text box.
Block 6.
That's a block for 6, presumably taking 5 unless he has some. There's the Soul Shield to cover it all up.
I've lost 1 game with this last round.
It's good.
Covering up 11 has to feel good here.
I will arsenal.
That is a lot of soul over on Aidan's side. I think it was 6 or 7.
I'm a little curious if if maybe his long-term game plan for this matchup is to just build up a massive soul and just bomb his opponent out of the game with it.
We could definitely see an ending like that. We're starting to get there, about halfway through players' life totals now. Even less armor in play than there was. Azalea does still have those repeatable pieces of value, but everything else has been spent up.
Looks like he's drawn another Rain Razors here, but otherwise an arrow-heavy hand. He can present a lot of damage, but there's still no disruption here. Read the Glide Path on top of his deck.
Sure, but there was an out there.
This hand has the potential to be quite strong. 2 Boltyn shots with a Rain Razors. That Read the Glide Path on top, it seems like he left it there, so able to just use the Tunic to draw into that at some point. Multiple chances to reload and try to get off a 3-arrow Rain here.
Very interesting kind of point here is that both decks have gotten quite thin throughout the course of this game. Aidan almost leaning on a fatigue angle, waiting for Azalea to run out of relevant buffs.
This matchup definitely can go that way, especially when the D-Reacts line up nicely and there aren't too many Dominate plays. I'd be really curious to see if that's the direction we end up going in this game.
And Boltyn's deck just blocks so well. Despite being relatively aggressively canted, you have so many 3 blocks. You have access to Soul Shield, this powerful armor. He still has 2 instant speed damage prevention for a virtually invisible cost with how much soul he has right now. Just waiting on the board. Checking cards in deck, maybe he's decided that his out to this game is to just fatigue Jeff.
It's interesting.
15.
I hope they
So it looks like 18 cards for Aidan and only 15 for Jeff. Pretty close, but with the Boltyn player slightly up right now. And it looks like Aidan is in the fence or on the fence in reactions, considering popping that Radiant Flow to cover up this reload on hit.
Death Dealer has not been used notably, so the reload is a little bit less relevant than it typically could be. Aidan a little bit further ahead on deck than it may seem, given that Jeff is going to draw another 4 cards after he finishes using this hand.
The reload seems perhaps a little unsuspecting, but we know it's slightly important. In Jeff's hand, you can reload this Boltyn shot and shoot for another 5. Then again, if Aidan does choose to cover it up, you have the second Boltyn shot as another chance to reload, and as a last ditch, you always have that knock available. It's possible he wants to end up playing the knock anyway, perhaps just searching for an Endless Arrow or something to close out the turn.
No reload.
No, and that is like, I guess like they're hoping.
Jeff has chosen not to reload in this case.
Opting instead, valuing the card draw. Maybe he is playing towards that knock, like you mentioned. Just got to force some damage through Aidan's kind of wall of defense that he's shown him here.
We're going to draw a card. We know it's going to be that Read the Glide Path, and he has the option to send it off now and get an opt-in, or just shoot that Boltyn shot for 5, go again, and pack all his power into the final arrow of the turn.
This is a little too much.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well, all the heroes, all 3 of them.
For sure, exactly. And that's the thing where, like, you ban Zen, I'm not happy either.
No, exactly.
Taking his time, considering his options, make sure he doesn't want to mess this up.
Really, really strong or just really, really
Just going to be that Boltyn shot for 5, hanging on to 3 cards in hand. So if you're Aidan, you have to wonder, what is this guy doing? Does he have another source of reload in his hand, or does all of the damage remaining on the table hinge on this reload hitting? Perhaps he drew a Rain Razors off the top. What could be going on? I think from this perspective, it's reasonable to assume that the reload actually doesn't matter, because no way Jeff would be hanging on to 3 more cards with no way to play them, assuming you block this out. But you have to think about it. You have to think about all the possibilities.
A little bit of an awkward situation here with this hand. Holding a charge card, but it's his only way to block with a single card, the Spirit of Irina and Soul Shield, kind of lining up and frustrating this hand a little bit.
I do think it's really fascinating to consider the possibility of a second Rain. The fact that you've drawn a card off the top since your last attack means it's very possible that your best play involves playing another Rain Razors, but you were not able to play it on the first attack.
Aidan considering blocks, shaking his head, realizing this may be his last chance to go at Azalea. Scary to wonder about how much damage could be coming in after this, though.
He's got 3 cards left. What does he want to do with them? It's up to him. He's on the fence. He could block 2 of them here. He is going to Soul Shield, so covering up 6 and stopping that reload trigger.
Okay, I'm going to close it off.
Jeff's closing the chain here. That'll send the Soul Shield to Aidan's Soul.
Oh, this goes here.
Putting, I believe he's up to 7 there. Very, very high soul count, having not played any Luminas yet. And Jeff sends off the Read the Glide Path. Has a little opt there, but it doesn't matter much as he's about to shuffle, search for the best 0-cost arrow of his choice, and reload here.
And that is an Endless Arrow, which will set him up with another card for next turn.
Oh, man.
There it is. Going to be dominated 9. Impossible to block here, likely, as Aidan has already spent his Soul Shield, and it will end up being a free arsenal for Mr. Jeff Barber.
Absolutely. Aidan a little bit concerned about his life total, groaning, saying, oh man, but Jeff's deck is so incredibly thin. He may be nearly out of gas.
I think this is a great use of this Knock the Death Whistle, combining it with your 1-0 for 3 pump for the turn. Given that fatigue is a concern here and is perhaps your most likely route to lose this game, it makes sense to try to get some dominated damage in there.
Absolutely. Looks like Aidan is yet again going to just pass the turn and draw up. But now that he's passed the Spirit of Irina, some of the clunkier hands he could draw are out of the way now.
I guess it is interesting. By the end of that turn, Aidan only had one card remaining, but Jeff didn't know that would be the case when he was planning it out. We're going to start off with a Skullbone Opt here. I don't know what we saw on the top, but we turned an Endless Arrow face up. Looks like a drill shot. So if you do flip into that, you'll not be able to clear your arsenal this turn. Perhaps he bottoms it and tries to blind for a pump here, or maybe he's content just going for any amount of dominated damage he can find.
A non-disruptive turn could be scary here. Aidan has drawn into that first Lumina Ascension he pitched away at the start of this game.
I do think Jeff Barber's hand might contain a Codex of Bloodrot, which, despite not reloading and perhaps not even mattering that he creates a Ponder here, is 2 more damage at the very least threatened off of that Bloodrot Pox token.
Holding the Red and the Ledger in his hand in conjunction with that Knock the Death Whistle, he yet again cannot dominate Red and the Ledger.
Firing off the Codex, this is going to create 2 tokens here. Ponder for Jeff, Bloodrot for the Boltyn.
Considering his options, if he throws 7 Dominate, it is presenting lethal, but it's maybe not quite enough.
Taking stock of things, he knows he's in danger of fatigue here. Jeff has shuffled his deck recently, but it's possible that if he expects he's not going to play another knock anytime soon, he's now trying to keep up with the cards in his pitch stack as well, as that could end up mattering quite a lot if he ends up in a fatigue situation here.
Activating Azalea, getting this drill shot for 7 out here.
7 dominate.
Presenting lethal even through the Radiant Flow in conjunction with this Bloodrot Pox. He is most likely demanding a card from Aidan. However, it's possible for Aidan to gain some life with this Lumina Ascension in his hand.
2 in hand.
Yeah.
Aidan seeing this is his moment.
9.
He's going to block with 1 card. Drill shot on hit doesn't matter. No on hit on the pump. He's going to drop to 3, and he's going to muster the biggest turn he possibly can here.
Want the shred?
And I really like choosing to cash in the 3 block here rather than relying on the life gain from Lumina Ascension, because now, even if his Lumina gets blocked out on this turn, the Bloodrot isn't lethal.
Right, you didn't Death Dealer. Never mind. I was excited for a moment. I was like, oh my god, I get to play. Ha!
Jeff is drawing a card off the Ponder, picking what to Arsenal. He had a Riddle and a Knock in his hand, but he chose to Arsenal that Remorseless that he found off the top.
Hell yeah.
Getting a hell yeah from the Boltyn player. Excited to take a turn here, holding on to a Beaming Bravado and an Illuminate.
He's only coming for 2. The Quicken will proc. Yeah.
Go again, charge, mystery card in hand, but maybe it's not that much of a mystery to anyone at this table what's going on here.
Beacon of Victory coming in, making this attack massive, letting him search his deck for another Lumina Ascension. He could swing this game back in his favor.
Yeah, we're trying.
Aidan has to decide here how many souls is he going to banish. He has to make sure he leaves enough up to give the Raiden go again as much as he needs. But other than that, wants to cash in as much soul as he can because it's probably going to refill pretty quickly on this turn.
Going in, getting another Lumina Ascension. And out of nowhere, off of 2 cards out of Aidan's hand, a total of 3 on this turn. 4, I suppose. A 4-card hand capable of presenting 8 by cashing in his soul, and then 5, 5, 5 from the Lumina Ascension. This is nearly lethal.
And is going to threaten to gain Aidan a lot of life. Jeff is pretty low on pumps in deck at this point, so it might be a win for Boltyn by damage or fatigue. The Azalea's got to find the perfect way to navigate out of the situation.
Oh, I'm getting so excited. Here comes the first Raiden swing for 5.
Yeah.
Threatening life gain, cards in soul, and nearly lethal damage.
Unlike Centauri Saber, this does not get buffed permanently if blocked with an attack, so Jeff has the option of blocking 2 cards here if he wants to stop this. His arsenal is an arrow, and it looks like he is turning the 2 arrows in his hand sideways. Considering a block here, he could block at any point in this turn. Up to him. Everything's pretty face up on the table.
Making their decisions, trying to play a little bit quicker, conscious of the 2 minutes remaining in the round. Opting no blocks, giving a go again, resolving the Lumina hit trigger, 5 damage and some life gain coming up.
Yep.
Spirit into play, off the top.
Jeff's down to 11. Aidan's up to 5. 2 souls still remaining, so we know for sure that Raiden will get to attack as many times as it likes this turn.
Taking stock of what's left in his deck. Jeff says he can't make any more mistakes here. He's aware.
He's aware of the pressure. Both players are 7-3. Losing this game means their nationals run is over in terms of top 8 and the potential to become the national champion. Still alive for prizing no matter what, but this is the last straw to take home all the glory today.
Aidan putting the Breaker of Dawn's tenacity on full display in this match, fighting for his life both in the game and in the tournament, threatening to put Jeff down to 1, gaining a bunch of life. Jeff only has, I think, 10 cards left in his deck at this point. He might not have a way to close this game if Aidan goes all the way up to 8 life.
Jeff is locked in here. He's deciding on the last Raiden attack whether he wants to drop all the way to 1 or cash in 1 or more of these blocking cards in his hand. Aidan unfortunately hit a CNC there, so only up to 6 from his most recent attack. Still in potential range of being killed by a Dominate Arrow, but Jeff only has 1 pump in hand.
Aidan going to 7, Jeff going to 1. Resolve that Lumina Ascension trigger. Another card in Soul. Warmonger's Diplomacy to the bottom of the deck. Get a breaky card out of the way.
Jeff is, or rather, Aidan is down to 5. Radiant Flow in
The
play.
next Lumina is in hand.
He's at a virtual 7, but if Jeff can find 10 or more Dominate here, that might be the game. Does Aidan have any defensive tools at his disposal?
Azalea?
Activating Azalea.
That's going to be 8. I don't think there's any way for him to push it up here. This is not lethal. Red in the Ledger is perhaps the very best card you could find here, so going to shut down Aidan's potential at another crazy Lumina turn. Jeff is at 1, though. If there are any Beacon of Victories left in the deck, those present almost guaranteed lethal at any moment.
3.
Walking with the prayer.
Do you have any reactions? Radiant Flow?
Activating Radiant Flow, banishing it, and a card from his soul.
Okay.
Covering up otherwise lethal damage.
This will drop him all the way down to 2 life total points. Looks like players are talking to a judge real quick. Oh, I think it might be time in the round. So players have the opportunity to concede now if they'd like. Otherwise, they're going to play out the rest of this turn and 1 more turn. It is unfortunate to run out of time here as it's such a tight game, so close to conclusion on many axes.
He's the turn player.
Judges are explaining the policy at this point. We're going to finish the Azalea's turn, and the Boltyn will get 1 more opportunity to take a turn. And if the game hasn't concluded after that turn, the game will be a draw. And both players would, at that point, no longer be in contention for top 8.
I believe players are taking time to see if someone is going to concede in this game.
Counting the deck, kind of trying to get stock of who's more likely to win on fatigue here. If Jeff can land 1 more Dominate Arrow, that could be the game. You know, if Aidan ever gets the opportunity to slam a Beacon, I don't even know if he has any left, or play out that Lumina turn, that could do it.
Assuming you present no more damage, I make 2. With 3 cards in hand, but only 1 action point.
Obviously, this red in the ledger means the Lumina cannot pop off this turn. You can see the frustration on players' faces. Just a couple more turns would have been enough to finish this game. It's unfortunate when you have long, grindy games like this, you have to make sure your pace is fast enough to finish in time, and they weren't quite there. So they're going to be brought to a slightly early conclusion here, deciding for a moment whether they want to give that win to their opponent, trying to decide who is advantaged in this spot.
It's so impossible to say who would win here. Jeff's holding on to this knock that could close the game, but Aidan has this Lumina Ascension in his hand.
It's a very difficult situation.
3 cards in hand.
And Jeff will have to give up at least 2 cards when Aidan presents an attack here.
Want to just like lower the life total to 2, just to make it
That's fine, right?
clearly conveyed.
Keep it where it's at.
Okay.
The damage hasn't gone through yet.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Well, if he had a Rain Razor, he would have played it. I shouldn't talk about the game. Sorry.
No.
The game.
My bad.
I want to prevent you from making any mistakes.
Yeah.
This is gone, right?
Yeah. That was last turn.
3 card. All right, Aidan, I'm just going to concede. I'll give
Jeff opting to concede to the Boltyn player. Doesn't seem like he thinks he can win from here.
He's going to hand that victory over to Aidan, leaving the Boltyn alive in the tournament. We've seen throughout this weekend how kind and gracious of a player Jeff is, and he's saying, you know what, it's unfortunate that we ran out of time, but I don't want us to both be out of contention for top 8. We don't know who's going to win here. I'm going to sacrifice this game and hand it to you, Aidan.
And look at Jeff, what a gracious player, talking to Aidan, talking to the judge with a smile on his face, out of the tournament here, but, you know, feeling satisfied with the decision he made. I think he took good stock of the way the game ended before opting to make the concession.
Gonna strip a card.
Feeling like he couldn't necessarily close it from there. I just think it really shows some integrity, some honesty from these players too. When you reach these situations, be able to, without any explanation of the board state, without any talk of tournament life, placement, winning in, etc., just being able to assess the board state and honestly say, you know, I'm sorry, I don't think I can win this game from here. I'm just going to concede. And I think that shows a lot of grace from Jeff's side. That was, even though we didn't get to quite witness the end of it, it might be more exciting, leaving us on a cliffhanger, letting people kind of speculate on how that game would have went. I personally, obviously, I believe the Boltyn would have been able to close it. Holding that last Lumina Ascension to play at instant speed, every single one of his attacks going to rip multiple cards from Jeff, either because of the nature of his hand only blocking 2 with pumps, or 3 with arrows and triggering Boltyn's ability. But Azalea still had that knock in hand. It could have been anyone's game from there.
I want to just give a last recognition to Jeff Barber. I got to talk to him last night and this morning. I believe you got to talk to him yesterday about his draft deck, and he is a very friendly guy.
He is an angel.
He was very happy to talk to us and chat, and I think this is likely the very last time we'll see him on stream in this tournament, but he was kind of our hero of day 1. We got to watch him climb up and ultimately fall here in day 2, but just fantastic play, fantastic run by Jeff. Very gracious opponent. We saw there at the end handing the victory to his opponent in an uncertain situation. So just shout out to Jeff for a great weekend. Yeah, round
We
of
really
applause.
appreciate you, Jeff. Thank you so much for playing games on stream, playing good games of Flesh and Blood, and thank you so much to Aidan. That was a really amazing game to watch. I love the way both people navigated just the whole game. I mean, Aidan playing this incredibly patient game as Boltyn, just kind of, you know, biding his time. It's so opposite. You know, I talked about this a little bit. Boltyn is such a versatile hero. It's so opposite to how I would have navigated the matchup, but it's still a winning strategy, you know? He just runs Azalea out of threats. He sits there and he uses this characteristic warrior, you know, tenacity, their fridge, their endurance to just outlast the ranger, trying to punch holes in his armor with her arrows and just, you know, kind of find his way, wait for his moment, and then say, all right, I need one swing. You're at 24 and you're dead.
Yeah, absolutely. What a game. It was really interesting to watch as that went. It was so close to both players dying, so close to both players fatiguing. Well played by both. We're going to jump over to Ethan for a sponsor segment, and we will see you very soon for the next round.
All right, everybody. Everyone was saying it in chat. Shout out to Jeff, who, you know, on that winner screen, we don't call someone a winner and a loser. We call them a winner and a runner-up. But that really should have said winner and winner, because Jeff is the people's champion. Everyone in chat, absolutely. Hopefully he goes back and sees the support that you had for him in that moment, because these are some tough decisions. Truly, like the casters were saying, it is do or die in that situation. The person who wins now is on a winning in for top 8 of nationals. The person who lost is out. So that was a hugely intense decision. Thank you all for being here to support Jeff and Aidan in that moment. Something else I want to mention in terms of support is one of our sponsors, Tariq, who during that game, a lot of people were asking, where did some of those dice come from? Specifically, there's a green die that's used for tunic counter. It says overpower. It says go again. It says dominate. It's a really nifty product. That came from Tariq over on tiecards.shop, who's one of the sponsors. All the dice I use on stream come from Terry. He's in the chat as well. If you know Tariq specifically, you've probably seen him at tons of events. He's in the chat as Degenerate Cardboard Enthusiast, and you can find the link for all his products in the description below. Absolutely stand by everything he puts out. As you can see from on stream, like literally, it's this product right here. The marble ones are the ones I use, inked in black like that. And then there's some other products as well, like glitter. So we're going to take a quick bit of a sponsor break with the ad reel. Don't tune out, because I'm sure some of you haven't seen the Lego ad yet, which is an absolute joy, and that's the first one coming up here. As soon as that's done, we'll be back in the booth to look at standings as we approach the last round. The last round of Classic Constructed. We're going to take a look at standings, who's on a win and in, who's locked, and then make the decision of who we want to feature on stream, because it's a nail biter out here, and diversity, as we saw, is still in play. It's not only Zen, but you know what it isn't? It's zero KO. Craziness. Anyway, enjoy this Lego stop animation, and we'll see you in about 5 minutes or so.
All right, guys. We heard you, and we think it's time for you to tell us. What kind of cards do you want in the expansion slot?
Listen, I think I'm gonna need a new weapon. Luminaris 4.0 that gives action points instead of go again.
Ship it! Wait, no. Internally, you're already the best deck in the format.
My angel gets so many cards! Me want card too! Me want to smash! Me want to pass with
If only we could give you a blue 6, buddy.
Blue 6?
Ship it! James.
Now look here, see? I just need some arcane barrier evil. I'm a man of means. I can afford to invent some AV.
I just need purpose.
Visit the Golden Anvil, you'll be fine.
Forget about Gladiator Boy.
Olympia! Aha!
Just tell me the price. I'll sell my soul if I have to. Aye, works for me.
Ship it!
Wait. James!
Brian.
How do you even understand that? OMG.
Spider also want beat wizard.
There is no way that is all they said.
Spider also say, buy from Bazaar!
What is that?
Hammurabi, TCG.
Buy from the Bazaar by contacting Patel through Facebook, Twitter, or Discord. Available for any and all Fab TCG requests, including high-end, master sets, and more.
See, now that's an idea I can get behind.
Ship it!
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
SinFab TCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday, we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament, as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg. Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
In the beginning,
Fab streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the mist veil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Inner chi.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, first form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle harden. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest! July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
Hello and welcome back to Canadian National Championship 2024. We are here in Niagara Falls, Canada at the Convention Center. We have the last round of Swiss here. I think we have a pretty exciting game. We love to see a Kano on a win and in for top 8 at a national championship. That's always exciting. I would love to get some applause from the Kano players in chat. And just before we dive straight into that game, my hair's all messed up from running over here. We're going to dive into the standings.
Here you have it. There are 5 players locked for the top 8 with 9 wins or more. In first seed there, you have Daniel,
who I don't believe has been on coverage all weekend somehow, dodging the attention of the camera, but actually up here at the first seed at 10 points. In second place, we have somebody who has frequently been on stream, Mr. Sunny Yang, who we saw win earlier today and I believe lock himself into top 8. Immediately following that, we have Michael Metallo and Kevin Constantineau, both of whom have played on stream, as well as Yuki Lee Bender. No personal bias here. Locked. All 5 of these players are locked for top 8. And then from 6 through 12, we have 3 matches that are all win-and-ins here. So 2 of our games here, we actually have Mr. Tariq Patel, a previous Canadian national champion, versus Victor Mercado, somebody with no such title to his name, but an incredible Kano player. That's our main match. And then our backup match here, we have we will have Mr. Clay DeAngelis versus Michael Metallo, which is a Zen versus Victor game. However, I have been told by Mr. DeAngelis himself that his deck list is reasonably spicy. So even though it's a Zen matchup, you'll probably want to stick around for the backup game because I think it's pretty possible we see some interesting stuff. Following that, we have Aidan Barsony, the Boltyn player we just saw win on stream in an incredibly tight Azalea Boltyn matchup. And then I think I'm going to let Brodie finish out the other half of the standings from there.
So yeah, going down to 7 points, these players are 7 and 4, so no longer live for top 8, but we see some notable names. Matthew Dilks piloting Original Dash, Jeff Barber, who we saw just lose that very close game on stream with Azalea, Noah Clark on Enigma, not going to make the top 8 of this tournament, but still a very impressive run, who recently won Battle Hard in Montreal, and then the list goes on down to 24th. I want to comment on the heroes of these 5 players that have locked themselves into top 8. Yuki Lee Bender, of course, on Zen. We have Kevin and Sunny also piloting Zen, so 3 Zens locked in, but we have 2 sort of counters to Zen in the Victor, piloted by Michael, and New in the hands of Daniel. So a top 8 that promises to have some Zen counterplay, some interesting matchups, hopefully not too many mirrors. I'm excited for that. For now, we're going to go ahead and dive into Victor versus Tariq. Not to be confused with the hero
Victor versus Zen, our other matchup. Rather, we have Victor not playing Victor, Victor playing Kano versus Tariq on Zen.
Victor is going to be going first here, and we're going to jump straight into the game as it looks like the first turn is already underway here. Victor is starting us off with a Kano activation, banishing that Scalding Rain off the top.
It's working. Cracking in for a little bit of 2 arcane damage here, just testing the waters, maybe letting Tariq filter his hand a little bit here, but also presenting some meaningful arcane damage.
So Tariq has opted for an AB3 Spell Void 1 setup here. We saw in Evan Herndon's list at US Nationals he was favoring AB3 with Mask of the Pouncing Lynx for this matchup. So a little bit of difference. And also you see Mauling Key already in the pitch zone. That was a card that was also notably absent from Evan's deck.
Very cool start we have here, because I'm sure the first thing on your mind is, why did he cast this Scalding Rain and give his opponent the opportunity to filter their hand? But it was so he could use his action point on this Gaze the Ages, rig the top 2 cards of his deck, and put a Potion of Deja Vu into play, which is such an incredibly strong start for Kano to start with these permanents on the board.
Yeah, you're thrilled to see any potion on turn 0 going first. There's another potion drawing up into the energy variety. And on Tariq's first turn, we've got what promises to be an interesting hand at the very least. We have an Art of War, 2 cards that do not have Go Again. Bonds doesn't do too well without its counterpart, Descendant Gustwave.
We also have a Transcend card here just being used as a blue, which really is the strength and flexibility of these Transcend cards. You know, you can actually just hold on to these, and even if you can't resolve them and Transcend on your turn, it's perfectly acceptable for them to just be a blue on your turn.
Tariq has chosen to ship that Bonds away here, does not draw into a Descendant, in fact draws into another Bonds. His hand is still a little bit awkward as none of these attacks have go again. He could fire off that Ancestral Harmony if he so chooses and see if he could luck sack into a Descendant off the top.
Absolutely. Considering taking another bite at the apple here, going gambling and seeing if he can just rip a powerful turn straight off the top of his deck with 3 cards dug.
Alternatively, he could just send perhaps Needle into Key and call it a day, hold up some resources for AB. He is going to start off with that Zephyr Needle there and see how Victor Mercado wants to block.
Victor is immediately shutting that down with a 3 block, maybe seeing through Tariq's disguise on this turn a little bit.
Going to now close the chain, say goodbye to the Needle, and flip the top. And
no way!
Gust Wave! What are the odds? This is not the absolute most powerful Bonds line in the world because there's no target, but still turning that Bonds into a 0 for 3 go again when it was otherwise a clunky 2 for 3. What a hit off the top.
Insane, completely bonkers, using his last floating resource on this Descendant Gustwave too. You know, he really considered his options and then went, all right, well, with the way my turn has mathed out, it could be incredibly powerful. You know, his resources lined up. He said, if I hit the Gustwave here, I have the one for it. I can present as much damage as I'd like.
Very casual from Tariq. No facial expression like, yep, had it all along. Flip off top. I'm going to just play that Gustwave out. 5 go again at you. Another 5 go again here with the Bonds, kind of demonstrating we have no targets here, just a Needle. And Victor's happy just blocking out this turn and landing that Energy Potion in play to combine with his Deja Vu already sitting there.
Both these heroes off to such an interesting and commanding start. Victor blocking out not much power from his side of the table on the immediate end, but really charging up, you know? He's already put 2 potions in play, and Tariq failing to transcend, but presenting a pretty powerful turn off of what was otherwise a clunky set of 4 cards.
We have 200 wins here, which can pair pretty well together. Shifting Winds of the Mystic Beast, which I doubt is going to do too much on this turn without the ability to create Crouching Tigers, and we know his arsenal is a Mauling Key.
And we're also seeing another interesting card we talked about a little bit earlier this weekend. This blue Be Like Water, an incredible Transcend starter that also has the potential to let you convert 1 resource into naming it Surging Strike, which can just, you know, it discounts your Gust Wave. It gives it +2. Functionally, if it hits, you get to just pay 1 resource for 2 damage.
I really like Tariq's choice to lead with this card for 1 go again, giving Victor as little information as possible and making him wonder if he should spend a card blocking this to stop the discounting of that Gust Wave and buffing it up. He would go slightly plus by doing so, stopping an additional 3 points of value generated on Descendant Gust Wave and stopping this one itself, so he, kind of creating a virtual sync blow, but it's a bit of a gamble. I agree with Victor's choice here to ultimately not do that, because it only matters if Tariq does have a Gust Wave he wants to play.
And he just saw him play one. How, how likely is it that he could just rip another natural one off the top?
There's the 100 wins into another 100 wins for 4. The second one will be leaking some damage down into Victor Mercado's life total, putting him to 24. Tariq right now is unscathed, sitting pretty at 40 life.
That never lasts long against Kano, though. You think you're at full HP, and then you explode. Victor holding on to this Kindle. Maybe it's a bit awkward because it doesn't block, but it's also possible that he has a plan for this card. It does some incredibly powerful things on both players' turns.
Tariq is on the fence here, considering whether he wants to play out that Mauling Key from Arsenal or just pass the turn. He's trying to figure out what Victor's hand is, whether he wants to block more, and if it would be beneficial to just hold on to the Arsenal and force Victor to hang on to that 2-card hand. However, by doing so, he would be wasting a resource and an action point. A bit of a tricky spot. I'm really curious to see what he ends up deciding.
Looks like he is going to pitch it and play this Mauling Chi. And pretty immediately in this game, the first turn of the game, the downside of those Zephyr Needles showing their teeth a little bit. This Shifting Winds of the Mystic Beast really only converted for 1 resource on an otherwise very low to the ground hand. He didn't have a weapon to pitch it into after losing his needle so early in this game.
Victor ultimately wanted to hang on to these last 2 cards here. Looks like it's a Tome of Aetherwind and a Kindle, so perhaps he will respond to the Tome, going to draw a card off that Kindle, leave that Amp 1 floating, and turn his 2-card hand into a 3-card hand.
Now, Brodie, I have a question for you. Has anyone ever told you about the 4-card Ragamuffins hat play?
I have heard about this from the Kano enthusiasts.
Well, if you know of Mr. Peter Budensiek at Mask of Momentum on Twitter, maybe you can ask him about the 4-card Ragamuffins play. I think he'd be pretty excited to teach you.
If you ever run into Peter, he's a frequent attendee of Battle Hardens around the United States and perhaps even up in Canada if it lines up. So make sure you ask him about the 4-card Kindle. Or the 4-card Ragamuffins.
4-card Kindle Ragamuffins play. Can I be honest? I thought you were about to call him a freak with the way you said frequent. And, you'd be right. He just plays a bunch of Kano. How normal can you be?
No. Kano players are very nice, normal members of our community. I'm a Kano player myself. I've never brought it to a tournament, but I do love the hero.
Brodie, I remember you and I once played a 45, 30-minute game at an armory where I was on Dash.io, and you killed me before I ever took a game action.
That sounds about right.
You were on Kano, or not Dash.io, I was on Dash.ie. I drew up a hand of 4 clunky red cards, and I'm going to slip this anecdote in while Tariq thinks on his AB decisions here on this Ether Quickening, threatening to give Victor an action point back here. I draw up a clunky hand of 4 reds. I start the game with Teclacore in play, as you do against a Kano. Brodie's going first as Kano. He looks at his hand and he goes, I guess I'll blind Kano. Tome of Aetherwind, draw 2. I guess I'll blind Kano. Tome of Fendel, draw 2. I guess I'll blind Kano. Tome of Aetherwind, draw 2. I think I'll pass Arsenal. 6 in my hand, 1 in my arsenal. We go to my turn. My Teclacore triggers. He activates Storm Striders and kills me before I ever took a game action, and it took 32 minutes.
Fun times. Classic Kano things. I do remember that. It's the most ridiculous when you, blind hit Tome on the first turn, and then that's never happened to me again, but it just made sense to pass and hold a 7-card hand to try to go crazy on your turn.
It was the saltiest I've ever been at an armory. I distinctly recall while Brodie was tanking saying, so do you plan to take a game action?
So it looks like Victor has passed the turn over. Tariq did some ABing there and just took 1 damage from the Aether Quickening. This is going to be a chase to the tail to start us off and perhaps end us off, as it does not have Gogan here.
Pretty heads-up decision on the AB from Tariq there. Victor still had a couple cards at his disposal after drawing off of the Tome and the Kindle, denying him that go again on the Aether Quickening that could be pretty problematic to his turn.
Tariq is taking this game perhaps a little bit slower than he wants to, just drawing some hands that don't have a bunch of action, bonds without descendants, shifting winds without tigers, lots of blue cards as well, which is not not unusual for the Zen deck, but these blue cards don't seem to play very well together.
Very funny sight we see. We see a wry smile from Tariq on that side of the table when Victor just goes, Cindering, Tome. Tariq's just like, yes, I see where this is going.
And that's a lesson in Lava in the Banished Zone available for Victor Mercado. He has 2 cards in hand. It looks to me like they are both blues, so he has some options for how he wants to approach the rest of this turn. I'm actually not sure what his arsenal is. Maybe we'll get a peek here in a moment. I think that 3rd blue might be in his hand right now. He went to pitch it to activate something, but is on the fence.
Book, draw 2. This is pitch the Kano to flip.
Elucidating Dr. Patel on where exactly his resources have gone this turn. Victor's catching him up to speed, and then soon will be blasting him out of this game. It's distinctly likely. Activating Crucible of Aetherwind.
Tariq has 2 floating, 1 card in hand, so plenty of resources with which to keep himself safe if this ends up turning into a combo turn. We're going to start off with a lesson for 5. It's going to be 6 from the Metacarpus node.
Hashing in the Metacarpus. I don't necessarily play that much Kano. I certainly don't see a line that's lethal here, and I was under the impression you only cashed in Metacarpus when this kills, so I'm excited to see how Victor navigates the rest of this turn.
With a Potion of Energy and Deja Vu in play, he does have a lot of options and resources available to him. I'm very curious to see where this goes, and also what is hiding in his arsenal there.
The only time I ever play Kano, I just like to put cards in the pitch zone and say Kano and look at the top card of my deck. I usually lose, but it's pretty entertaining. You just get to see so much cardboard.
Tariq, perhaps is still thinking here. Players were adjusting life totals, but I think they were just making sure everything was as it should be.
And as accurate as it should be.
Yes, indeed. That's going to be another lesson off the top. So perhaps Tariq did take 6 damage here. 39 down to 33.
Looks like Victor is kind of, even if he's not going off with a Wildfire combo here, kind of seeing this as an opportunity to push a bunch of damage, maybe planning to play out a Lessons Blazing line here, as he sees that Tariq's hand is just not all that impressive.
That other Lessons is going to be ripped off the top here, come in for 3, maybe 4 if he wants to pay with Note again.
Coming in for 4.
And
Looks like he is.
Does want to. That's going to leave 1 resource floating. I am still very curious to see where the rest of this turn goes. Could be an energy potion crack into a final Kano for Blazing Aether, or in theory, he could also use the 1 on his Storm Striders to play it from Arsenal. Tariq's on the fence here. He does still have that 2 AB available. Is this the time to use it? Likely, if he doesn't have any way to use those resources for his own plays, if he thinks that a Blazing Aether is going to be following this up, the only real reason to save those resources is if you're afraid of something like an Aether Spindle coming in after this and threatening some extra on-hit opt.
And he played very patiently at the start of this turn. He said, that's not Aether Wildfire. No amount of ABing I do here is going to stop you from searching nearly anything in your deck. When it's coming in for 6, opted to just cash in a little bit of his life total, leave 2 floating, and wait for a bigger, scarier spell to come knocking.
It is possible that this is a double Blazing Aether play. If he goes and fetches 1 off of the top with Lesson in Lava, let's say this deals 2, that would be 8 on the turn. First Blazing is for 8, second Blazing is for 16. That totals to 32 damage and puts Tariq at almost lethal range.
He is searching up that Blazing Aether. Let's see if he cashes everything in. Man, Kano is so cool. I know this hero is pretty commonly reviled among players for the combo playstyle, and, you know, maybe it's best that he won't be in this game forever, but I do think he's incredibly cool.
He's so much fun to play. You have so many options available and so many different ways to approach the game. Obviously, this kind of setup kill you combo is the most popular, but we've also seen the rise of pitch stack Kano lately. That's the
Look
Blazing.
at Victor just hanging out there. Stone Cold Killer as he executes a nearly 40 damage combo on Tariq's turn.
There you have it. This Blazing is for 16 more damage, taking Tariq all the way down to 7. Tariq has yet to have a real Zen pop-off turn. Victor's going to be dropping to just 15 here and threatening to kill Tariq with a hat still in play and plenty of life to play with.
Very interestingly, though, I'm not sure this game is anywhere near over. Tariq going down to 7, but Victor no longer has his Storm Striders with which to set a card in Arsenal and set up to close this game. Tariq has AB3 and Spell Void 1, as well as many blues in his deck. It's possible he can find a way to close this game from such a low life total.
Yeah, if any hero can deal 15 plus in 1 turn, it is Zen. He's got an Arsenal. He's going to have a 5-card hand. And I don't know if Victor can comfortably find 7 damage on his opponent's turn. So if he can't survive until his own, we might really, still have a game here.
Absolutely. And you've kind of described both of the heroes that we have in this game, you know? Nobody can, there's nobody you can trust more to find 15 damage in a single turn, more than Kano and Zen, who has often been described as a little bit of an attack action Kano.
It looks like Victor has a 3 red hand here, 2 wildfires and a spindle, so he's going to have a difficult time putting together any sort of combo on his opponent's turn.
I'm sure there's some interesting lines from the Kano experts out there. Maybe he could find a way to take good advantage of this Potion of Deja Vu and this Ragamuffin's Hat to do some real blasting on Tariq's turn.
But here's one of the coolest Mystic plays. You're going to go Levels of Enlightenment. In response, give it go again, satisfying that 3rd mode, likely pitching to Zen and giving the other 2 modes based on these 2 blues that will end up in the pitch zone. This will also generate a 3rd resource from 12 Petal Kasaya, so Tariq is very set up for a powerful turn here and has plenty of resources floating to try to deal with any shenanigans that Victor sends his way.
Absolutely, Brodie. Both players giving this decision some thought. Victor furrowing his brow, kind of considering his opportunity. Tariq's put one of the only blues in his hand, whether Victor knows it or not, on the stack, letting Victor know that the absolute most Tariq could have left to defend himself with right here is just 5 resources. It might be a lot, but when you're holding 2 Ether Wildfires, you've got to take a moment and consider there could be a way to kill him here.
Yeah, despite dropping the 2022 Canadian National Champion quite low, down to 7, Victor, I think, is actually behind in this game at the moment. His hand can just block out and keep searching for a better hand to combo with using that Ragamuffin's hat and perhaps his potion, but he only has so many turns before the leak from Zen will be too much.
And Victor not taking the bait here, letting Tariq continue to execute his turn, putting the blue in his pitch zone, seeing where this goes.
This is going to be a Levels Enlightenment for 5, go again, and drawing a card off the top. Tariq's considering which combo card he wants to go get with Zen's ability. You also see that Crouching Tiger added to hand as his second card. Both of these players are in a win-and-in situation. Making the right choices here and finding their way to victory in this game will lock them into the top 8 of this Canadian National Championship, and as it is the last round of Swiss, losing will knock them out, quite possibly still alive for a World Championship invite, thankfully, because that drops all the way to 12th place, or at the very least, top 24 cash. But you know, if you're in this spot, you are trying everything you can to muscle your way into the top 8.
Absolutely. Something I want to point out here, something I like so much about these long, low turn count games, is that both of these heroes are so cerebral, especially into this matchup. They both have so many options to consider. They have so many things that they could do with every, combination of 4 cards that they draw up. Both players are really biding their time, really chewing on their options, giving them some thought, making sure they're the happiest they possibly could be with the decisions they make in every moment.
It is ultimately a Mauling Key set aside for Tariq Patel. A little finisher there to follow up this Crouching Tiger later in the turn. We see the blind card drawn off of Levels of Enlightenment. I didn't quite catch what it was, but right now we've got 5 go again for Victor Mercado to decide what he wants to do about.
You drew your card, right?
Yep, I drew my card already.
Looks like he's holding a Tiger Swipe.
As well as an aspect
of Tiger Body. Sorry, we spoke at the same time.
Victor's hand is very red heavy here. He's going to have a hard time doing anything on his opponent's turn. Perhaps he wants to hold a 2-card play. He is dropping down to 10 here, forcing Tariq to make some more game actions and choices.
4.
Tariq not necessarily presenting lethal here.
Oh, and Tiger Swipe is threatening to create a Tiger to pair with that Mauling Key, but we know it actually doesn't matter in the end because Tariq can make another one from the aspect of Tiger Body either way. Victor, very unlikely to block 4 in any case, but interesting how that information is kind of being hidden from him.
Absolutely. Waiting to see just how much Tariq can present on this turn.
That's going to be the aspect for 3 go again. Not yet lethal for Victor, but dropping him very low here.
Little bit of head jab action here on this turn.
If he wants to block with both Wildfires and hold up his blue plus Spindle, this is not his last chance to do so. He could block 6 on the Mauling Key later this turn, so could drop to 3 here if he'd like, and still have the option to block 6 damage.
0.
And he does, paying a lot of attention to the board state, really surveying all of his options here, waiting for this Mauling Key to be coming in before he has to make some decisions.
And it looks like that's exactly what he's getting ready to do. Drop those Wildfires, some of the strongest cards in the Kano deck. Saw them a little too late, so just blocking 6 now and going to drop that Aether Spindle on his own turn, trying to force Tariq to use some cards and also get some opt action to find what he needs to get the kill. Dropped all the way from 15 down to 3 on this turn. He has no more life to play with, no more time to search.
This is still a very powerful return. If Tariq chooses not to interact with this attack here, or rather this spell, it's possible he could just die.
That's a Descendant and Bonds on Tariq's side. The blue and yellow variety paired with the Levels of Enlightenment and a Transcend card. So lots of strong action there and also lots of access to resources to make sure he stays alive.
Victor threatening fixing both the next hand he sees and the top card of his deck if Tariq doesn't choose to interact here.
This is a very difficult spot from Zen. Unlike most matchups, you don't just maximize the numbers on the field. You have to consider all the crazy possibilities off the top of your opponent's deck. If you were to keep your 5-card hand here, you'd drop to 2 and give Victor 5 looks to set up the perfect kill. That doesn't seem like an option. Most likely, Tariq has to pick the weakest blue in his hand that he wants to commit here, keeping himself up at 5 life total points, perhaps even 6. I don't know if he's going to get a better chance than this to cash in that spell for a Tiara.
It's a very interesting decision he's faced with here, too, because giving up any of these blues with that levels of enlightenment in his hand, with that bonds, with that gust wave in his hand, it presents a very difficult decision because it can just massively reduce the output of his own turn. So choosing to interact here is dangerous. Choosing not to interact here is dangerous. He really has to consider every option he has and find the right path here, or he could just get burnt alive.
I'm not sure we're going to see it activated in this game, but I'll also mention that 12-petal Kasaya, in addition to creating resources every time you transcend, has the ability to create a Zen state in this matchup, which can be quite important on a Wildfire turn, can block 7 or more damage. If Tariq ends up in a situation where he has more resources than AB and just needs to stay alive, we could see that 12-petal used as a last ditch, perhaps.
Absolutely. Taking a look through his graveyard, seeing what he still has, seeing what he could draw off that levels before he makes an AB decision here.
We have 2 previous Canadian national champions in attendance at this tournament. One of them is Yuki Lee Bender, who has already secured her spot in the top 8, playing Zen, and the other one is right in front of us, Tariq Patel. You see the consideration on his face, also piloting Zen at this tournament. Will he join Yuki in the top 8 for a chance at his 3rd Nationals crown? The first one, of course, scored back in the United States in 2021.
Absolutely. Giving this one some real thought. I really like it. I really do. I really do. I think it's... And he is just choosing to take it.
Down.
Victor opting 5.
2 life remaining for Tariq, saying, I want to keep this Tiara in play in case you land something like a Wildfire or an Aether Flare.
And, I mean, look at these 5 cards Victor's working with here. There is some gasoline in this hand.
Gaze the Ages, Lesson in Lava. I think that is an Aether Flare, red and blue.
And a Blazing Ether, I believe.
Lots of action here. He gets to put one of these cards on the bottom of the stack, which means he can Kano into it, keep the blue cards in hand most likely, and he also has Potion of Deja Vu, with which he can make a guaranteed Ragamuffins hat play during Tariq's turn.
And notably, sorry, the Blazing was an Aether Flare. 2 of them are 2 people holding 2 fireballs. Notably, there is the life totals getting updated. It hadn't been yet. Tariq is down at 2. Victor doesn't need to find much to close this.
Tariq has access to AB3 on each action, and of course that spell for a Tiara as a 4th the one time he chooses. Choosing not to cash in on this opt, but instead saving it for something like the Aether Flare we see in Victor Mercado's grip of 5 here. If that were to come in for 4, Tariq would be able to use his 3 AB and the Tiara. The lesson would also be able to be AB3'd. So currently nothing that goes over Tariq's defenses here. It's going to be popping the Deja Vu
on top. Popping the Deja Vu to put a 4th blue in there. You are witnessing a master at play.
Yeah, it actually makes a lot of sense here. Rather than using the Deja Vu and the hat on Tariq's turn, you just use the Deja Vu now and save your hat for later.
He stopped and he considered and he said, all right, I need a little more than this, and I don't see myself using this D-pot next turn when I'm going to be holding a bunch of blues. How about I just crack this here, fix my next hand, and set up something more powerful?
And Tariq is starting things off with a measly 1.
Still not forcing Victor to interact.
It is threatening a whole 1/3 of his life total, but yeah, just... And Victor pretty quickly says, yep, we'll take that. No tricks from Tariq. It's going to be a Bonds follow-up for 3 go again. This one does demand a blocking card. Waiting for Tariq to decide which combo card he wants to put in the banish zone for this turn.
Tariq down to 1 blue in his hand. It is a Transcend card, so he is working with an entire 6 resources here, as long as that grain that tips the scale doesn't get caught up in the stack.
It's so interesting. Both of these players are very experienced. They know their way around the priority windows of this game, and they'll make sure to do everything at the exact right timing to make sure that for example, Tariq doesn't lose out on 3 of his resources, or even 4 because of the 12 petal.
Absolutely. Giving it some thought.
It's going to be a Tiger swipe into the Banished Zone. 1 more coming out of the deck, and that's going to be a Crouching Tiger created in hand for Tariq. We find that swipe. Victor is now faced with some choices. It looks like
opting to block here.
Saying, I don't need all 4 of my cards to kill you. I'm going to force you to commit some more damage to the chain before I make decisions. But in this case, Tariq doesn't actually have to commit any of his resources. He can just go Tiger into Tiger swipe.
And he's cashing in the grain because he doesn't presently have a Tiger. Victor sees his moment, smells blood in the water, and says, I'm Kanoing right now.
2 arcane. Oh, sorry. 4 arcane.
4 arcane. He said 2 because he knows Tariq's going to cover at least 2.
I was thinking the Bond search was a Zen search, but no, there's no Tiger created in the hand. This grain is the only thing Tariq has left.
Victor waiting so patiently and forcing Tariq's hand here.
I mean, I think this is it. Unless Tariq has some secret arsenal we don't know about, he can block 3 here. He'll take 1 down to 1, and
he has another Transcend card.
Wow. Oh, this is a game. He's going to put 100 wins back on the bottom, just picking the best action card he has access to. This will transcend, give him a resource, and give him a blue in hand to survive Victor's kill. What incredible play by Tariq Patel, calling his shot, going all the way down to 2 with blues for days and days as backups to survive.
What an insane response. He sat on that for so long, completely stone-faced, knowing, secure. He was like, I've got this one in the bag. I'm waiting. Do whatever you want.
And you see Victor's face here. If that arsenal was anything else, he had the game on lock, and I think it might be doomed for him now. There's too much damage being presented on this turn. The +1 on the bonds and the Tiger swipe for 4 are enough. Assuming Zen gets activated off that grain, he is not going to make it. Considering his options here, he does have Ragamuffin's hat available, but the 2 cards are known to him, a Lesson in Lava and a blue card in hand. Perhaps his only choice now is to activate Kano, respond by drawing the lessons to hand and putting it on the bottom, and just blind flip and try to hit a tome or something. I think it's his only way out.
Absolutely. He's thinking. The gears are turning.
Everything is on the line here for these 2 Canadians. This last turn decides who advances to the top 8. Whether it's a 4th Zen or the first Kano, Victor is not going to make a mistake here. He's going to take his time. He's going to consider all the cards that are left in his deck. If he is thinking about this blind Ragamuffins play, he wants to make sure it is the only option left because it leaves so much up to chance.
And the math is in his favor. He's ripping it. There are 5 tomes left in his deck.
That's the draw, and that's going to be the Lesson in Lava. Going to the bottom. This is his only way out.
Can hit.
Tariq is making
Tariq's
sure.
finding out about the secret mode on Ragamuffin's hat where you can actually put the card on the bottom. Not many people know that.
And that's going to be a Kano off the top. Show it to us.
The suspense. We need to know.
No! It's an Eye of Ophidia. And that's the fist bump to block Tariq Patel into the top 8 of the national championship, and Victor Mercado, with the most poetic ending, loses.
He started this game in the most Kano way possible. He said, I don't even need Wildfire. He was sure. He blew Tariq up. He put him straight down to 7 and then 2 in this fell swoop of arcane damage. And then almost immediately, his luck turned on him. He activates his ragamuffins. He sends this card to the bottom. He puts it all on the heart of the cards, the top card of his deck, and he finds the brick.
As you said, started this game in the most Kano way possible, ended this game in the most Kano way possible. What a crazy final turn. Tariq Patel holding that last Transcend card in Arsenal. Anything else would have spelled his doom.
I couldn't believe we never saw that Arsenal card because Tariq just, did a lot of these are my cards. I'm setting them face down on the table. I'm not looking at them. I know what they are. You don't need to see me fidget. I'm going to sit here stone-faced. I'm going to smolder. I'm just going to...
And I mean, he did a good job. He didn't reveal any information.
Not even to us.
Victor had to go for it, and unfortunately, Tariq had the answer and moves on. We have both your 2021 and 2022 Canadian National Champions in the top 8 of this tournament. They're both on Zen. We have 4 Zens now, so at least half of the top 8, trying to be preyed upon by this Victor and this new creeping in there as well.
Absolutely. Sorry, I'm still...
Just shocked, right? What an ending.
I got brain blasted. I just just completely exploded on that one. Yeah, it's really exciting to see Tariq advance. He has a shot at not defending, though the person to defend their crown actually isn't here. Isaac Crute taking a bit of a break from the game. Last year's winner. So the title really is, there's nobody here to defend it. There's a couple previous claimants here trying to take it home. Yuki Lee Bender, Tariq Patel, as we've mentioned, the 2021 and 2022 champions respectively, both vying for this win. Both of them locked for top 8 now after this last round of Swiss.
I would say with Isaac gone, that honor kind of passes to Tariq as the reigning champion in the room, also the known King of the North, a U.S. national champion, a Canadian national champion. Will he defend his title from 2 years ago? Will Yuki win it back, or will one of the 6 new challengers become the Canadian national champion?
What do you mean win it back? Surely... if the last person to hold it, in my humble, honest, unbiased opinion, the title should go back to the first Canadian national champion, 2021, the Queen of the North, the Yuki Lee Bender, calling Vegas champion, calling Dallas top 8, Worlds 2023 top 8 player.
I don't think I'm winning this argument. Yuki is the reigning champ. Yuki's here to defend the title. Tariq's here to try to win the belt.
You gotta beat the champ.
And we will find out very soon who the other 2 contenders are in our top 8. Hopefully something spicy, maybe not 2 more Zens. We can have half Zen, half something else, kind of like the Pro Tour Baltimore top 8. I think
yeah, absolutely. The 4 Lexi situation.
Yeah, ideally they're all paired up differently, like no Zen mirrors, Zen into Victor, Zen into New, and then, 2 other matchups. That would be really exciting. I want to also just congratulate Victor Mercado on making a very close run there.
He certainly played my favorite game we've had on stream all weekend. Still was insane.
I believe he should guaranteed be in the top 24 for prizing. There's even a chance that he will be in the top 12.
Oh, absolutely.
So, fancy playmat and World Championship invitation, as well as some cash. Nothing to scoff at there. But Tariq Patel, moving on.
Go ahead. Tariq Patel, moving on. A couple other names who have placed pretty well this weekend in this last round of Swiss that I kind of want to point out. We have some names that we've followed this weekend. There's some folks like not Daniel Dreisziger. He's the top seed. Michael Jaszczur. I know I'm butchering the last name. Chat said it before. This is a personal decision, Mr. Jacuzzi. Michael Jaszczur doing quite well in Swiss. You can kind of see me leaning over here trying to scout who else is still in it. Aidan Barsony, who we saw play on stream, I believe may have won his last round of Swiss. I'm unsure if he was live for top 8, landing at 13 after his last win that we saw on stream, but it's distinctly possible if there's some weird breakers, if there's a tie, he could also bubble in. I believe we have a backup game. I'm not quite positive if we're ready to dive into it just yet. And here, I'm sorry, I'm just watching people walk around this room. I actually see Victor right over there.
Hey, Victor, you want to come say hi to the camera?
You want to come say hi to the camera?
Here, hop in. We'll get a word from Victor.
Let's get a word from Mr. Mercado. You want a hug, buddy? I do want a hug. You want a hug? Come here. Bring it in. Bring it in. Put the headset on and also bring it in. But you got to put the headset on. You started that game, as we said on stream, you started that game in the most Kano way possible. You said, I don't need Wildfire. You blasted Tariq down to 7, and then immediately you had this commanding spindle that he chose not to interact with at all. And then you ended it in the most Kano way possible, going blind, showing your opponent who had never seen the secret Ragamuffin's special ability to put it to the bottom, and then finding the eye of Ophidia. How are you feeling about your Nats run? How are you feeling about that game?
I'm very happy about the game. I think.
Think you played well? Happy with how you navigated it?
I am very happy with how I navigated. Thinking about it. I'm definitely happy. No, I was thinking about a play where I
It's
blocked.
mixed emotions.
It's a bit mixed emotions, but mostly happy. I'm very happy I found the lessons, blazing line.
That was so cool.
Yeah.
We were kind of watching it unfold on stream, and we were like, oh, surely he can lessons blazing. And then Ethan, over there in the caster chair, we hear him on the mic, he goes, as he sees the Spellfire and the E-Pot, and he's like, he can double blazing.
Yeah, it ended up being like basically a Wildfire worth of damage, like a Wildfire turn worth of damage.
Like, better than some of your best Wildfires, right? You know, you presented like 33, 36?
I think it was like, yeah.
The AB 2'd on the second lesson.
So it ended up being 8. No, the first walk
us through it.
So it was 6 and then 4, which he prevented 2. So 6 plus 2 plus 8, which is 16. 32 total.
Yeah.
After-
Presented 32 after blocks though.
32 after, yeah.
There are Wildfire
definitely-
turns that
definitely,
hit for 3 that like blush at that amount of damage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So very close to, if this was unblocked, it would be pretty close to an unblocked Wildfire turn.
Yeah, very cool. That's so exciting. Y'all both kind of sat there and tanked a lot on some of your decisions. How are you feeling when you were looking at that grip of 5 opt? Were you confused that he didn't interact?
Yeah, I was a little bit confused. I think, well, obviously not blocking ended up working out in his favor.
Obviously.
I lost.
We hadn't even seen the preserve on stream because he was doing the poker player thing. He just like looks at his cards, he goes, and he sets them down and he sits there and he does that the whole game, hand and chin, and then he like flips the preserve, and you probably heard it over there, Brodie, and I go, no!
I did not hear it.
We
I was
shouted.
very sad. Yeah, I was really hoping he did not have that 1, 2, like 4, 5 blue hand, right?
Yeah. It was so resource heavy.
It was very resource heavy. The perfect hand for the second last turn.
You can hear Ethan too.
Yeah, I can hear Ethan too.
Thank you so much for your comments. We really appreciate you coming on, and I'm so sorry about the eye of Ophidia.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here.
Here's another hug.
I'm very happy I got to play on stream and sit here.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming, Victor.
Thank you.
Let's get Brodie back in here, and we are going to dive into our backup game. We have Michael Metallo on Victor versus Clay DeAngelis, a BC local friend of mine, fantastic player, also here on Zen, but I've heard through the grapevine that his list is a little bit on the spicier side, so we're diving in, in media res here, a blue debilitate getting pummeled to 10. Maybe not what Clay wants to see off the rip here.
Yeah, it looks like Clay went first, setting up an arsenal, and this is going to be a 4-card 10 plus crush plus discard, so ultimately 15 value in total. Not too shabby of a start from Michael Metallo here. On the Zen side, you see Tiger taming Kakura here. This is a very common choice versus Victor in a long game against a hero with infinite 3 blocks. You really don't want those needles because they're just going to get popped pretty early on, so you're more than happy to have this Searing Emberblade-esque 3 go again for 2 value weapon.
I like to affectionately refer to it as a crouching Emberblade.
Yeah, there you go. That's a better name than what I've been calling it all weekend, Tiger Stick.
That's a little bit of a crouching Emberblade action. And this is very cool. We see Clay lead with the Biting Breeze. Michael opting not to block since it has 0 power. And then him just shipping the Sacred Art Jade Tiger domain in response. Also, something I want to point out on Clay's side of the table. Sadly, we don't really have the zoom functionality that we do on the other camera, but you can see this silly little fat tiger altar that he has here. I think it's adorable. He's shown it to me before. He's like, I like this one a lot. This one's my favorite.
Very cute. We have, this is like, I guess, one of my favorite Transcend cards to play with. Obviously, the most exciting one, Jade Tiger Domain. It costs 3. So a full extra card invested than all your other Transcends, but it gives you 2 Tigers in hand, all of your Tigers +1 for the turn, and enables cards like this awesome combo card we just saw Clay fetch, Chase the Tail.
Absolutely. And something I really like here is the little piece of stream like whiteboard plastic he's using here for +1 to Tigers. Something that I think is a little bit clunky about resolving this Sacred Art Jade Tiger Domain. What an anime name, by the way. This Sacred Art Jade Tiger Domain is that sometimes it's occasionally difficult to mark that you have the +1 because the card goes back into your hand and then into the pitch zone. I really like the solution of the whiteboard marker. Something I've been thinking of myself is getting like an artist proof of the Jade Tiger Domain card so I can keep it in my deck box where it's legal.
That is a clash. We see Territorial Domain, the defense reaction on top of Clay's deck. Victor wins this clash, is going to create a gold and draw that blue Debilitate off the top. Spending on the Zen side our 1 extra resource from 12 Petal cleanly on the Chase the Tail. Now we've got a Tiger for 4. And for a hand that started with 4 blues, this is quite a haymaker.
That's the Mystic Hero classic, is you draw up 3 blues and you're like, this is kind of clunky. Here's 16 damage.
And a final Tiger for 1 ends us off 36-30 here. Clay's going to arsenal that last card and pass it along to Victor, who I think is holding, 3-card hand here.
You mean Clay is going to pass it off to Michael, who is playing Victor, not Victor, who was playing Kano.
That's so true. Easy to mistake the two.
Here comes a Spinal Crush. Pretty face up. No pummel to hold Zen at gunpoint here. Just a good old 9. Kind of mess up your turn a little bit if it crushes you. But Clay is holding one of those pieces of spicy tech that got mentioned right now. This Territorial Domain, capable of blocking an entire 5 on a 0-cost blue defense reaction if you've made a Tiger this turn. So he's going to hold on to that. He's going to bide his time, and it's his counter to these pummels that Victor is trying to line up, or Michael as Victor is trying to line up, you know. He's going to find his moment. He's going to cash in that Stride of Reprisal, and he's just going to have this reaction speed 5 block card.
And I believe Clay's hand was a little bit red heavy here, keeping his only blue to cast the CNC. So Territorial is going to head to the bottom for now, but hopefully for us he has 3 of them so we get to eventually see this card in action.
Absolutely.
And Victor Mercado piloting Michael Metallo, high and mighty.
Victor Mercado piloting Michael Metallo, high and mighty.
Is considering his blocks. My bad, Michael piloting Victor Goldmane.
I didn't think that was on purpose for a moment.
I had to sell it all the way so it was clear. And he does have Tunic available for this Visit the Goldmane estate, but only 2 gold tokens in play at the moment.
It does actually look like he's holding 2 Visit the Goldmane estate, so that's probably why he's thinking so hard on these blocks, trying to find a way to make use of both of them. Though that shield counts as a gold, I'm pretty sure if he casts that Visit the Goldmane estate, it'll immediately be online.
That's true. It'll create a 3rd gold token, and along with 3 might tokens, it will draw Michael a card. So he does have the option to block his 2 attack action cards on the CNT here, go with a Tunic play, but he's going to hold on to the whole hand and perhaps pitch the blue to Visit the Goldmane estate, try to draw another blue, and land this Spinal Crush.
Here it comes. Oh, choosing to pitch the Macho Grande, opting to take 6 on the Command and Conquer.
He will end up with a perfect curve here, getting to keep the Tunic around if he is able to find a blue card on the top. Worst case scenario, he finds a red and just has to pitch that other Visit the Goldmane estate.
What is that he's drawn there?
It's some color of, I think it's a red Crush the Weak. Another good card in this matchup.
Fantastic card in this matchup. Maybe not what you're looking for when you want to throw this Spinal Crush.
Choosing to pitch that other very powerful Visit the Goldmane estate to send the Spinal Crush, and we're going to be able to arsenal that Crush the Week. That next turn we'll be able to come in for a whopping 10.
Just off of 2 cards alone as well. Clay, no selling it. just letting a little bit of chip damage through, content to hold on to his 2-card hand and continue setting up. I believe we've already seen him transcend this game, so it's really just a matter of him finding the right moment to strike.
Clay blocking with a Level's Enlightenment, and was that a blue Wind Chakra?
I believe it was.
A card that we've seen in Zen list throughout the past month or two, but a little bit less popular than some of the other blue options.
Hasn't been all that popular at this tournament.
A Biting Breeze as well is something we've seen in some of the decks, but some of them are favoring more one-cost attacks like Harmony of the Hunt. You see in Evan Herndon's deck, Descendant Gustwave, of course, and Bonds, joined by Harmony of the Hunt and other blue one-cost. I think the only 0 is 100 wins. So Clay opting for some more 0 for 1s to make it easier to transcend at the start of these turns.
Showing him a Clash of Might, flipping this Golden Sun, resolving its trigger, making a gold and drawing a card. And then also showing that Clay is a Transcend card on the top of his deck.
This is kind of dream scenario for Victor. Finding your Golden Sun on a Clash that does not inherently create gold high rolls you into 1 extra 3-block in hand. Michael Metallo with a full hand here, just kind of summoning a Might and 3-block out of nowhere. Being attacked for another 3 by Harmony of the Hunt Red.
I wonder if we'll see Michael just opt entirely not to block again.
It looks like his hand has several cards without going in. I see a Weakest Link, of course that Golden Sun, perhaps a blue, and one other. I think it might be 2 blues, Disable and something else.
Considering his blocks, looks like he's laying down that Golden Sun since he doesn't seem to have a plan for it.
I think that might be a Thunk and a Disable. So laying down the Golden Sun, like you said, able to pitch one of these blues to the Crush of the Weak and perhaps Arsenal the Weakest Link.
Absolutely. 100 wins. A little bit of a head jab action. Not the first time we've seen that this week. Coming in for 3. Michael just letting it trim his hand down. Clay sitting here making some decisions.
That was, in fact, a red Disable, not a blue. So quite a few cards without any pitch value, without going in here. Michael's going to hang on to this last blue for his Crush of the Week, taking 1 down to 29. And I think that's going to be the turn there, setting him up nicely to just leave that Weakest Link in Arsenal if he so chooses.
Clay clearing his entire hand here, conscious of the homage to ancestors on the top of his deck.
There's the pitch, and there's the Crush the Week for a whopping 11. If you don't want to get hit by this, you must block 8. This is going to demand a lot of blocking cards from Clay, and I don't know if I'm seeing things, because that looks like a Macho Grande in the Zen's hand.
I believe he's holding 2 Transcend cards. Though he is holding an Enlightened Strike, the Crush effect on this Crush the Week is not all that relevant on Clay's current turn.
That is a very fortunate hand to draw in this situation.
Taking a whopping 8, as previously stated, going down to 16. A pretty massive life lead kind of slowly accruing here on Victor's side.
Clay has summoned the almighty...
Is far from out of it.
We have an almighty blue pen joining the fray at the start of this combat chain.
I wonder how much that attacks for.
It looks like 1 according to the die.
Does it enable Transcend?
It is a blue card.
I suppose so. It can make any card blue.
Ooh, you just color on it.
You just draw on it. This one's actually a blue 100 wins. Scribble, 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 scribble.
I think that is going to be shipping one of the 2 Transcend cards to the bottom, holding on to, I don't know, hopefully we can catch a glimpse. Perhaps that homage we saw on the top of the deck. Michael is going to block 6 on 7 here, drop to 28. Clay is all the way down to 16, but does still have his full armor suite in play. All the armor in this game is untouched so far. And following it up with another Crush of the Week. This one's only for 7, but I don't think Clay has drawn the E-Strike out this time. Does have a Chase the Tail, which can technically be played through this effect, but likely is going to have to cover it up.
Unless he decides he wants to ship the fridge here, but he doesn't quite have the turn-wide pump effect he's looking for here. His hand might be forced by this Crush of the Week.
Worth noting, his chest and arms alone can block this Crush effect if that's how he wants to go. Looks like he's instead opting for the Shuko and the Traverse.
Cover up the Crush effect, Only take 3, resolve your trigger, and hold on to your Stride of Reprisal for later when it lines up with a Territorial Domain.
It's also interesting to see the decision between keeping the 12-petal Kasaya or the Tiger Stripe Shuko. In this case, Clay is valuing the 1 resource from Transcending over the extra +1 on your second Tiny attack each turn.
Absolutely. It's possible his turn hinges on it.
So I believe this is going to drop Clay down to 13 life total points. Starting to look pretty low, and his armor suite is disappearing away. Michael's still sitting pretty with a balance of Justice to cash in on an Art of War and a bunch of other unused Temper 2s.
Clay staring down this hand, making his decisions, trying to line up a way to come back from this 15 life point deficit.
That's a Descendant Gust Wave to start it off. It's a 1 go again, just a blue one.
Looks like Michael says, no blocks. I'm not touching this one.
It's interesting to me that Clay chose to tutor a Chi when he has so many Transcend cards in hand. I'm really curious to see how he ends up navigating this turn. Starting off with a Zen activation here, so we'll start to get a glimpse. That's going to be a Bonds of Ancestry to pair with the Descendant Gust Wave.
Holding on to this last homage, rather this homage to Ancestors as his last Chi card in his arsenal right now. Maybe just opting to kind of set it up for a later turn. Using his Traverse, kind of being prompted for armor, asked for armor. Instead, maybe he's just trying to hold on to this card, wait for a more powerful opportunity to use it, and chain together 2 turns to kind of wear Victor down.
Michael's taking his time here, thinking about how he wants to utilize this 4-card hand. Looks like another Weakest Link, a Blue Macho Grande, a Thunk, and 1 card he is hiding from me. I don't know what it is, but lots of 3 blocks here, a couple ways to approach the turn. Finishing up that shuffle from the Bonds, we've got the aspect of Tiger Body sitting at the ready there.
And having the Bonds on this turn is, he cashed in his Traverse for it, but it's quite fortunate. And it looks like he's setting up that powerful Chase the Tail. Aspect of Tiger coming in for 3 here. Head jab stat line.
Interesting to see how Michael chose not to block on the Bonds, but pretty instantly dropping a 3 block on this aspect.
Looks like he's valuing that efficient math.
Gonna be a Tiger Taming Kakra for 2 go again here. Taking all these little hits, 2 and 1, taking him down to 20. I would say Michael is almost in the life total range where he should consider giving up ticks of his armor just in case Clay has a massive pop-off turn and he gets put into lethal range. Not quite there yet, but
being forced to ship this Chase the Tail to the other end of the combat chain with how wide this turn has gone.
Got to scoot everything over there. Michael's back in the tank here, thinking about if he wants to give one of these cards in hand or perhaps even start to give his armor despite this effect having no on-hits. You also could consider giving the Civic Steps. You really would just want to cash that in for the 3 points of life on it at the time in the game when the Quicken is least likely to matter. And I think it's reasonable to posit that that might be right now.
Absolutely. He knows this is going to be followed by a Crouching Tiger for 3, given that Shuko is gone now. Generating this Quicken, saying, all right, play your go again, attack dummy. Taking 2 down to 18.
There's that Tiger.
Chubby little happy Tiger.
And I will waste the Quicken away. Good use of the Civic Steps by Michael Metallo. And he is actually going to block with another 3 block there. Interesting. I think it makes sense. If his turn's going to be Weakest Link, it makes sense to block with the rest of his hand and just keep those 2 cards available. But I am curious why he chose to wait so long to block with that last 3 block, perhaps trying to wait and see if he
Fade
can
out an on hit of some variety. You know, it's always possible that Clay ends his turn on a weakest link or a command and conquer.
I believe the card in Michael's hand is weakest link, and he just played another one from his arsenal. This is always a kind of interesting decision. Which one do you want to play to give your opponent less information? And in this case, with the Tunic on 3, it's really which one bluffs Pummel better. Are they more likely to believe that you just drew a Pummel off the top, or that you arsenaled one last turn? And I think Michael's made the right choice here. It's slightly more believable that his hand off the top was 3 blues and a Pummel.
Absolutely. Clay looking through his yard, considering, what can I lose if I get pummeled here? What can I stand to discard? Unsure if his hand even contains a pearl. Which is always the risk of casting this card, of playing this weakest link in this matchup, is that sometimes Zen just doesn't care. Sometimes you say, all right, here's 6, and he's like, oh, he looks at it, and he looks at his hand, and he says, that's a Brutal Assault. All my cards block.
Clay's got to take his time here, make sure he makes the right choice. For him, this is a win and in, lose and out. Michael Metallo is already locked for top 8 before this game, but naturally he wants to play for seeding, wants to play for the best record he can to be able to choose first or second once he makes it into the top 8. There is also ELO on the line at this event. So a lot at stake for both players, but for Clay, this is potentially the last straw.
Absolutely. Giving it some real thought. Looks like he's thumbing that Territorial Domain and this Bonds of Ancestry in his hand. Maybe doesn't have a plan for this card.
No pummel here, so just taking 3 down to 10 is going to show the hand. There are, of course, no 0 block cards. We do see that lovely defense reaction that maybe will end up in Arsenal if he doesn't pitch it.
It's possible. It may also end up as a resource card for this turn. He's holding that blue Biting Breeze, and we know his Arsenal is an homage to Ancestors. 1.
Measly little one there. The 1 resource off of 12 Petal will be able to pay for the Descending Gust Wave that he's likely going to fetch off of Zen. And then how he wants to spend the last card in his hand, potentially for resources, will really all depend on what he gets off that Bonds.
Absolutely. Throwing these Civic Steps into the fray here, Clay going ahead and taking the opportunity to transcend, but really heads up block from Michael. Knowing what's in the rest of the hand, he doesn't want to give him a Tiger to let him do anything that he might be able to get something going. Shutting down this on hit is pretty smart.
We're going to tutor here. Oh, we can see a glimpse of Clay's deck. I see some red snatches in there. 3 of them.
Looks like he is going and getting the red Descendant Gust Wave, about as you'd expect. Coming in for 3, go again, go again.
Once again, the Civic Steps have given a burned Quicken, no value gain from that go again, so they kind of got off scot-free there for a free 3 life.
Yeah. Michael out here with the perfect blocks on the Civic Steps. Something interesting here is that when Zen kind of stages the beginning of his turns with these very small hits, and parts of his turns are these, like 1-2, 1-2, and Victor's goal really is to get as much value defensively as possible, cashing in these Clash cards, cashing in this armor, like this Trounce that we're looking at right now. It's occasionally difficult for Victor to get the math that he wants out of these situations.
Ooh, that is a tie. And Michael Metallo is going to send the CNC to the bottom of Clay's deck, therefore winning both clashes, creating some tokens, and drawing a card.
A gold, might, a vigor. Victor triggers, puts another card in his hand.
These block cards are just so strong in this hero, demonstrating the power of Victor Goldmane. Clay, of course, is going to follow this up with a Bonds, and we're going to have to see which combo card he goes to find. It looks like a Tiger Swipe is what he's set aside here.
Absolutely. Cracking in for 4 with this red Bonds, presenting a Tiger, and then another 4 damage at the least. Maybe not what you're looking for on your most powerful turns, but definitely nothing to sneeze at after having a big attack thrown at you last turn.
Michael has to decide, does he want to block with some of these cards in his hand? If so, is he going to save them for a potential CNC looming around the corner, or does he want to go ahead and just commit a 3-block now?
Absolutely. Get value where you can, because it's possible that I just come in for 1-2, 1-4 for the rest of this turn. Michael tanking up on blocks a little bit here, looking at these cards in his hand, figuring out what plans he has for them. committing this Debilitate to the combat chain, taking 1 down to 17.
Deciding that he does want to go ahead and block in case he does not get another opportunity to block with his second 3-block here. Likely going to commit another one on this Tiger Swipe.
I love seeing this happy, chubby little Tiger Alter come in for 0 here. He's harmless. He's just having a good time.
Just hanging out, wants to be your friend. Tiger Swipe, on the other hand, is here to bash you all the way down to 13 if you let it and create another Tiger, maybe a not-so-nice one in the Banish Zone.
Absolutely. 1 card left in Clay's hand here.
Michael Metallo with an early lead in this game, still up on life, a lot of armor to work with. He needs to make sure he doesn't let go of the advantage he's created because we know what Zen can do if left unchecked. This game is certainly not over. Zen could find his way back into it pretty quickly.
And I like this, kind of finding the opportunity, even though he's not going to get 2 life out of it, maybe considering cashing in that balance of justice so that, you know, it doesn't end the game on the board, nor does it maybe create an awkward situation for him later where he can't find the opportunity to block with it should Clay actually come across an Art of War.
Ultimately, looks like he's going down to 16, going to give Clay another Tiger and Banish, but I think that's the end of the turn right there. Not going to bother getting that out, just attack for 0 and pass.
Absolutely. And we're seeing that territorial domain actually make its way to Clay's arsenal, kind of letting him stage a bit of a return when he finds a more powerful turn here. And that's something that I think is so like interesting and cool about Zen in general. He's this very flexible hero that does a lot of things, and he can kind of, because of the way he can search his deck so frequently, he can find a way to maneuver his turn in a way where Clay didn't have to pitch that territorial domain to his staff. He stayed low to the ground, he opted to set up, and he just searched for a 0 cost and presented a Tiger Swipe instead.
Michael is utilizing the Vigor and the Tunic counter to come in with this Disable, and unfortunately for Clay, it is buffed to 10 from the Might, because otherwise he'd be able to commit just his Boots and his D-React to cover a clean 6, take 3, and avoid the... Oh, the D-React's in Arsenal, so he's actually safe here if he just plays it.
It's true, but he is going to take this moment to double Transcend, maybe considering cashing in the block with the Kasaya.
So the Disable is now back down to 9. If he wants to block 6 and hang on to his D-React for later, he will be able to protect it in that way. Oh.
Accidentally ticked it up 1. It's also possible he could pitch a Chi and opt to fail to find to turn on this territorial domain in his arsenal without being forced to cash in his Stride of Reprisal.
That's fascinating, and it looks like that's what he's going to do. Great call, Elly. He's going to search, but he's not going to find a combo card. No reason to take one out of your deck if you can't play it this turn. Just going to shuffle, hang on to that Stride for later, and yeah, you predicted it perfectly.
Here it comes. Good old 1 card, block 5. That is one of the sweetest cards out of that set. The first thing I did when I saw this card, kind of before we realized just how good the aggressive ninja deck was hearkening back to those old, you know, like value Katsu flick-flack fatigue decks. I saw this card, and I sat there for a moment, and I thought, and I was feeling very inspired by Naib Mobasir's deck, actually from Calling Dallas, where he played this like super fatigue-oriented Phi deck, playing those yellow and blue Tiger Eye reflexes that generate a Crouching Tiger. I was like, wow, I want to do that. I want to play a Tiger Eye reflex from Arsenal and then block 5 and just cover 8 with 2 cards and then have a Tiger.
We almost missed it, but Clay just played a path well traveled, transcending for a 3rd time that turn, leaving him with 2 cards in hand here, or 2 Chi in hand rather, along with a Crouching Tiger and what looks like a Tiger Swipe.
Oh, Trounce coming down on this staff immediately. Maybe not what you want to see. And another Transcend card on the top of Clay's deck.
And it's going to be a Chokeslam versus... I think that was a Harmony of the Hunt. This is going to draw Victor another card and create a bunch of tokens for him.
One floating. Activating Zen, pitching this Chi, searching his deck for a card with combo. I think it's possible we see a Chase the Tail come out to play here.
Yeah, we've got another Tiger in hand and the 1 resource, so this would be perfect.
Something I really admire about the way this game has gone is that despite Victor winning every single one of these clashes, despite him kind of accumulating this massive life advantage, still having all this armor on the board, Clay is far from giving up on beating Michael. He is, finding the best line he can with every single hand that he's drawn. He's really just doing the best he can to, muster a comeback here. He really isn't, he's just fighting to the very end.
Absolutely critical in Flesh and Blood to have that determination and stay at it even when it looks like you have an early disadvantage. That's a 5th gold for Michael, but no card draw because he's already used Victor's hero ability this turn.
No card draw, but an efficient block on this test of strength, coming down to kind of smother Clay's dreams of finishing this game. Tiger swipe for 4.
A nice end to this turn, threatening to take Michael down to 11 here, or perhaps he will give some armor. Looks like considering a block of 4 here. Debating whether it's better to block with the shield or the gauntlet first. He's choosing the gauntlet, so... Oh.
He's thinking.
Double checking. Yeah, so covering it all up. Guard well and Temper will trigger, taking these 2 equipment together down to only 1 block remaining.
Those gloves are a little bit difficult to actually make use of in this matchup because once their trigger goes on the stack, all of Zen's pumps are instants, not reactions. So he can just cast that Art of War. He can just cast that grain that tips the scale there immediately.
I know I just compare every situation to Azalea, but very similarly in Azalea, the only attack reaction is Rain Razors. Just cash it in as an instant. There's a Choke Slam for 9, using that might and that vigor to assemble a very strong 2-card play. Doesn't necessarily affect Clay's turn, but Choke Slam does hit a lot of cards in the Zen deck.
Looks like he is holding 2 Transcend cards yet again. This deck is not lining up in a way that's good for Clay today. He's got some options here. He can consider to, yes, activate this Rising Sun Setting Moon, and then put this Passover on the stack, take a card out of Michael's deck, put this Chi on the bottom of his deck when this Rising Sun Setting Moon resolves, find a little more blocking power, and then maybe find a stronger turn.
Clay saying, I don't think either of us has a way to interact with your graveyard. Just get that Test of Strength out of here and save us both some time.
Instead, opting to put a Crouching Tiger on the bottom of his deck rather than this Chi.
That's interesting. That's actually very smart here to Zen in response.
Giving his deck a shuffle, maybe he wants to maximize his chances to draw something that he knows is at the bottom.
And he should have 2 extra resources when this is all said and done.
No way. It looks like he drew a territorial domain off the Rising Sun Setting Moon after making a Tiger in hand and putting it on the bottom of his deck.
Wow. Incredible. That is exactly what he wants to see here.
This Rising Sun Setting Moon finishing its job, flipping over, and returning home to Clay's hand. Clay tanking up on these blocks, still staring down a loaded gun. This Chokeslam for 9 is lethal if not interacted with, threatening to take Clay to life totals where he can no longer really stand to play the game.
Clay neglecting to even represent those 2 resources as it is so unlikely to matter here. But it's kind of interesting that if he did have an Art of War in hand, 12 Petal could allow him to play it defensively for free if he wanted to.
Absolutely. Michael, patient, waiting. He's confident. He says, I know you can't really deal with this. Let's see what you've got.
He's got double the life total of our Zen player here, does still have some armor in play as well, and if Clay ever finds an Art of War turn, Michael has that balance of justice to kind of counter it on board.
Maybe he's hitting him a little bit with Victor Goldmane. It was where Victor was first teased in Flesh and Blood, his signature catchphrase on the card, "That all you got."
That's true. That's a nice piece of trivia for everyone at home. I don't know if we're going to have enough time in this game to see it played, but I don't think we've spotted the 3rd Visit the Goldman Estate in Michael's deck yet, so that's something else to keep an eye out for with 6 gold in play right now.
Clay taking 4. Unfortunately, still under the effect of this crush effect because of this territorial domain, only blocking 5.
We're going to take a slight pause from this game. The players seem to have a little bit of an issue with the life totals, so we're going to take a second to fix that, jump to the right spot, and get back into this game. And then once we finish with this backup match, we're going to be taking a look at the top 8 bracket for this tournament, getting ready for that, taking a quick break while everyone gets ready, and we're going to play a fun segment of everyone's favorite stream game, Guess the Fab event code.
Yes, we'll have some drawings for you that are all supposed to represent a randomly generated fab event code. If you haven't necessarily caught an armory before, a quick rundown on this is that it's always an adjective, hyphen, and then an animal in that order when generating a random code used to join a Flesh and Blood event through the gem software. So occasionally you have things like maybe it says slippery salamander, for example. So we're going to have a fun little game show for y'all once we're done with this stream game that we're about to dive right back into here.
We are ready. Let's see it. Back into the game. The life totals are 15-7.
I'm getting word that so the technical issue that we kind of pulled out a little bit to fix here was that there was a life total discrepancy on the stream setting due to a bit of a technical issue. What's actually happening here is that DeAngelis on Zen Tamer of Purpose is actually at 3 life here in considerably dire straits than he would like to be, and more dire straits than we're currently representing. So just keep that in mind that he only has 3 life to work with here, really desperately swinging in here to try and stage a comeback to Michael's massive 12 life lead.
That does also mean that he took 4 damage from the choke slam, so he is under this crush effect. Looks like Michael's going to redraw that Clash of Might, spending one of his golds, and ultimately ends up winning the Clash. Has a Might token in play to threaten Clay's life total even more on his next turn.
Staff coming in for 2. Michael saying no blocks, sure.
And
So
we're going to go to
Michael
his
should be
turn,
at
and I think that's...
13 now. Oh, the Golden Sun!
This is going to be 11 overpower. Clay is at 3 and can block a maximum of 6 there. So
Offers
that
him
is...
the fist bump.
That is the end of Clay's run here in Canadian Nationals. Very alive to make top 12 and perhaps secure an invite to this year's World Championship in Osaka, but he is not going to make it into the top 8. Michael Metallo instead secures his record at X and 2.
Which is insane.
Very nice, very well played. Congratulations to him. Making it up there with Victor, our second Victor in the top 8. Speaking of, let's go take a peek at that bracket. Let's see what we ended up with in our top 8.
Looks like we have a whopping 6 Zen players here. 2 mirrors, but we also have 2 other matches here that we're likely to focus on up here on stream. You've seen the Zen mirror. Everybody's played it. We know what's going on there, but we actually have at the other ends of these brackets, 3rd place playing 6th place. We have Michael Metallo, the victor we just saw absolutely slam dunk, commanding performance against a Zen, looking to take down another in the 2022 national champion, Tariq Patel, in 6th place. The other match we have here is Daniel Dreisziger, the first seed going into top 8 on New Alluring Desire. Another hero really looking to prey on little Baldy here, Mr. Tamer of Purpose. Shawn Dahliwal.
Lots of notable names in this top 8. Tariq Patel, Yuki Liebender, of course, past champions. Sunny Yong, who we've watched demonstrate incredible play all weekend. Shawn Dahliwal. Many, many known players here. Elly, how cool would it be if we ended up with a new Victor finals?
Well, we've seen the new Victor matchup once this weekend, and it was already pretty insanely exciting. Watching Victor die from nearly 20 life to a Bonds of Agony he just didn't think could get that big. If fortune favors us, if we end up with a Victor new finals, we could have a really exciting finals on our hands.
It would require both of them going through 2 Zens each. I am happy that these heroes are on opposite ends of the bracket, and hopefully we only get 2 Zen mirrors here for the quarters and semis combined. It will all depend on what happens, but given the nature of this top 8, I have to root for the new and Victor players right now.
Oh, absolutely. You know, we've seen enough of Zen. Everybody knows Zen. We're all happy with Zen. Happy, unhappy, however you feel about Zen, I personally don't necessarily mind. I like aggro decks. Everybody's over it. He's old news. He hasn't been here that long. Everyone's well acquainted. I want to see New. She's been slowly creeping up here, kind of pushing her way into the actually top winning seat as far as heroes go with LL points last Nationals weekend. We can see if she can take down another.
And speaking of the top seed, she is our very top seed in this top 8, getting her choice of 1st versus 2nd against all of these Zens. Same with Michael Metallo. He's starting off at 3rd. He's going to go against 6th seed and then has the potential to go against 7th seed next. So quite possibly getting his pick all the way up until the finals as well. or perhaps even in the finals. This is me kind of assuming the new player gets there. That's the narrative we have to hope for.
That is the narrative we're building. That's the narrative we're hoping for. Speaking of the narrative we're hoping for, we're going to ship you over to Ethan, who has a few things to talk to you all about.
Beautiful. All right, everybody. So the plan moving forward is to take a very minor break, but do not tune out, because within this downtime between starting off the top 8, which will not feature the Zen Mirrors on stream, instead we're going to watch the Victor game and the new games as our feature and backup. So look forward to that. In between us taking a break from now to then, we have another giveaway coming up, and we have the Guess the Fab event code segment. So please do stick around for that, and we'll be onto the top 8 right afterwards. There shouldn't be too much downtime in between them. For now, I'm going to take a second to plug a fantastic sponsor who is one of the reasons that we were able to come out here and put on the stream this weekend, because if you didn't notice, it's actually kind of funny because I see some comments in the chat, why is Brodie casting not playing? The answer to that is he's not Canadian, and I'm not Canadian, and Elly's not Canadian, but we all came out here while the Canadians are playing in their fantastic nationals to help put on the coverage. And that was really in part due to the sponsors and the TOs making it happen. And one of those fantastic sponsors is right here, Fabrec.gg. They go out of their way a ton in this community, not only to provide a really fantastic website for all the stats you could ever want to pull from when deck building, they also have an article series, 15 per month. That literally means every other day you could be reading a Fabrec article, and they're written by players very invested in the game, pro players, casual players, just people from all across the spectrum of the Flesh and Blood player base, to give you article types like set reviews, like budget builds, like in-depth analysis of games, decisions within tournament runs that they had. I wrote one like that myself. It's very, very interesting stuff, and you get your pick of the litter because there's 15 of those articles that drop a month. So huge shout out to Fabrec for all of that, and of course for being a long-term sponsor of the Savage Feats channel. So we'll be right back with a giveaway and with a Guess the Fab event code segment, and then on to the top 8. So don't go too far. You will have to be here to win. The giveaway segment, once again, brought to you by a different sponsor, which we'll get to in a second. We'll run the ad break real quick and be back within about 5 minutes. All right, see you then.
All right, guys. We heard you, and we think it's time for you to tell us. What kind of cards do you want in the expansion slot?
Listen, I think I'm gonna need a new weapon. Luminaris 4.0 that gives action points instead of go again.
Ship it! Wait, no. Internally, you're already the best deck in the format.
You get so many cards! Me want card too! Me want to smash! Me want to pass with
If only we could give you a blue 6, buddy.
Blue 6?
Ship it!
James.
Now look here, see? I just need some arcane barrier evil. I'm a man of means. I can afford to invent some AV.
I just need purpose.
Visit the Golden Anvil, you'll be fine.
Forget about Gladiator, boy.
Olympia! Aha!
Just tell me the price. I'll sell my soul if I have to. He works for me.
Ship it!
Wait. James!
Brian.
How do you even understand that? OMG.
Spider also want beat wizard.
There is no way that is all they said.
Spider also say, buy from Bazaar!
What is that?
Hammurabi, TCG. Buy from the Bazaar by contacting Hemel Patel through Facebook, Twitter, or Discord. Available for any and all Fab TCG requests, including high-end, master sets, and more.
See, now that's an idea I can get behind.
Ship it!
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the play mat. EquipMag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
SinFab TCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday, we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament, as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today. In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the mist veil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Inner chi.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, First Form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle harden. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
Hello, everyone. I'm Brodie. This is Elly. We are here after 12 rounds of Swiss have concluded at the Canadian National Championship hosted by Red Riot Games and Silver Goblin here in Niagara Falls. 2024, we have 6 Zens, 1 Victor, and 1 New who have made their way through these 12 grueling rounds and are almost ready to bring you the top 8. But before we do that, we have a couple things to get into.
So we have a giveaway here for heavy play. I actually know, I've seen these guys at a few events. They have these really neat like curved sleeves, which I kind of thought was like a silly gimmick, and then I kind of like picked them up and shuffled with them, and they're actually really nice. I was super tempted if I didn't just like already have a bunch of sleeves from like event pricing and stuff that I just, you know, tend to use in that situation, but I really liked them. They also have this RFG deck box max. They have another variety called the RFG deck box, but this one specifically has extra space, 133 double-sleeved cards, but also has space for mini snaps. So they're like specifically designed for Flesh and Blood players to hold their like player slabbed, snapped equipment in these boxes. And then still be able to fit your entire double-sleeve deck. This is particularly pertinent for me because not everybody knows this about me. I have a crippling addiction to shiny cardboard. Every single deck I own that I play with any frequency is like max rarity, fully foiled, and to that end, double-sleeved in the thickest, hardest sleeves I can find.
Okay.
So this deck box is perfect for me, and it could be perfect for you. We have a giveaway here. We have a little bit of a returning fan favorite segment. We're going to be doing the Guess the Event Code little fun thing. Where did this first debut? You did this first.
We did this all the way last year around this time in the summer of 2023 at Battlehard in Cincinnati. It all comes from Deb at Bobble Waffle on Twitter.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, reads these little event codes, comes up with a drawing for it, and then sends it to us. And it's our job to get inside Deb's mind and try to figure out what was going on when drawing this. The drawings are quite good, but she leaves it ambiguous. It's quite the puzzle.
Absolutely. That's super exciting. I'm excited about the drawings. I'm excited about this deck box. We actually have 5 whole slides of these for y'all, so we're gonna be kind of getting y'all hyped up, and then we have something special at the end that you'll have to wait for. All you have to do to be entered into the giveaway is just like make a guess in chat as to what the code is. You know, just take a shot at the deck box. Even if you only guess one, you know, stick around, kind of shoot your shot. Maybe try to get a deck box. Have some fun with figuring out these silly little event code drawings. And then we'll have something special for you at the end. And we are gonna have Brodie kind of lead us off here with the very first little silly drawing we have here.
All right, here we go. Number 1, we've got a baboon holding pom-poms. This is what I see. It's like a monkey holding pom-poms or something. We've got it's like, yeah, like streamers coming out. To me, this screams pom-poms. Cheering capuchin seems pretty likely. Spirited howler. You have to, okay, I'm gonna walk you guys through the logic of these. If you see the image and you see the text, and you're like, that could go together. But what you have to do is think about the text. Think about if I'm Deb and I see these words, what does it put into my brain? Does it put this image? For me, spirited howler, not quite. I don't know if I would go with the pom-poms for spirited. Rallied monkey, kind of same thought. Encouraging baboon, personally, if I see the word encouraging, I'm drawing a little sad friend and then a very friendly baboon coming along to encourage, you know, like we'll have a friendly moment there, more than one character in the art. And for all of those reasons, I'm going to lock in A, cheering capuchin here, but I'm curious to hear Elly's thoughts.
I'm kind of feeling encouraging baboon just because maybe a little bit more of a logic-focused strategy we have going here is that every time I see one of these event codes, it's always like kind of a pretty verbose, like adjective at the front. So encouraging baboon kind of sounds more to me like something that you might find in your like gem account. But I've also seen like slippery salamander. So it's entirely a toss-up. Spirited howler is also reasonable to me. It looks like it could maybe be a little bit of like a howler monkey situation. You know what a howler monkey is?
I have heard of that before.
Monkeys that howl.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
that's checks out to me.
So I'm gonna push B to the side because I think Brodie's argument was pretty convincing, and I think I'm gonna cast the dice a little bit, and I'm going to say we're going to go with... I think I'm going to lock in Encouraging Baboon. We're going Baboon mode.
All right, Elly's locked into D. I'm locked into A. Chat, cast your votes, and let's get a drum roll, please.
Please excuse me looking at my phone. I'm going to get chat up so y'all can interact directly with me. Just wanted y'all to know that I am seeing what you have to say. I'm pressing D on my phone. I'm pressing the button, just so you know.
And it looks like most of chat said D and A. They agree with us. They agree with us. Which one had more?
Okay, I'm seeing some Ds. I'm seeing some Cs in chat. Please don't send me your Ds.
3. It was Encouraging Baboon. Congratulations.
I'm so much smarter than you. You should be embarrassed.
I am embarrassed. I should just leave. I'll see you guys. Have
Bye,
a good
Brodie.
one.
Bye.
No, funny story about this while Brodie leaves. So I've never seen a worse duo at guessing the event codes than Dan and Michael Fung. Dan Rakowski and Michael Fung. I don't know if people remember back at Battle Hardened St. Louis. They were like 0 for 8 across the weekend. Like, it was incredibly bad.
That's
so
so
you guys
sick.
can't be worse than them. And we're talking about Pro Tour champion Michael Fung here. So they're terrible.
You can be street smart. Well, you can be card smart and not book smart.
It's true. The two of us are already 1 for 2. You know, Elly carrying on that one, and some of chat. Congrats to you guys.
All right, cue the next one.
With the
We're gonna move on to doodle number 2.
Can I just show y'all something really quick while we transition into the second doodle? I just want y'all to know something for fans of Mr. Spurlock who are aware. We didn't have as much of a break as we might have liked going into the deck checks, into the top 8 cut, and I was like, man, I'm starving. I need to go get like a salad or something because there's like a food bar in this convention center. And Brodie says, "Don't worry, I've got you." He reaches into his bag and he hands me this, of which I have already taken 1 bite, and I'll take another just for the entertainment of chat here.
I'm gonna mute your mic. I've got the reserves here. Moving on to doodle number 2. It's Turbo. That snail is fast. Please tell me some of you in chat have seen Turbo. It was one of my favorite childhood movies. I actually watched it the other day. I'll admit, June 30th was the last day when you could watch Turbo on Netflix, and I was like, oh, I can't let this thing leave Netflix without watching it one last time. So my friend and I watched it. It's a pretty awesome kids movie about a snail that competes in the Indy 500, and I can't tell you how well he does. You're gonna have to go watch and find out for yourself. Anyway,
can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
The snail looks pissed.
Okay,
mad as hell.
That's actually true. Turbo's nice, so maybe this is not Turbo.
You can't be comparing this, but I more mean that we've got this option B, hostile gastropod. This dude is mad. This dude is pissed off. He could be charging. He could be heading straight into battle. He could be a truculent whelk.
All right, I have no shame. I'm going to be a representative for all the people in chat who have no idea what a gastropod is. Please inform us.
That's the way. You didn't stick on whelk. You didn't stick on truculent. Your issue is gastropod?
No, all 3 of those.
Okay. I'll come back. Is this what homeschooling does to you? I'm going to come back.
That's a deep cut. Oh, low blow there.
Shout out to Brodie's mom. I love you so much. I'm going to come around here and say that gastropod is the same. It's the classification of animal that snails are. They're gastropods. They're mollusks. It has to do, I believe, with the way they move around, because pod means feet, right? That's like Latin for feet. Every Flesh and Blood player's favorite Latin word, pod. And then it's because they like squiggle around. Maybe it has something to do with their stomach. I'm not that educated on it.
No, that makes sense. I didn't know that.
But yeah, so like snails and mollusks and like clams, I think are all gastropods.
What about whelks?
I don't know on that one.
Okay, Ethan,
I'm down there with you.
We need to phone a friend here for a whelk. What about truculent? What does truculent mean? I don't know what truculent means.
That one just means pissed off.
Okay.
The definition of truculent specifically is eager or quick to argue or fight, aggressive.
It basically means petulant.
We got a lot of synonyms here. charging, it kind of like stands out from the bunch, is a little bit different. I actually think charging mollusk could be the most likely here. It would definitely be a way of throwing us off to put 3 basically synonym adjectives and then have one that's a little bit different. That's actually correct. But I feel like if it was one of the other 3, maybe Deb would have gone more out of her way to make the snail look very, very angry.
I'm trying to find out how to make the letter A with my arms and/or. Thanks, Brodie. Thanks, Brodie. I'm walking in on A here just because belligerent is one of my favorite words, and I often use it to describe playing this game.
I do think sometimes we make these things more complex than they have to be, and perhaps snail is actually the most likely animal of the 4, but I'm going to lock in C to be different, and because I think it might actually be charging. It looks like that snail is, charging forward, moving up, and honestly, just because it made me think of that snail is fast from Turbo. You guys should go watch it if you haven't.
You're back on the Turbo thing. You love snails. You love the fast snail. I'm walking in on belligerent snail because I like the word belligerent.
All right, drum roll us.
Drum roll,
3, 2, 1.
It was A. 2 for 2, Elly is.
I'm quitting. I'm done. All the guesses are on you.
I mean, I already left once. You can leave too. No. We should stay here. They told us we're not allowed to leave. We're stuck in the booth with you. So
Ethan was really, really mad, actually. Well, you were walking
I was
away.
belligerent.
He was belligerent. He was so mad. He told me he was gonna fire you.
He was truculent.
And then I'm his
hostile,
favorite.
all at the same time.
Truculent, hostile, charging at you.
I guess. Oh, sorry guys. I should wait. No, I can't. Oh no. What do I do? All right, we should move on.
You have to take the beating.
To doodle number 3 here. We have comedic hamster, gagster mouse, hilarious gerbil, and performative. You take
Degu.
it. Degu.
Degu. Deju. Degu.
I don't know.
It's probably a rodent.
One of the above.
I see a microphone on that stage. What does that tell you?
Ooh, performative is looking very likely to me. I'm gonna early lock D here.
I've seen some actually particularly obscure animals on these. So D is kind of calling my name, but just in the interest of being a contrarian, I want to entertain the other options. There's hilarious gerbil. Gerbil is just a word that really tickles me. Gerbil. You have and he's hilarious. It's a hilarious word. The hilarious word gerbil.
That's true. It does look like it could be a comedy show. He's got a microphone. He looks like he's yeah, laughing, having a good time.
Okay, someone in chat with the expert opinion saying that tail is too long for a hamster, and they're right.
Ooh.
Hamsters have a little, it's like.
Okay, so we're gonna rule out A. Deb knows her animals. She would never draw an inaccurate sketch. That's like a half joke, but honestly, I think it might be true. Deb is an expert artist.
Okay, so we're between. Well, so we've both mostly just ruled out A here, right? We have gagster mouse. I really like mice. They're very cute. Oh, guys. Oh, guy.
I like mice much friendlier than rats.
Oh, rats are cute too.
Oh, my bad.
Rats are so cute.
We like rats in this house. My bad.
They're just like. They hold stuff up to their mouths.
It's like the what? Oh, I can't remember. What were you saying earlier about something cheese? The inner cheese. The rats go for the inner cheese.
The rats search for the inner cheese. That's their mystic journey through all the various tenets of. What are the mystic tenets of cheese?
The mystic tenets of cheese.
Aged.
Aged, yellow, and
nuttiness.
There you go. There you have it. All right. I'm D. Are you following your heart with the mice, or are you going with the funny gerbil?
I'm going to say mice. I like mice a lot.
All right, we've got B, D, B, D.
All right, drum roll us.
Seeing a lot of D's in chat. Let's have a drum roll. 3, 2, 1. Reveal. It is D. Oh, it is C. Oh, I guess.
You got by the line.
I got too excited. I'm 0 for 3. I thought I had my first success. All right.
We salute you, Brodie.
Did chat get it right this time? Chat was a little off the pulse. Chat was on comedic hamster.
I holy Swiss, so true. I believe y'all on C. I mean, there were 34% of chat was on C. Zen is definitely some inner cheese. Well, I hope you like cheese because we have 6 of them in the top 8 for you.
That's true. That's quite the Zen heavy
top 8. You've got this.
Thank you. I appreciate you helping me out there. Congratulations to the chat members who did get this right. Elly and I missed it. We are moving on to doodle number 4. That is a giant eyeball.
Microscopic Wolverine, Ocular Wolverine, Visible Wolverine, or Tiny Wolverine.
So I think this is the very first time that I've seen they haven't even tried to mix up the animal. They can't come up with. It's just like it's a Wolverine.
I like that he's all in here with the just like it being just like Wolverine, not like the animal Wolverine, but we're all in here on like Mr. Spiky Hands.
Yeah, it's true.
X-Man.
I think Deb's art was so good that if they had gone with the normal strategy of doing 4 different adjectives and 4 animals, we would have got it quickly because it was Wolverine. So actually, at their best, once again, keeping us guessing.
Thank you, Brodie.
I believe Ethan is the one who does all of these fake answers to try to trick us. So well done by him once again. Trying to keep me 0 for 4 here. I'm 0 for 3. I'm not going to be 0 for 5. I really hope.
Microscopic. Okay. Another pushing up glasses and like snorting like is that I don't think you can see something microscopic with a magnifying glass. That's not enough.
That's
You
fair.
need a microscope for that. There's a whole implement named after it.
That's true. That's true. Ocular Wolverine. I feel like that is not. I don't think Deb would see Ocular Wolverine and then draw what we're looking at here. But perhaps Visible Wolverine.
He is certainly visible, but not to the naked eye.
That's interesting. How would you draw Visible Wolverine? Because I don't think it's this, but I also don't know what it would be. Like, how do you indicate that he's visible? Draw him.
You just draw him. You can see him, dummy.
Do you draw like a person looking at him and indicate like the path of vision? I think that if it was Tiny Wolverine, Deb would probably just draw a small Wolverine next to something else that's big. And maybe just circle him. Maybe there's another big Wolverine. Though I do think Deb is not one to use like indicators and symbols in the drawing. It's got to be a drawing that like speaks for itself. So probably
no political cartoon like a giant like ship that says like the economy, and it's like
yeah, like I don't think if it's a drawing with multiple parts, I don't think she would just point out to us which part is the part we're trying to guess. So it really could be any of these, but I think I'm going to rule out B and D for myself, and I think it's either going to be Visible Wolverine or my current favorite pick, Microscopic Wolverine.
okay, you're still on the microscope train despite there being visibly no microscope in this drawing.
We're artists, not scientists here, you know.
I'm gonna differ from you. I'm gonna say visible. C.
I like it. I think those are probably the 2 most likely. Chat does not agree. Chat thinks D, Tiny Wolverine, is the top pick.
Wow,
followed
chat
by
is all in on Tiny.
Chat does not like C, but 3% of people are there with you, and I'm also kind of there with you. C is honestly my second pick. So we've got A, C, chat says D. Let's get a drum roll for our
I'm gonna walk in C, just so you're on a different answer than me, and I hope I'm right and you remain 0 for 4.
Tears.
Right, 3.
Please don't make me 0 for 4, Deb.
2.
Drum roll.
Uno.
And the answer is D,
No!
Tiny Wolverine. Chat bests us again. Chat is always right. Oh, I should have told you before the stream. Sam and I learned this the hard way in Cincinnati. Chat is always right. If chat disagrees with you, you should reconsider your opinion.
You should reconsider your life.
Yeah, groupthink is surprisingly effective at these. Like I think chat is right almost every single time.
Damn.
Incredible.
Chat is very impressive. So I'm 0 for 4. You're now 50%, which is honestly better than anyone does on these things. So
We'll see if I can land higher than that.
yeah, pull
or
it back
lower.
with a positive win rate. I'm just going for above 0 here.
I like this comment in chat. 1-4, just like my armories. I believe in you. Keep at it. Maybe pick up Boltyn. I think you can do it.
Maybe pick up Boltyn.
Maybe pick up Boltyn.
And with that, we're going to move on to the very last doodle.
This next one is the hardest one because I'm going to freehand it with a mouse.
Ethan is drawing
no
it
word
live
bank. So
with-
they hear me on this, Elly. It's good.
Oh, you're so right. Sorry. All weekend, every time Ethan speaks to me, I hear it and y'all don't. So I like autopiloted.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I've got a little mimic. I like it. Okay, I'm going to freehand this one. And with no word bank, you just got to go for it. Okay?
Right,
so
I
here we
believe
go.
in us.
This is the event code for Canadian Nationals. Like, so any people who are in Canadian Nationals might have an advantage because they can see this event code. So don't guess.
Jacuzzi, help!
Nationals.
If it's Canadian national, surely it's a beaver.
I do think it's random, but
No. Okay.
it'd be crazy if it ended up being that.
This is Ethan. This is such a good drawing of a snake so far.
Ooh, got a little.
Wait, is this actually a snake? Did I just snipe it? I was just joking about it being a single line.
I'm getting dragon vibes.
You think we're about to see some wings? Oh, you're so right.
Oh, it's a seahorse. Perhaps?
Did you know it's actually the male seahorses that give birth?
I did know that. I did know that fun fact.
Little aquarium fact for y'all.
All right, it's something seahorse. We need something on the adjective here.
Is this what a seahorse looks like?
We'll let him finish his. Okay, it's definitely some sort of sea creature, right? You see those gills there?
The gills are not on their lower body. Those are scales. Come on.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. You actually misheard me. I said scales.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm being hysterical.
Okay.
I don't get it.
Don't worry about it. Is he drinking? Is he sipping?
Oh no, this is not good.
Oh no, this is not good after I take a guess. P-R-R-R.
He's writing. Questionable bending of the rules.
Retirement. Okay, so retirement.
He's drinking his retirement fund.
No,
He's sipping?
this is,
It's like a big
I don't
bag
know.
of money. I
Yeah,
think.
it's a bag or a piggy bank or a jar of money.
Okay.
Something.
It's either like retired or rich, perhaps.
He's like afraid of the banks. He doesn't keep his money in a bank account or under his bed. He keeps it in a big cookie jar. That's what Ethan's going for here. It's just a truly evocative drawing from a master.
He's perhaps investing.
He's investing. Okay. I was thinking maybe this was like a retired seahorse kind of situation.
Investing in his future.
Oh.
I may have anthropomorphized the animal. It's not necessarily always in this position, so don't go too deep on what
Always
you're thinking.
in this position. Has scales. Has a tail. Has a mohawk. Are there any other bimohawked animals in the animal kingdom?
Bimohawked? I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know what it would be.
Dragon? Thrifty dragon is actually such a good guess. You went thesaurus mode on that one.
Somebody said investing seahorse. Investing's like a verb though.
Yeah, it will just be an adjective.
Will
I've
always be an adjective.
Yeah. I'm scrolling through the chat myself.
Fiscal flounder? Even if that's not that's definitely my favorite.
That's a good one.
Shout out to Douglas Lovey there.
Oh, someone got very close.
Thrifty whale, saving Godzilla, retired eel, responsible
Here,
carp.
I'll give you all a hint. At least one half of Saint Honeydew's guess is correct.
Oh, hey, that's my friend May. Shout out to May. We shared a room with actually our friend also from Montreal. May's from Montreal. Kelsey, who I've shouted out when talking about Silver Goblin in the past. Roommates with May, who is that chatter that just like slam dunked it, like a little swish action there. Very cool individual, good friend of mine. We shared a room at oh god, what was it? I think it was no, it wasn't Vegas. I've traveled so much. Hartford. We shared a room at Hartford.
Where you made the top 8?
Yeah, where that was my first big event. Good finish. I still have I have like a very. It was like the first time we had hung out in person. We were like internet friends for a while. I actually keep a little keepsake from this trip. I have a little notepad from her and Kelsey that says like, "Thank y'all so much for sharing a room with us." Anyways, tangent over. Ethan is prompting me to move on.
Yep,
It's definitely a carp.
Yep, people in chat they're getting closer. It is a carp, I'll tell you that.
Investing carp, stashed carp, saving carp, responsible skate. I like the hyphen. You're keeping it authentic. Responsible salmon, frugal fish, responsible bluegill.
Responsible is good. Something in that direction. What would...
Oh! I see it. It's been said. The answer has been said. See if you can spot it.
Wealthy carp.
We gotta...
Retired carp.
What would prompt Ethan to draw a retirement bucket with money going into it? What adjective?
But if there's money going into it, he's not retired, right?
He's saving for the future, yeah. Saving is a verb.
He's thoughtful carp. Maybe he's a planning carp. Savvy carp, thriving carp, frugal carp. Red carp, blue carp. Damn, I haven't said it yet? Okay.
You said wealthy carp out loud, right? I don't think wealthy would prompt this retirement drawing. Rich carp's also been guessed.
I'll say you're getting the vibe correct of what's happening here. Planning for the future, right?
Thoughtful carp. Oracular carp. Planning carp. Prepared carp.
P is close as well. Just a P word.
Carp. P. 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 Why am I? I'm actually drawing a blank. This isn't just like a bit.
Wow, Elly, you had the chance to absolutely blow my mind here. You were so close so many times. I've seen it in chat twice now. You'll see it when it comes through. There's no way you don't.
I'm not looking now. It's a point of pride.
All right, I'm going to cheat, but I'll see if Elly gets it.
P. Prepared.
Ooh, it's a hard one.
Planning.
Pension carp. No.
Pensioned carp. Pensioned carp.
It's not that. I like that guess, though.
Pension carp. Prepared. Prudent carp?
There we go. Well done, Elly. Well done. After your 50th P word.
I mean, when you let me go through the whole dictionary, I'll get it eventually.
Prudent.
Hey, there you go. Surviving with a greater than 50%
Yo.
success rate. We're not going to talk about mine.
Prudent.
0%?
You see the pain in my soul? Oh, I think I've gotten worse and worse at these with every stream. It's okay. It's okay. Chat carries for me.
Chat does carry for us.
As long as I have chat, it's okay. Somebody will get it correct.
Now you have the chance to get a tip potentially at the end of the weekend. How would you rate my drawing skills? How well did I do?
11 out of 10. Let's go. Give it up for Ethan in chat.
Brodie's hired.
Really quickly for the heads.
All of the people I've liked working with the most have appreciated honesty.
No, truly, be honest. What I need to learn.
Never in a million years would I have guessed that this is a carp. I'm just saying.
I looked up a carp, and they have two distinct features. One of them is the fin spikes higher, and then kind of has that. You see it. You see it right here, right here. This is a distinctive
fin
carp spike.
His bimo hawk.
And then they also have like a pretty big forehead, and then their eye is like even with their mouth.
Okay.
So those are two very distinctive carp features, I think.
I like that. I kind of like that you went into like the encyclopedia, the like atlas of the world, and the first thing it told you about carps was those guys have 5 heads.
I think it's pretty clear here that the issue is not Ethan's artist skills, but rather our marine biology knowledge.
That's pretty true, actually. I'm gonna go ahead and accept my loss on this one and say that Ethan's outfoxed me.
All right.
I have to take the blame.
With that, let's draw the giveaway winner, everybody.
Drum roll, please, for the giveaway winner of the RFG deck box. 133 TS.
2, 1. Hiya.
Boom.
John Louisa, we can ferret out the rodent fans. I imagine that was when we were talking about gerbils and inner cheese.
And yep, and the mice and rats and how we love rats.
Thank you for engaging in our giveaway, humoring us, hanging out in chat while we kind of make our way through this break for deck checks before cutting to top 8 and getting y'all back to some exciting games of Flesh and Blood on stream.
Ethan, do we have a second for a completely unplanned surprise segment?
Oh yeah, Brodie has a little thing for you here.
So as I was preparing to come on this trip, I had to unpack my bag, in which was a sealed booster box, which I decided to leave in there in case we draft, and an opened booster box, which I was halfway through opening, and I had just tossed the bulk back in the box, took it out, put the bulk out, grabbed the packs to bring with me, in case I want to do some pack one pick ones or something on stream, and noticed as I dropped the packs that in the middle of them was this guy that I hadn't noticed before.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna fan this out, but maybe we gotta make this more exciting than just me ripping it.
So we've got a gold pack for you guys. This is my first gold pack from
Maybe
Part
we
of the
can-
Mist Veil.
Okay, I've seen you play events, win events, and you just take your prize packs and you take your box and you just go boom, straight into your bag. I want you to take a guess before we open this. I want you to tell me how long you think this sat in your backpack.
I think I've had that.
When do you think you got this?
Gold pack for maybe over a month.
Okay, and you didn't even know.
Before discovering that I had it, yeah.
And then like another few days passed, so that this thing's like a month old. It's ripe, so it's got to have a marble in it.
Oh yeah, I had to leave it for the stream opening, right?
You leave the fruit on the tree so it can be tastier in due time. Here, I'm trying to be very careful. I don't want to bend your marble Enigma.
Oh, there you go. It's open.
We've got it open. We've got it open. We're gonna kind of slowly, because from what I believe, the top and bottom cards are spectral shields here. So we're gonna kind of slowly pull the edge up here and see if. So we do just have a normal flesh and blood back there. There goes Ethan. You'll never see him again. He's just leaving us here to figure it out ourselves. So now we know it's a rainbow foil, but I do want to show y'all these really cool spectral shields because I didn't notice something until recently. They're actually in a different color. I think I kind of knew that. This won't focus. This is never going to focus. But I think the symbols on them, like the phases of the moon on these shields, are like slightly different. Cool touch. Anyways, here's Brodie's very cool Enigma New Moon. I'm sorry. This is never going to focus, and I'm just going to destroy the focus of the camera. Really pretty card. Really delicious lunch. Here's your card, Brodie. You missed.
Keep that safe over there.
Yeah. Can you sleeve this and also keep it away from our hungry friend here?
I have to keep this packaging. This is pretty cool. This is a pretty
really
cool find.
right?
I got excited when I saw it.
I like the little rabbit on it. It's very cute. Well, we were talking about this the other day, the rabbit in the moon thing, with regards to like Asian culture. The little rabbit in these packs, Mistvale being a big love letter to that sort of thing. I think James White talked about it on a dev chat podcast shortly after or shortly before Part the Mistvale came out. And he was talking about that, and I just think that the little homage with the rabbit in the moon on the gold pack is a really cute, really cute touch.
It's yeah, you see in the set so many tiger references, of course, in the ninja card pool, and then some snakes as well on Venomous Bite, other things in the assassin card pool, but really only one reference to the rabbit, which I think is Heirloom of Rabbit Hide that I can remember.
Yeah, I've kind of been thinking about that one actually. I think Waxing Spectre might be kind of supposed to be like this like phantasmal rabbit because it has these like big floppy ears.
Interesting. I could see that. I haven't looked closely enough at that art.
Yeah, I haven't really either, to be honest. It's it is by oh, I should know his name. I recently Marco Gonzalez. Met him at Battleheart in Tacoma. He was really nice. Got some copies of that card signed for a friend, which I thought was a cool thing to do. We brought him this big case of like 50 cards, and he was like, "I'm so sorry, I have carpal tunnel. I'm not signing like 50-something cards." Leaving you on that one, we are going to keep moving here.
Time to look at our top 8 bracket one more time before we dive into the first quarterfinals match soon. We have, of course, our 6 Zens, but in first place, we have a new Daniel, and in third place, Michael on Victor. So in the top half of our standings, we have 2 non-Zen heroes trying to take it all down, rip it away from the Tamer of Purpose.
Absolutely. And I think we are kind of to that end, we're going to take a look first at the newer hero in this set of 8. The other Mistvale hero here, the Tamer of Purpose's rival, a new alluring desire, Daniel Dreisziger on this hero versus Shawn Dahliwal, first and 8th seed playing. We're going to dive in here. Looks like they're shuffling up. Not positive yet on turn order, but I believe Shawn is going first here.
There you have it. Your prediction is correct. As new is the higher seed, Daniel is going to choose to go second versus any and all of these Zens that he ends up playing against.
Absolutely.
Players shuffling up. This is single elimination. This is the top 8. This is one of these players' last match in this tournament.
Absolutely.
And the other one has a chance of moving on all the way to the finals for the shot at becoming the 2024 Canadian National Champion and perhaps besting along the way one of our former champs, Yuki and Tariq. But before we get to that, they're going to have to face off against each other. It's Zen. It's new. It's pretty standard-looking equipment on both sides. For new, you've got Mask of Recurring Nightmares there. a Rousing Wave, Tunic. I think perhaps the equipment of most debate among new players or interest is those Black Tech Whisperers over the new Undertow Stilettos.
Which is a very interesting one. I've also seen some cases made for Snapdragon Scalers. All of these are pretty interesting choices. And then over on Shawn's side, we obviously have the pretty default Zen loadout. Much to my shame, again, as I've mentioned before, Shawn is borrowing my Zen deck for this weekend, piloting it, obviously, to much better effect than I ever could. Slam dunking people. The great shame of that equipment suite while we're on this topic is that you can't see now, but that Shuko is only rainbow foil.
I don't know if that is something I would consider shameful, but I suppose when compared to the beauties around it, I understand what you're saying.
It's my deck, so I'm comfortable saying this.
That's fair. That's fair. You want to bling it out as much as you can. Shawn is starting off the first turn with 100 wins here, and Daniel says, I don't want to take any chip damage. I'm just going to block here. This is going to be another breakpoint, though. A red 100 wins for 4, and Daniel will have to choose whether he wants to go ahead and accept 1 damage or give up 2 of his remaining 3 cards, or just block it all with a Sink Blow.
Absolutely fantastic thing to draw on the very first turn of the game here. Shawn taking this opportunity to slam dunk an early Transcend. That's exactly what you're looking for in this matchup. You want to find the opportunity to, cash in your Traverse the Universe and push such an explosive turn that Nu could never possibly deal with it early enough that she can't start to line up all the disruption she could ever hope to find.
Hat is online right away. We get an extra resource off that 12 petal, and we might be able to find enough action to leak some damage here on this turn. The Crouching Tiger, should it attack next, will come in for 1 because of the Tiger Stripe Shuko.
And there's kind of an interesting card in Daniel's deck here. We've talked about the Black Text being kind of an interesting choice, clearly working out for him as the first seed going into top 8, but he just touched it. This card I want to touch on myself is this blue Double Trouble. I don't think I've seen Double Trouble in nearly any new list I've seen registered at a major event so far. So I'm curious how this kind of off the beaten path blue that he's chosen to bring into his deck for this tournament has been treating him this weekend.
Shawn is grabbing yet another 100 wins that can follow this up for a whopping 5 go again, possibly demanding the last 2 cards in Daniel's hand and opening the window for Shawn to leak at least 1 in with that Crouching Tiger as a follow-up. We don't know for sure what the last card in his hand is.
And we may never know. Looks like he's going to most likely be shipping it to his arsenal after searching a 0-cost attack here.
There's that 5. Looks like Daniel's lining up just a 1-card block here, perhaps electing to take 2 damage, or rather cashing in his equipment, just getting those on the chain right away, saying, you know what, Zen doesn't have enough on hit effects. I want to just utilize my Battle Worn here so that I can activate these as soon as the opportunity presents itself. I don't know what my hand's going to look like next turn. It's possible I could need 1 or both of these with the cards I find off the top.
And there's actually kind of an interesting synergy here. I know I was just talking about this blue Double Trouble and how it's been treating him this weekend, but you see these Black Tech Whisperers, and they have this specific synergy with these contract cards, right? They let you return armor to the board if you cash in silver. It's possible a big part of his game plan is leading with a powerful contract attack like Surgical Extraction, maybe even Eradicate, or Leave No Witnesses at the start of the chain, giving it go again with his Black Tech Whispers, and then coming in with a Double Trouble to really seal the deal and stack up his silver.
Another thing to highlight here, as Daniel is thinking on his first turn of the game, is the weapons from both players. From Shawn's side, it makes a lot of sense to play the Tiger Stick in this matchup over the Needles, given that it's a relatively long game. Nu has plenty of 3 blocks. Those Needles are likely to get popped very early, and you would rather just have this consistent staff that you can spend 2 resources on every turn that you'd like to. And from Daniel's side, that Scale Peeler, I know from experience, is actually quite a house versus Zen.
It's really, really terrifying. When you want to find your opportunity to cash in your armor just off the rip here, looks like they're resolving a bit of a judge call with regards to missed damage on a Shuko trigger earlier. We will get that wrapped up soon. But on what Brodie and I were talking about was this Scale Peeler can be just this absolutely devastating piece of disruption in this matchup, because if she comes in with the Scale Peeler and you're not ready to commit your equipment to the blocks, either you have to just not ship your armor that turn, because it says the next time you defend with equipment, those equipments, right, all get -1 defense. They all are seen at the same time. If you shove your entire fridge after being hit with Scale Peeler, you're going from 7 block to 3.
Yeah, more than half of the armor value eliminated all at once should you try to use more than one piece together. And then, of course, joining that Scale Peeler, you have the Beckoning Mistblade. Pretty standard in any new list to have at least one of these in play at all times, just threatening to buff up your blue cards. And even if you have none, just presenting an on-hit your opponent has to think about. They don't know if you're going to be able to use it that turn, and sometimes drawing out blocks on a measly 1 attack when it doesn't even matter.
Absolutely.
40.
Looks like Shawn is holding Sacred Art Jade Tiger Domain in this hand.
I think Daniel's hand is all blues here. 1 Transcend card and 2 Bonds of Agony. So going to start off here. He does have a pretty easy way to activate 3 attack reactions with a Rousing Wave, the Fang Strike he gets from it, and finally Mask of Recurring Nightmares off of that Transcend.
Very interestingly, because he is opting to play Mask of Recurring Nightmares, as you stated, it can turn on Bonds of Agony. Over Traverse the Universe, another piece of equipment we've seen in some new decks this weekend, it makes activating this Bonds of Agony a lot more consistent, especially while holding a Transcend card. And it makes the options of what he could possibly be angling to do here just so much more ambiguous.
Yeah, I'll admit when I first saw new decks playing Mask of Recurring Nightmares, I was kind of surprised because Traverse seems so powerful. I expected every Mystic hero to run it in pretty much all matchups, but after playing against the card, Mask is pretty annoying and gives New an easier time utilizing those Transcend cards, especially on turns like this when she attacks without Go Again, doesn't really have a follow-up, doesn't want to activate New's ability, and is stuck with this blue 0 block, so it gives her a really nice outlet for those cards. Draws a Sink Below and has to choose whether he wants that or the Bonds in Arsenal. Looks like he picks Bonds quite quickly there, knows what he prefers.
And it's very important to kind of line up this disruption. So every single turn, you're taking at least 1 card out of Zen's hand. You want to keep him off these massive hands so that he can't blow you up.
Daniel saying, I don't need this Sink Below, slightly above rate defensive card. I need disruption. I need to make sure Shawn doesn't keep a 5-card hand because that's going to ultimately save me way more life in the end, stopping the Zen player from scaling up with these huge turns.
Absolutely. And this Bonds of Agony is not yet online. We're going to see if he opts to cash in this Arousing Wave just to activate it here on this turn.
Going to first see what Shawn wants to banish with the Mask of Recurring Nightmares. Ordering this in a way that makes a lot of sense. No reason to cash in your Arousing Wave until you have all the information you can possibly get.
Very interesting kind of downside to activating Mask of Recurring Nightmares here, though, is that if you're Zen, you're kind of thinking, I can't really beat this Bonds of Agony, and it's not worth trying at this stage of the game. And so when you activate this Mask of Recurring Nightmares, you kind of take stock of your hand and you go, well, this Bonds is going to hit me, and he's going to get to rip through my deck and take some cards out. So I'm going to banish the thing that I don't want him to be taking a bunch of out of my deck.
That's a great point. Yeah, Shawn getting to protect his Bonds of Ancestries in a way, instead presenting 3 cards that one of them is a one of, and the other 2 are solid role players in the deck, but nothing too critical to lose every copy of. I wouldn't be surprised to see Daniel take the blue here, just turning off Shawn's ability to pitch any resources on this turn.
A very reasonable choice. However, the ceiling on Shawn's hand here, if you're Daniel, is you're thinking, he's throwing 6 at most, threatening barely life total parity. I wonder if he opts to take the Aspect of Tiger Body out of Shawn's hand and deck here, removing one of the most powerful play patterns that Zen can present in these top 8 games.
The choice is up to Daniel here. He's leaked 5 damage, first blood of the game. It looks like he's choosing the Spinning Wheel Kick here. Going to search for the other 2 copies of that and leave Shawn with just a blue and an Aspect in hand.
Also taking some time, as you will see every great new player do, taking some time to really survey Shawn's deck here and take stock of everything he has, everything he could have, and what the threats are, what his game plan is.
I see at least 2 Mauling Keys. There's some snags. Yep, he kind of shows them to the cameras. Like, these are important in the matchup. I want to know how many of those are in the deck at all times. You see This Round's on Me, likely added to the Zen deck in interest of improving the mirror. 3rd snag. Daniel's probably not thrilled to see 3 copies of that card. Looks like a total of 2 This Round's on Me in that pile as well.
And he's going to find out as he searches this deck here that Shawn is only on 2 red Spinning Wheel Kick.
I just noticed there is actually a 3rd This Round's on Me, so it has 3 copies of both of those tech blues. One of them for this matchup, one of them a blue block 3, but not quite as important here as in the mirror.
Also seeing a couple cuter cards in this deck list, like a couple copies of Shifting Winds of the Mystic Beast.
That's a card. We talked about it a little bit earlier in this weekend. It enables some of the craziest plays, but can also clunk you up sometimes. I'm actually quite curious to play with that card more myself and kind of decide post-ban announcement whether I want it in my own Zen deck.
Absolutely. Taking a third look through this deck, really memorizing everything Shawn has. Signs of a fantastic assassin player here.
And there you have it. 2 spinning wheel kicks to the banish zone. We will never see those cards again this game. And that's going to be an arsenal for Daniel, setting up that Bonds of Agony for next turn, drawing 4, and sending it back over to Shawn Dahliwal, who has Sacred Art, Aspect of Tiger, and some mystery card in arsenal.
Far from a lost game for Shawn. Never pleasant to get hit with disruption this early in the game, but as Yuki has said to me before, sometimes new just feels like a test of the opponent's patience with how little damage she can put out on occasion. Sure, sometimes she nukes you from 20, but other games she just presents 3 attack reactions and a bunch of resources just to kind of neg you a couple cards and do 5 damage. It's certainly nothing to sneeze at when she takes several cards away from you, but also with only 2 cards, Shawn is still threatening life parity.
Here's the timer. Tiger Taming Kakra to start us off. It's 2 go again. Not too surprising here. We're either going to see an Arsenal follow-up and, oh, there it is, the 3rd spinning wheel kick. That makes sense. It turns out Shawn is on 3 copies of this card. The last one was just hiding in the one place Daniel can't find it.
So, previously here, just a second ago, I said that that he was only on 2 copies of Spinning Wheel Kick. Obviously, when I loaned him my deck, I gave him free reign to make changes. I only run 2 copies of Spinning Wheel Kick, so he must have stuck a 3rd in there.
That's really funny. That's actually a crazy sequence of events that it happened that way from our perspective. But yeah, there you have it. 3 Spinning Wheel Kicks in the 80 for Shawn, knocking Daniel down to 34. And if he wants, he can cash in this Aspect of Tiger Body for 4 more damage.
And holding on to the Spinning Wheel Kick is just so efficient and fortunate on this turn. It's basically the exact best card that he could possibly have wanted to have with this hand if he wanted to convert for as much damage on 3 cards as he could possibly have. This Tiger's going to crack in for 1, presenting a pretty comfortable 3-card 10.
Daniel has a hand full of attack reacts here, but it looks like it's all reds. 2 Venomous Bites, a Siren's Call, and that Censor, which we've seen be so powerful versus Zen. But he does not have a resource card.
He is still holding that Bonds of Agony. Very heads-up move to arsenal the attack action, just to insulate yourself from hands like this.
Double checking on his turn that he feels comfortable with his plan. The Tunic has ticked to 2. I'm sure he's already decided his line, but just wants to, now that he's here in the moment, make sure he knows exactly what game actions he's going to take.
And making no other game actions on this turn, just showing him the Bonds of Agony off the rip here, kind of a pretty scary situation to be in if you're Shawn here. Your opponent has taken your entire turn to the face. You don't know what Daniel's hand looks like, and you're not aware that it's so full of these red cards.
Yeah, from Shawn's perspective, this could be a whole host of scary things. But for Daniel, if he wants to turn on this Bonds of Agony, he'll have to spend all 4 cards in his hand and activate his Black Tech Whisperers just to meet the 3 attack react condition.
Absolutely.
He does have an interesting choice of whether to pair his first Venomous Bite with a second one or a Siren's Call, depending on how Shawn blocks.
Heaving a sigh here, he doesn't seem as happy with his hand as he possibly could be. Let's try and get a closer look. I see a this round's on me. It looks like it might be pretty heavy on some blues here.
Shawn, of course, taking his time, squeaking into top 8 as the 8th seed. This is his last chance to, well, not his last chance, but if this game doesn't go his way, then he is out of contention for the title of Canadian National Champion. I believe that card in the front of his hand is a snag, which is very interesting on a turn like this.
Absolutely. Hand does seem a little blue heavy. That copy of This Round's on Me that I believe is in his hand is maybe not the most attractive thing here. Choosing to block with it, but it does put him in a situation to use the snag to protect the Art of War he's holding from Bonds of Agony's devastating search and banish effect.
I think if Daniel chooses to lead with this Siren's Call, it could be a very nice counter to the snag hiding there. If Shawn wants, he can fire off the snag in response. So we actually have quite an interesting puzzle of pieces here. Shawn has a choice to make. Does he want to respond to this, or does he want to just show his hand now?
He is going to respond, clear the snag, play 2 of them in the same hand.
Wow. Making it impossible for Daniel to draw a card off of the Siren's Call. That makes a lot of sense.
Leaving him with these cards, he can't convert. He can ship them for damage, but he won't get a Fang Strike, opting to just pass reactions here. Arsenal, another red Venomous Bite while holding one in his hand, sending the Sensor to the bottom of his deck, failing to convert his entire hand and just drawing up to 4.
Both players with somewhat clunky hands here ending up just kind of trading down the middle and sending all the tempo back over to Daniel's side. Unbeknownst to him, which card he pitched to the Siren's Call ended up mattering quite a lot, as he now is stuck with this red Venomous Bite in hand instead of Sensor. Not to say that that's a bad thing, just that the choice mattered, and that's the one he decided to keep.
Interesting that his hand is kind of shaped out reasonably well. He didn't get the opportunity to block with some of these cards, so he's going to take a second to pitch and lead with a Scale Peeler here, but he has drawn into a pretty powerful combination of cards here with Weakest Link and Siren's Call next to each other. And Shawn's kind of walking straight into it. He's thinking about cashing in this Traverse the Universe, searching his deck for an energy and putting it in his hand, thinking he's in the clear because he saw a Siren's Call last turn. Daniel, having drawn the next one, is setting himself up for success here, leading into his next attack with the Siren's Call in his hand.
Yeah, this is going to be devastating. You see Daniel in the corner trying not to reveal any information there. Shawn, it makes a lot of sense why he's blocking this way. He has an Art of War in Arsenal. His Traverse is set up to grab a Chi. It seems like now is go-go time for him. But he's going to run into trouble when he sees that Siren's Call come down out of Daniel's hand very soon.
And it combines specifically with the Weakest Link can be so devastating. It can both, it takes a Chi out of your hand if it hits, it takes a Chi out of your hand if it doesn't.
That's right. I wonder if Shawn will end up giving a card in addition to 3 of his armor pieces here, or rather 3 block on his armor here, create a Tiger in hand. Perhaps he'll still have a strong turn despite the loss of the Chi, but it's definitely not going to be as good as if Daniel did not have access to a Siren's Call in this situation.
Absolutely. And let's try to get a look at the other cards in Shawn's hand here. We see a Bonds of Ancestry. We know he has an Art of War in his arsenal, and I believe that other white border card in his hand is another Art of War.
This is exciting. Shawn has to take a minute here, think about all the things that could be in Daniel's hand. Siren's Call is looking more and more likely by the minute, so he has to think about what his turn's going to look like if that is what comes out of Daniel's hand, or arsenal in this case.
Opting to cash in at least the Stride and the Shuko. Checking, making sure there aren't any tricks he could have here. The Arousing Wave is off the board, and Weakest Link is a generic attack.
There's the 3, just picking which card he wants to pair with it. Looks like he might have multiple bonds in hand. Oh, perhaps just one, but I think he's going to give it up here, dropping it to combine with these to create the 6 block he needs to stop the Weakest Link effect.
And it looks like he's holding another Transcend card. So even if this Chi gets ripped, it's entirely possible he still has a turn. Is that a blue 100 wins as well? It is. He's nearly completely insulated.
Shawn is pretty safe here. He's going to lose a little bit of his power just because you want as many cards in your hand as possible on an Art of War turn. But all things considered, his turn is looking a lot better than we thought it might.
Daniel thinking about even shipping this Siren's Call, activating his Tunic, sending it. He might not like what he sees.
Did you see my hand? Yep.
And Shawn just lays his hand out here. Daniel has 3 blues that he can take, but none of them are absolutely crippling for Shawn Dahliwal in this situation.
And Shawn, who has lined up 2 Art of Wars here, is kind of poised to maybe beat the brakes off of New's plans here.
Daniel has a choice to make. He can grab any of these. If he takes the 100 wins, that leaves Shawn with 1 Chi with which to search off of Zen, and 1 other blue card that threatens to potentially give him another resource if he finds an extra blue. Though it's unlikely, he's probably just going to pitch it to Art of War right away. So pretty much just 3 resources and a Chi. If he takes the 100 wins, it seems like maybe that... I really don't think there's that much consequence to any of these choices. It's likely going to end up looking the same no matter what. I guess if he takes the Chi, that has the potential to be the best for him because it forces Shawn to play the 100 wins in order to transcend, and then likely uses that transcend resources to play the first Art of War, see what he draws.
And something I kind of want to highlight here is, in an interesting enough way, this match has kind of gone the way that both heroes want it to go so far, if that even seems remotely possible. Nu's game plan for this matchup is kind of all about keeping you off of these massive turns, taking cards out of your hand, reducing your hand size, and trying to keep you away from these 5, 6, 7 card hands where you use Stride of Reprisal, where you use Traverse the Universe to kind of, be a massively statted, as far as intellect goes, hero for just one turn and use it to crush your opponent. And then Shawn has kind of also found his way into this position where he's lined up 2 Artivores. He has a Crouching Tiger to banish to these Artivores, and he's holding a Chi.
Okay, it took me a second to realize it, but Daniel actually definitely made the right choice here. If he had taken the Inner Chi, then now Shawn has the ability to play 100 wins, transcend off of it, put the Crouching Tiger to the bottom off of Rising Sun, Setting Moon, getting another free card, and then just immediately activating Zen, creating another Tiger in his hand to get a free Artivore card. So if Daniel had left Shawn with that Transcend card, he had the potential to turn a second Tiger into a free real card. So this choice makes a lot of sense from him.
Absolutely. Shawn shipping that Tiger away to the Banish Zone, drawing 2 cards. He's found the Jade Tiger domain. Can he find a blue to play it?
He does still have that second Art of War.
He has some decisions to make with his hand.
On Daniel's side, it looks like we drew up into a Persuasive Prognosis, as well as a Levels, a Red Hiss, and I think another Red Hiss hiding behind it.
Lots of attack reactions in his deck today. Shawn taking stock, thinking about how he's going to proceed with this turn. He has a lot of options ahead of him. He drew into a Chase the Tail.
So if his hand is Art of War, Chase the Tail, Jade Tiger Domain, and Inner Chi, if he activates Zen now, he can use that Crouching Tiger to banish on Art of War and draw 2 more cards for free, but perhaps he doesn't want to if he wants to try to set up a Chase the Tail play.
Turn.
Yeah, it's quite interesting.
It's very interesting, and it does look like he's about to put that Chi card in the pitch zone. Also, something I think is very funny here, both players are using the exact same sleeves.
There's a lot to think about here from Shawn's side. If he does activate Zen, I would not be surprised to see him get something like an aspect of Tiger Body as a way to make a Crouching Tiger and perhaps turn on that Chase the Tail depending on what he draws. He could also search for a Descendant or Bonds, hoping to pair with another one off the top. There's a lot of unknown information here, and maximizing your chances to do the highest damage possible is quite the puzzle.
Absolutely. He is going in with the Zen activation, putting the Crouching Tiger in his hand. Maybe he has made a choice here to just trust his deck. There's kind of 2 ways in which he can trust it to bail him out here. This hand may be a little awkward for what 2 Artivores possibly could be, but if he searches his deck for a Descendant Gustwave, puts it in the Banish Zone, and then casts the Art of War, banishing away the Crouching Tiger or the Chase the Tail there, he gives himself the opportunity to naturally draw into the Bonds line.
Looks like Shawn has moved 100 wins to the front of his deck, perhaps valuing just the clean, raw consistency of a red 0 for 3 go again over anything else fancy. Not going for a Bonds or Descendant, not going for the red aspect of Tiger, just want to make sure his turn has play because of how powerful it already is with 2 Artivores here.
As he's sitting here shuffling this deck, the anticipation is killing me. I want to know what he draws off the second Art of War.
We'll find out very, very soon. I have to imagine his next game action here is, yep, there you go. Another +1, another banish on that Tiger in hand. And let's zoom in and see what we rip here.
Let's see what we get. Rolling the dice. 2 cards.
It's
a Descendant Gustwave and a Tiger Swipe. Maybe not what he's looking for here.
If Shawn had searched for Bonds, he would have been rewarded, but it's so risky to do so. If you don't find a Descendant, Bonds of Ancestry is just a 2 for 4 blue What's the brutal assault?
Blue brutal assault. That's correct. At red.
And at red, yeah, it's not very flattering. No go again.
It does look like he's going to come in here with this 100 wins for 5 whole damage. Maybe not the power turn he was looking for, but it's distinctly possible he can still present some pretty real damage.
Daniel almost immediately. Oh, he's grabbing dice. I thought he was like, send me the bill. I'm writing down life totals.
He's like, I don't care about 2 Art of Wars. Hurt me.
He takes a moment to take stock of things, but he is dropping down to 25 all in all, interested in keeping that hand and sending a lot of pressure Shawn's way. Shawn does have a life total lead here, and with a full hand is going to make some action happen. He is going to use that blue descendant gust wave to cash in on the sacred art and give himself the 2 tigers he needs to
activate that chase the tail, despite not getting to transcend with that J Tiger domain. I'll be the first to say it. I didn't even consider this line, but it just makes so much sense.
Yeah, it's perhaps one of the most powerful ways you can use this hand. Shawn, a very strong player, he considered his options, and he's telling us that this is the best line there is.
Absolutely. 2 cards remaining in his hand. It's almost poetic how good this Jade Tiger domain, without even being online, is here. He's going to come in for 6. He's going to come in for a whopping 5, immediately following it, and then he's going to end on a swipe, threatening another 3 damage.
That's true. Yeah, this swipe is actually quite relevant. Each crouching tiger is for 2 here, so I think the swipe is going to be for 6 on hit 4 more.
Demanding the last 2 cards in Daniel's hand. Maybe not the most damage that you could muster for a double Art of War turn, but finding this line just, I mean, this is bonkers.
And Daniel just has no choice but to 2-card block 10 here and leave Shawn with another full hand to see what he can muster.
And having full tempo here has to feel so good as Shawn. When you drew up those first 2 awkward cards off the Art of War, you're thinking, I have no clue how I'm going to navigate this turn. But you stay cool. You stay collected, you take a deep breath, you look at all the cards in your hand, you look at all the possible options you could have, and you navigate your way into an incredibly powerful turn.
Very impressive by Shawn, managing to have that level of turn through a weakest link, through a Siren's Call, using his fridge appropriately, also making the very important decision to block that Scale Peeler.
Absolutely. And he's coming in here with that blue Biting Breeze, the one of that we saw while Daniel was so graciously sowing the stream Shawn's entire deck. Taking stock of what Shawn has left.
Daniel likely not going to block 1 here, but just has to consider his options, consider what he wants out of this turn cycle. And he says, yep, I'm going to take it down to 17. 16, actually. There's a +1 from Shawn with the grain that tips the scale, and he's going to transcend right now.
And being footed 1 resource by that 12-petal Kasaya.
I get a Tiger and Banish. Yep.
Tiger and Banish off the Biting Breeze.
Holding Chase the Tail aspect.
There you go.
This turn is bonkers.
Tigers galore for Shawn. He's going to do the thing again.
He says, I don't need Art of War, I don't need to draw cards, and I certainly don't need 5 of them. I'm going to show you 4 cards that's worth a completely insane amount of damage.
Yeah, even without cashing in the Transcend card here, the cards he has access to are worth, what, 12 plus here?
Insane.
4-card 12 plus whatever he wants to go grab off of Zen's hero ability.
I mean, if you're on Daniel's side of the table, you see this natural Chase the Tail come down where he hasn't even made a Crouching Tiger in his hand yet, but you know he has the Chi. You're thinking, oh god, how much more damage is coming my way this turn?
Daniel looking at a Codex of Frailty, I think, is in his hand. One of the strongest cards in the game, available, of course, to Assassins and Rangers. That classic blue double trouble you mentioned earlier at the front of the hand.
I'm very curious about that card. It has a really impressive synergy with that Beckoning Mistblade.
That's right. And I'm at 35? Yeah. Okay.
Players are double-checking life totals, I think. Everything is sorted out. Daniel is on the ropes here, not quite in lethal range, but threatened to be there after really just 1 more turn.
Absolutely. Daniel looks like he's kind of trying to navigate his way into making this Codex happen. It's kind of the classic tempo swing card for both of these classes that you've mentioned.
There's that aspect of Tiger Body. Crouching Tiger is created in Banish. Everything is face up to Daniel now as he knows the last card in hand is an Inner Chi.
Shawn likely planning on ending on his last copy of Tiger Swipe, I believe.
Daniel has to decide how he wants to play this hand. No real on hits. The Tiger Swipe shouldn't matter much. He's got 2 cards lined up there. Surely he's not blocking with both of them right now, but perhaps planning to block with both of them throughout the rest of the turn.
Doing a little bit of math, taking stock, planning how he wants to use these cards, holding a Codex, an Art of Desire Body, and a Bonds of Attraction. Maybe not the most explosive hand he could have here. Taking another look through the graveyard, figuring out what's coming his way.
It will take a lot for Daniel to get back into this game, despite still, having access to his Black Tech Whisperers, having access to that Mask disruptive ability, and all the tools the new deck has. He has a really significant life total detriment at this point that he needs to make up.
Absolutely. It's just so evil, He knows how much damage is coming his way, and he's still staring down this what is functionally a head jab here, like a loaded gun, because he knows that it's immediately going to be followed by another Tiger that has been kind of transformed into a head jab. Also, speaking of an explosive turn of events, we have just hit 1,000 viewers on Canada's National Championship 2024 stream here at Savage Feats. Thank y'all so much for tuning in.
Thank you for being here, hanging out with us, witnessing this new fighting for his life against Zen Tamer of Purpose. If he loses here, that's going to leave only Victor as our candidate to counter Zen in this top 8.
Will our hopes be dashed so early? I also want to shout out, sorry, I spoke at the same time as you, Brodie. Go ahead.
Oh, there's the Zen ability. We're going to see what he finds while he searches. Go right ahead, Elly.
Also want to shout out that Brian Gottlieb, senior game designer for Flesh and Blood, is in chat right now. Want to say hi to you, Brian. We've talked at several events. I loaned his brother a deck for DreamHack Dallas, which was a very fun experience. Justin, also a really great guy. Met him. Hey, Brian. Hope you're having a good day. Hope things are going well down in Auckland.
Taking 2 damage here is Daniel. I got to meet Justin as well. He was a very friendly guy. Hello, Brian. Thanks for hanging out with us. Brian, perhaps watching this top 8, maybe influencing his final decisions on what is getting banned tomorrow.
Okay, bro.
Well, that's some wishful thinking. Hold up.
Some wishful thinking.
You never know. Maybe this is the last straw they need if Zen wins this Nationals.
I'm just not going to bother him with that one. Shawn ending his turn with a card in the arsenal here, pushing Daniel all the way down to 13 and ripping his entire hand. He has complete control over the pace of this game.
There's banished Tigers from Tiger Swipe, but this is the one from Zen's ability. Okay. Yeah.
All right, it's a drawback up for Daniel. Shawn Dahliwal at 35 life has the opportunity to do whatever he wants right now. It looks like he has an Ancestral Harmony in hand, so lots of potential in that card alone. Here it is. What is on top?
It's a Descendant Gust Wave.
First time I hit.
That's a combo card. I think we just heard Shawn at the table say, first time I've hit today.
Yeah. Well, right now. Yeah.
Man, this card has such a ceiling. Daniel saying, oh yeah, I'm glad that the first time you hit is in the top 8 against me, threatening to take me out of this tournament. But something I really want to say is this card has such a ceiling on it. I don't know about your experiences so far with this card yet, Brodie. But I had a game at US Nationals just a few weeks ago in Minneapolis where I played this card actually against a Phi of all people in the XO bracket. Shout out to that Phi player. You were destroying people. I played Ancestral Harmony, and this was such a neck-and-neck race. I played Ancestral Harmony, and it ended up being worth 12. I ripped a red 100 wins off the top of my deck to go with the red 100 wins already in my hand, and then went 7 links wider past that.
That is insane. Yeah, I've played with this card just in Zen myself, but the ceiling on it is crazy, like you said, and to me, the part that stands out really is the floor. First of all, blue, block 3, and then even if you know for sure that you're going to miss, sometimes the best use for this card is just to play it and give all your combo cards, in total, maybe +3, +4 for the turn. And then, of course, you see in cases like this, you have the potential to high roll something like a Gust Wave off the top.
Oh, and in Resolution Step, Shawn is giving this Descendant Gust Wave after damage a -1 on this drop in the ocean, playing this card in his deck just so he can transcend and for no other purposes. It's pretty much only ever strictly a downside on his turns.
Yeah, I think you could argue that it's the worst Transcend card in the Zen deck here, but that's a nice lesson for anyone out there who wants to play one of these Mystic Heroes or Limited, that you can give -1 in Resolution like that. Brian says,
Thanks, Brian.
Y'all have any idea how long it takes me to write those announcements? Fair enough. I suppose it is probably already decided what's coming.
They're very thoughtful. I appreciate them. I really enjoy the insight into knowing why you're making the decisions you're making to craft the game experience that you are crafting. Thank y'all for your effort, and
I think a lot of players in the Flesh and Blood community appreciate that kind of transparency from the designers, telling us what's in their head, why they're choosing to make the decisions they are, and kind of what to expect for the future.
Absolutely. Shawn following this Descendant Gust Wave ripped off the top by an Ancestral Harmony here with a natural Bonds of Ancestry turn. Looks like he's going to go straight into a double Bonds.
That is the third red hiss blocking on Daniel's side. He is at 9 here. This turn is threatening to strip cards from him and perhaps take some of his equipment if he wants to keep things to swing back. That's a blue hiss. I think we're getting close to all 6 hisses blocking in this game.
And Daniel, this can't be what you're looking for. He's holding a Path Well Traveled in his hand. That card doesn't block at all. He only has 3 block left, and Shawn is looking to present considerably more damage than this. He could be forced to give up his mask and his tunic, and maybe even still die.
You see kind of the disappointment on Daniel's face. He came with such a great run to be the first seed in this top 8, and in a game that really started with kind of a commanding lead for him. He got some nice disruption to start us off. Shawn managed to find that double Art of War turn and then just haymaker after haymaker to keep Daniel on the ropes. You see him kind of with his head in his hand there, hoping for a way out, but not sure if he can find it.
And this is something that's really, truly the power of Zen Tamer of Purpose. It's not about the difficult to finagle, like maximum ceiling, 50 power turn, but what he's really good at is just crushing you, grinding you down under this pressure where he presents 20 or 30 damage, and then next turn, he does it again. And then next turn, because you haven't taken cards away from him, because you haven't interacted with him, he keeps hitting you, and you just can't find a way out from him.
Yeah, perhaps the biggest upgrade with Zen compared to some of the aggro decks of the past is not his highest ceiling turn or his explosiveness, but rather his consistency, like you're saying. I think a big part of that is having such playable blues. Of course, Blue Descendant and Bonds being really powerful cards when paired with any color of their counterparts. And then these high floor blues like Levels of Enlightenment, Ancestral Harmony, and just all of the Transcend cards.
Absolutely. Jade Tiger Domain.
There's pretty much no such thing as a problematically blue heavy hand.
Absolutely. Earlier last night, Yuki and a friend of ours were playing some games at the place we're staying, and Yuki drew up a 3 blue hand that presented 16 value.
Yeah, there you go. You see it all the time. 16 is actually quite high for 3 cards.
It's quite insane, yes. Staff coming in for 2 here, putting Daniel to 4. He's kind of staring down the barrel of a loaded gun here. I'm not sure he has a way out.
Yeah, he can barely survive this turn when all is said and done. This is going to be a Tiger Swipe for 5 on hit, one more Tiger created. I'm not sure it will matter.
If he cashes in everything, he goes to 1.
He wants to keep that card.
Shawn still has a card.
Is Shawn going to use his arsenal, or is that going to be the turn? It looks like he is passing here. So Daniel gets to hang on to his arsenal, hang on to the last card in his hand with the very last chance to make something happen in this game. But how he's going to take Shawn Dahliwal from 35 to 0 is a bit of a mystery to everyone. We'll see what Daniel can muster here.
A missed blade for 1.
It's a path well traveled. He had no choice but to block with his equipment and keep that one in hand.
See what Shawn's drawn here. Looks like he's holding... I don't know, he's holding 4 cards.
I think I might have seen 2 Mauling Cheese in that hand, as well as a Blue Bonds of Ancestry. And that's just a pass from Daniel, playing the game out, but kind of sees the writing on the wall. If Shawn presents some of these 2 and 1 breakpoints, it's going to be very difficult to even stay alive this turn.
Give me 1 second, sorry.
Staff coming in for 2.
This is
Lining up that Codex of Frailty to block, knowing that you need those 3 blocks for some of the coming breakpoints.
As sad as it is to let that card go.
5 go again.
Light and strike for 5.
This is going to demand 2 cards from Daniel, leaving him with only 1 to block with. There you have
that
it.
Mauling Chi, I think that's going to be it.
Tiger for 1, it gets blocked, and there's the 5. There is the fist bump, and Shawn Dahliwal, all the way from 8th seed, comes back and advances into the semifinals here at the Canadian National Championship. Congratulations to Daniel on a fantastic run in Swiss and a well-played game where he really just got overwhelmed by pretty insane turns from Zen, could not make it back, and he has fallen here in the top 8.
Absolutely, and something I want to talk about in that game is sure, Zen Tamer of Purpose, incredibly powerful hero, but Shawn navigated a brutally clunky hand so incredibly well. I think that was the first time ever in a game of Flesh and Blood I've seen somebody take the time to consider their options to the point that they said, my route to victory in this game is hard casting this Jade Tiger domain, choosing one mode, making 2 tigers, and using it to maximize what my hand can do on this turn, and kind of using that to materialize a powerful turn out of thin air, stealing the tempo away from Daniel, who had continued to disrupt him. Even on this pop-off turn, he took 2 cards away from Shawn, both by forcing him to block and with the Siren's Call.
I'm glad you highlighted that. Yeah, it was a really interesting turn. Pretty interesting use of that Jade Tiger domain. Off the Artivore, when that Descending Gust Wave got drawn, we saw it as a Descending Gust Wave, but to Shawn, it was just a blue. That's
absolutely
all he needed to enable his Chase the Tail. Congratulations to both of those players. We are ready to jump into our quarterfinals backup match. Here we have Victor versus Zen. This is currently live. This game is taking longer than the one we just watched, so we are watching it right as they are playing. Michael Metallo coming in with a crush the week at Tariq Patel, who is currently leading by more than double his life.
However, Tariq has no armor left on the board and is holding some low-power cards, a Transcend card, and an Art of War. It's possible this could blank his turn and give Michael the ability to kind of find his way back into this game.
You see that unused Civic Steps still chilling in the corner. We've watched a couple of these games, and we know the Victor players really want to find the right window to cash that in when you can be almost certain the Quicken token is not going to matter, and the Zen player will be forced to pop it. So we'll keep an eye out for when he's able to do that.
Absolutely.
On Tariq's side, of course, we don't know his arsenal, but yeah, it looks like only 2 blocking cards here. Very likely to perhaps see a block of 6, and Tariq maybe just considering what he wants to do with that Homage, with that Art of War, when he's left with no attacks to pair with them.
Taking a look through Tariq's deck, or graveyard rather, if he was taking a look through his deck, there'd probably be a judge call occurring right now.
Might have to talk to the judges, that'd be a little problematic.
Counting his Tiger Swipes, which he looks to be out of or close to out of. Kind of seeing what Tariq still has left in his bag of tricks.
Michael Metallo, the 3rd seed here, is the world's last chance to see Zen defeated in this tournament.
That's absolutely true.
I think every other nationals in the world has concluded except for Canadian nationals. So Michael Metallo and his Victor deck are the last ones standing. How are we going to see this season end? Will it be 4 Zens in the top 4, or will Michael manage to pull through and give us a little bit more action here, maybe defeat these Zens? In theory, I think Victor is supposed to be Zen's worst matchup, so we'll see what he can make of this game.
And let me be honest. Things don't look great right now. Tariq's 11 life up. However, if Michael can win this game, surely he can beat any other Zen.
He is the 3rd seed, so has choice against almost all of the players here. Only one other Zen is above him, given that our 1st seed was the new Daniel we just saw fall in our first quarterfinals.
Tariq coming in with the staff for 2 go again. Let's find out what he has in his arsenal, or if he's just going to choose to hold on to this Art of War to use it to present a more powerful turn later.
Michael has an interesting choice here. We don't know how much information he has about Tariq's arsenal, but looks like maybe there's a pummel in his hand, so he's comfortable just hanging on to all 4 cards.
Tariq's deck actually looking pretty thin there.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's something that can happen in some of these longer, more defensive games. You see the Zen start to run out of bonds, run out of threats to tutor. It's just a clash of might from Michael's side.
It's never just a clash of might. Surely he has the pummel. You know, you pitch a blue disable, present 4 power on the board.
This is interesting. I think maybe, I think it might have been a physical mistake, like he just dropped the wrong card on the table. So maybe double checking with a judge here. I think that's a blue Clash of Might. And it looks to be a Golden Sun in Michael's hand. I'm sure he meant to play instead. So just confirming with the judge whether it's too late or I'm not sure exactly what happened, but the judges are here to help and they're going to double check everything and sort us out.
Looks like he is sticking with playing this blue Clash of Might.
So we're attacking for 4 here. No on hit, but we do still have that pummel effect, of course. Using the tunic to
double pummel!
Wow.
What a turnaround.
Perhaps this was intentional. Maybe. If he played the Golden Sun, he would have not enough resources.
Yeah. It was his plan all along, presenting a whopping 12 damage, putting Tariq down to nearly life parity, behind on armor, and ripping 2 cards from his hand.
We'll have to ask Michael later. I'm not sure that was intentional. Perhaps he would rather play the Golden Sun, but a pretty good way to deal with this situation if it was a mistake. He's making the best of it with 2 pummels here, 2 discard triggers.
You know what they say, mistakes into miracles.
That's right. Tariq has Art of War in hand, as we know. Looks like a Tiger Swipe, a blue Be Like Water, and a Transcend card. So kind of the perfect recipe for a pop-off turn here. He has to decide which of these cards he's most comfortable giving up.
It's a difficult decision.
It's a perfect hand into a pretty clunky hand without having 3 of these cards. If it was only 1 discard, he could just lose the Tiger Swipe and go on with his day. But now he's unable to transcend just from hand.
Is that Be Like Water blue or red?
I believe it's blue.
If he can discard 2 cards and keep the pass over, he's capable of transcending.
He just unfortunately would have to give up the Art of War.
And that may just be what you have to do. There's no easy choices when faced with with being forced to discard 2 cards out of your hand.
And you can see the way he's ordering the cards there. I think Tariq might recognize that's what he has to do here. Give up that Art of War that he's held onto so tightly, kind of IP'd last turn to try to make better use of this turn. The life totals are looking very even now. We have ourselves a game.
Absolutely. Michael just swinging this back, showing us that no matter how bad the game looks, he is never out of it. He fought his way through so many Zens and Swiss. He's here for more. He's ready. He came prepared.
You have to imagine, if you're showing up to this tournament with Victor, Zen is at the front of your mind. You feel ready for this matchup. You feel good into it. He's got all the practice he needs. And I think Tariq ultimately has decided to drop the Tiger Swipe and the Pass Over, hanging on to the Art of War even longer.
An interesting choice.
Double checking everything, counting his graveyard, trying to assess which combo cards are available, perhaps off of bonds and also just left in his deck.
Putting these 2 cards in the graveyard, committing to the decision.
Michael Metallo has no cards left in hand. There will be no arsenal for him on this turn, just drawing up a blind 4, 2 gold tokens in play.
I'm so curious to find out what that card in Tariq's arsenal is.
It's been there for a while, yeah. It led him to even IP the Art of War last turn.
Pitching this Be Like Water, and he's going to show us this card.
It's a blue Bonds. Wow.
Not what you're looking for here.
Tariq choosing to just have a total off turn here in order to set up that Art of War. So he had the option to play Be Like Water, transcend, and search off of Zen for perhaps a Tiger Swipe if he has another one. Maybe if all 3 are gone, then only 3 damage, not 4. But he's turned his 4-power turn into a 2-power turn in order to upgrade his arsenal from a blue Bonds to an Art of War. That Clash of Might has failed.
Yeah, Zen kind of walking straight into the Clash of Might here, being forced to throw a card to clear the arsenal on Tariq's side of the board, but Victor loves when you attack him.
Michael has a couple factors to consider here. First of all, is it worth giving up a gold to likely create a Might token? And secondly, does he want to leave that pummel on top just because it's a pummel? And it seems like that's what he's sticking with, giving the Might to Tariq.
And that's such a heads-up decision. You know, I think there's a lot of autopilot when it comes to... Oh my god, he left it there. He used the information he had gained to cash in a gold, draw the pummel, and present CNC pummel.
Wow. We came into this game when Tariq Patel was at 18. Michael Metallo was in the single digits, and Michael has taken hardly any damage since then, clawing back in, demonstrating excellent Victor play, using that extra information that you get from clashes to really manipulate his turn and set up one of the most powerful Guardian plays in the game, using 2 generic cards.
Using 2 generic cards. Running it all the way back here, Tariq can't even block this Command and Conquer with the cards currently in his hand.
Wow. We see an Inner Chi, a Mauling Key, I believe that's Jade Tiger, and some 4th card on Tariq's side. That's a blue Be Like Water once again. This Art of War that he's hung on to so dearly, IP'd to keep, given up value last turn to basically upgrade his arsenal into this. After all of that, he is going to lose it to this Command and Conquer.
Absolutely brutal turn of events for him.
You have to love this play from Michael Metallo. He is our champion in this race right now. As completely unbiased casters, we have no choice but to root for the non-Zen hero. And that's a defensive Art of War coming out to play. This makes sense here. If you know you're going to lose it anyway, you may as well cash it in. You're going from a 4-card hand to a 4-card hand and have a little bit more block value, or at least options with how you want to stay alive here. I mean, this is threatening lethal.
He is at 6. Even if he cashes in 1 3-block to block 4 here, it's not enough.
If he blocks with 2 of those 3 blocks, that's going to leave him with 100 wins, I believe, blue, and an Inner Chi, so a Zen Search available.
But not a very powerful one. Blocking 8.
Michael's taking a moment to think, does he want to pummel this? It's going to be for 2 damage and a discard. Is it better to cash that in or set that card in his arsenal?
A fantastic question.
If he does pummel, Tariq will, I imagine, drop the 100 wins and go ahead and Zen.
He does still not even lethal, especially through all that armor Michael has on that side of the board.
Yeah, Michael has really found what he needed to flip this game here, and he's going to hang on to the pummel.
I mean, when you've seen how much the first 2 pummels did for him in this game, it's not shocking that he's feeling a little attached to the card right now.
Yeah, we see a Zen activation from Tariq. He's going to go search his deck, which is, again, looking pretty thin here. Some of his ideal targets might not be in there anymore. Might have to settle for something second best.
If he has a Mauling Chi, this turn could be pretty impressive for just 2 cards. Getting to search the Mauling Chi, going Tiger, or going Staff, Tiger for 1 into the Mauling Chi, settling on a Chase the Tail. It might be all he has left.
I think so, but still a 2-card 8, nothing to scoff at. Again, off of 2 blues, and of course that Might token at the donation of Michael Metallo. This is a prime opportunity for Michael to finally cash in those civic steps at no cost.
Absolutely. Looks like he's just going to clash with him again. Please, keep attacking me. I get free value.
And they both miss. It's a trounce on top and an Ancestral Harmony from Michael. Does he want to spend his last gold token to redraw there? It's a little tricky. Often by the end of the game at these points, we see Victor players with like 4 or 5 gold tokens, plenty to spend. But this is a real question for Michael. Does he want to give it up?
Absolutely. It may just be worth holding on to. That card is a defensive powerhouse.
It looks like he's still making the decision here. The rest of his hand is a blue Buckling Blow. I think that's a red Chokeslam, maybe a blue one, and finally a Visit the Goldmane Estate. Visit the Goldmane Estate, of course, is not going to have access to 3 gold tokens here, so I don't expect to see that that card played this turn cycle. At the very least, he might arsenal it, or more likely probably going to block or pitch. And it looks like we chose not to cash in the gold token on the Victor side. Michael being a little more disciplined there, choosing to keep that gold in play, facing down the Tiger for 1. He's just going to take it. And here's a Chase the Tail for 4. Michael is going to give the civic steps here, creating a quicken token. So I wonder, Michael's a very strong player. I have to imagine he had a reason for ordering his blocks the way he did. Perhaps the information gained on the Clash of Might was relevant to how he played the rest of the turn, or influenced his desire to not block with any more cards in his hand.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, I think we would have seen the civic steps come into play on the Tiger Taming Kakra.
Going back over to Michael's turn here, handing him the Quicken.
Down to 2, Tariq's at 6. It's a close game. It still could be anyone's game, but Michael has a full grip when you count his arsenal, and we know what that arsenal is. It is a pommel. This is a Chokeslam for 6. It's going to be for 10.
Can Tariq ever beat this?
He has to block at least 2 cards to survive here.
And his last 2 are just Transcend cards.
Wow. Yeah, he has. I guess he does have options here because of Rising Sun, Setting Moon. Is his other Transcend card a Grain? Which would push this into lethal range. That's crazy.
He can block 2 cards here to force the pummel.
I think Tariq is considering the play of, cashing in both Transcend cards, but it doesn't quite make sense because if you don't draw the block card you need, you're just instantly dead.
I think we may see something done in Resolution Step here with the pummel trigger on the stack. No, just choosing to discard and pass the turn.
Keeping that Grain that tips the scale as a potential last trick to try to force through lethal on the following turn, hoping that whatever 4 cards Michael draws into are not enough to kill our 2022 Canadian National Champion, Tariq Patel, the King of the North, sitting at 1 life total point trying to stay alive.
I believe Michael still has a Golden Sun in his deck, and he has a gold on board. There could be more inevitability than Tariq would like to deal with here.
Ooh, I think this is a couple of block cards in the hand for Michael. He is just going to attack with Spinal Crush, pitching all 3 of the other cards in his hand, but this is still quite the haymaker. Demands at the very least 3/3 blocks.
I'm not sure Tariq can block this at all.
Ooh, yep, that's 2 no blocks in hand. We know his arsenal is Grain, so no chance to draw into something to save him off of that Rising Sun that was discarded last turn.
He just offers the handshake. What an insane run back by Michael Metallo here.
Victor Goldmane is still in this thing. Our top 4 is 3 Zens, 1 Victor, and there is still a chance for him to go all the way.
There's still a chance. He's fought, as I said earlier, he's fought his way through so many Zens. There were, 30 in the room day 1 out of a 100-player tournament. He swept his way through all of them. His only losses, I believe, were in draft.
That was an insane game. When we went in, it really looked like Tariq Patel was leading that game. We even said it at the start. We were like, despite Michael's,
absolutely
position looking a bit rough, he could still get back into this game, and he did. He used pummel to great effect on multiple turns.
2 of them. All 3 of them came in that game, but the double pummel was such an insane tempo swing. Despite the attack itself not being disruptive, it completely took his turn away from him. It presented a game-swinging amount of damage, putting Tariq down at life parity with him, ripping everything away. It was just so fortunate that it lined up exactly with Tariq's hand already not being that impressive, limiting his blocking options.
That was such a treat to watch. Let's go back and look at our bracket where we now have all 4 of the top 4 decided. Both of our former Canadian national champions have fallen in the quarterfinals. Congratulations to Tariq Patel and Yuki Lee Bender, as well as Daniel and Hunter for great runs here, making it into the top 8. Looking at the semis, it is a Zen Mirror, of course, at the top. Shawn Dahliwal, we saw him defeat Daniel on stream in a pretty convincing victory. Going up against Kevin, who we've seen on stream a couple times throughout the weekend. 4th seed here. Kevin will have the choice to go, I would say 1st or 2nd, but I think at this point we know he will be going 2nd.
He will absolutely be going 2nd in that mirror.
In this,
worth so much.
So starting off with the advantage is Kevin in that one. And then, unfortunately for Michael Metallo, the 2nd seed, Sunny Young, has advanced, meaning Michael will, for the final time, not get the choice of 1st or 2nd.
And that is the final time. If he can make his way through this round, he gets to choose 2nd in the finals.
This is exciting stuff. Everyone's money is on Victor Goldmane, or at least our hopes. We obviously have a lot of really impressive Zen players in the room doing cool things. I think Zen is really fun to play.
Absolutely.
But when you see a top 8 like this, you just gotta root.
You have to root for Michael here.
That smug horse guy down at the bottom.
And it's how poetic it is that we've kind of, all of our hopes are pinned on this smug blonde boy, Victor Goldmane. He would feel amazing about that. He's like, oh yes, of course you came crawling back to me from last meta.
This sounds like a King George Hamilton.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's where my head goes. Will Canadian Nationals be won by the strongest ninja in the room, the latest from the newest set, Zen, Tamer of Purpose, or will it be one horse?
One horse, Mr. Victor Goldmane, high and mighty.
He is my horse in the race. We are going to jump to a
that really got me.
Sponsor segment here for Camp Green Tree. We've talked about them a little bit this weekend. For anyone who doesn't know, Green Tree Sports Cards is an LGS very involved in the Fab community, and later this summer they are hosting Camp Green Tree. It's an outdoors camp-themed Fab event where we're going to have all sorts of camp-themed activities on Friday, and then also pretty big prize pool tournaments, a 5K for CC on Saturday, and leading into on Sunday, a 2K Blitz tournament. It's going to be a very fun time. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be there because it lines up at the exact same time as Calling Manila. I can't wait to visit the Philippines, but for anyone in North America who is not flying overseas to that calling, go to Camp Green Tree. Don't miss it. It's going to be a fun time. You can go and buy your tickets at the link in the description, or you can visit www.gscfab.com. Hey, got there without stumbling that time.
Nice. The tongue twister of www.
It's hard. August 15th through 16th, or 15th through 18th.
And one last little shout on the end here is that playmat you see over at the bottom here is actually a promotional playmat given to everybody just for signing up.
That's right. When I first saw it, I thought that it was some sort of raffle, maybe for the winner, a giveaway. No, it's for everybody. So if you go sign up and you attend Camp Green Tree, that right there is yours. We're going to jump to a quick break, and then we will be back for the semifinals where we see whether Zen or the horse moves on. See you guys soon.
All right, guys. We heard you, and we think it's time for you to tell us. What kind of cards do you want in the expansion slot?
Listen, I think I'm gonna need a new weapon. Luminaris 4.0 that gives action points instead of go again.
Ship it! Wait, no. Internally, you're already the best deck in the format.
My angel gets so many cards! Me want card too! Me want to smash! Me want to pass with
If only we could give you a blue 6, buddy.
Blue 6?
Ship it!
James.
Now look here, see? I just need some arcane barrier evil. I'm a man of means. I can afford to invent some AB.
I just need purpose.
Visit the Golden Anvil, you'll be fine.
Forget about Gladiator Boy.
Olympia! Aha!
Just tell me the price. I'll sell my soul if I have to. He works for me.
Ship it!
Wait. James!
Brian.
How do you even understand that? OMG.
Spider also want beat wizard.
There is no way that is all they said.
Spider also say, buy from Bazaar!
What is that?
Hammurabi, TCG. Buy from the Bazaar by contacting Hemel Patel through Facebook, Twitter, or Discord. Available for any and all Fab TCG requests, including high-end, master sets, and more.
See, now that's an idea I can get behind.
Ship it!
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
SinFab TCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday, we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament, as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com. fab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the mist veil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Inner chi.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, First Form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a blitz battle harden. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lore Kano, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lore Kano, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
Welcome back to the semifinals here at the Canadian National Championship 2024, hosted by Red Riot Games and Silver Goblin. I'm Brodie, this is Elly. We are in Niagara Falls in Canada, and we are ready to dive into Michael Metallo versus Sunny Young. These two players drove to this event together, are staying together, and are now battling it out in the top 4.
Two folks from the same city, from Toronto, basically the nearest major city, and we actually have 3 Torontonians that are Torontoites, people from Toronto who make up our top 4 here. Shawn Dahliwal is from there as well. Michael Metallo, our little Italian stallion over here on Victor Goldmane versus Sunny Young on Zen Tamer of Purpose. We're jumping right in.
Michael started us off with a Tunic to 1 and Arsenal, and Sunny, as the second seed, got to choose to go second, and is starting us off with some action, choosing levels of enlightenment modes, +2 and draw a card.
And I think this is a very efficient use of your levels of enlightenment that doesn't always kind of find its way to the forefront. You often see this card to lead on very powerful transcend turns, but it's also just perfectly acceptable on a turn where you've pitched 2 blues like this to just convert it to, I mean, the rate on that is fantastic. A critical strike, a 1 for 5 at blue that draws a card to put in your arsenal.
Yeah, despite leaving 2 floating, Sunny ultimately did a 3-card 11 there, so going a little bit above rate, utilizing that fantastic new Majestic from our latest set. Here's an Amnesia from the Victor player, trying to slow Zen down a little bit, make it so you can't combo this turn unless you want to donate some cards or some of that precious armor.
And Amnesia is a bit of a gamble on a lot of turns like this, and I think that Sunny's hand is kind of a pretty good example of how this card can be a little risky. He's coming in with the Amnesia, hoping to stifle his plans of actually popping off this turn. However, he's holding an Enlightened Strike, another card, a blue, and a Mauling Chi. He can convert his hand offensively all 4 cards without actually ever caring about the on-hit trigger of this Amnesia.
That's a great point. Sunny looks like maybe he's going to block with 1 card here, just that Mauling Chi, still considering his options.
Making sure he's making no mistakes. I love this slow and thoughtful play we've seen all of this tournament.
Absolutely. Equipment looks very standard from both sides. We are in the top 4 now. We have 2 players who we've watched play multiple times this weekend, demonstrated excellence throughout, and we know there are going to be very few mistakes made at this level.
Take 3.
Just another reason for me to be rooting for Michael here. Aside from the Victor, the horse jokes, the rest of the top 8, for sure, he is a Boltyn player. I've mentioned this before, but he has my heart.
I have played against Michael on Boltyn. That's actually the only CC matchup I've played with him, Azalea into Boltyn. But here he is today, repping Guardian. Sunny's going to start us off with a Tiger Taming Kakra for 2 go again. Amnesia is active here. So while blocking this turn, Michael knows that there's no chance of any bond shenanigans. That's going to become relevant pretty quickly once we see this Gust Wave hit the table.
Absolutely.
Although it's possible.
I think he may be looking to play an E-Strike for 7 here.
Yeah, just putting the Gust Wave on the bottom of the deck, coming in for 7, doing a little bit of a 3-card 9.
And something Zen does a lot that I think has come up earlier with like the staff mauling Chi lines and situations like this is Zen is very good at doing things that are just exactly on rate, right? This is 3 cards for 9, assuming each one of your cards is a head jab. It's the exact same number of, exact same value. But the way he splits his damage up here, the staff for 2 into the attack for 7, forces 3 damage through just by being so awkward to block.
A little bit of an awkward clash for Michael, revealing a pummel on top of the deck. So once again, handing that Might token over to the Zen player. Not really what he wants to see here on turn 1.
Tunic to 3.
Taking up his Tunic.
Turn 2, rather. We're heading over to Michael's Tunic to 3. He has 2 cards in hand, 1 card in Arsenal. Looks like a CNC, so if that Arsenal were a pummel, he would have quite the threat lined up. And even if it's not, Sunny has to consider that as an option, assuming we do see the CNC come in here.
Unfortunately, I think that... Oh, it is a blue. I thought that that was yellow. Completely ignore me. He is opting to throw this Amnesia, something I like a lot here. He arsenaled that card last turn, and as Brodie talked about this earlier, you kind of, by holding this card in your hand, this card that he doesn't know that you arsenaled on a previous turn cycle, you represent the pummel so much more effectively. He has to sit there and wonder, like, is this card taking a card away from me and forcing an on-hit where I really don't want to deal with it?
Though, interestingly, Michael revealed a little bit of information there by waiting so long on his turn. From his perspective, he was deciding whether to play Amnesia or to play CNC, but, you know, inside a high-level player's mind, Sonny might be thinking, why would Michael have taken so long if this card was a pummel? He would have just jammed the Amnesia. So either he had another option to consider, or he's just totally trying to psyop me. Any option is still... Both are possible, but seems a little bit less likely he has a pummel now.
Shipping the this round's on me and the chase the tail, decided he doesn't really need these cards this turn cycle. Although he hasn't had a powerful turn yet, he's just kind of sitting comfortable over here, 5 with ahead, and he's about to make another value play with this Tiger Taming Kakara for 3 off the might that Michael donated to him, straight into a Levels of Enlightenment, most likely choosing the +2 mode, getting a 2-card 8 off of 2 blues alone.
And there's the first block card of the game.
Another whiff!
Wow. And Michael pretty quickly says, that's okay. I'm okay not winning this trounce. Does win the second clash, so it's just a wash here. There is always the option to cash in that unused shield, but Michael
I like the discipline on not doing so.
Yeah, not even considering it. He's like, that is not something I need to be doing here. And once again, a blue critical strike, easy peasy.
And it looks like he has found that pommel. His hand looks quite red heavy, though. He's holding a weakest link and this pummel, so it's possible he's forced to either arsenal this pummel, use his tunic counter to ship the CNC, or just pitch 2 reds to throw the CNC and get rid of that pummel.
That is so unfortunate for Michael, not only losing the first 2 clashes of the game, but drawing into an all-red hand in a spot where he could otherwise CNC pummel.
And I do like this decision he's making here to cash in the tunic counter rather than preserving it for another pummel to come up, getting this pummel safely in arsenal, pretty content to wait until tunic comes back up again, or he's able to keep enough cards to make use of it.
On Sunny's side, it looks like 2 Transcend cards in hand, as well as a Tiger Swipe and a blue Bonds of Ancestry. So if he wants to Transcend just with those cards off of each other, he can go fetch a Descendant Gust Wave and get to action with the Bonds.
Very true.
Does have to think about this arsenal being threatened, though, considering maybe a block with 2 cards, perhaps even using some armor, but I don't think there's much use for that Tiger from Stride of Reprisal, so a lot to consider from Sunny's side.
Absolutely. Holding 2 Transcend cards, but they're both a little clunky here in that they need a target.
Yeah, he does have the option to use them on the CNC if he chooses. Giving it go again doesn't seem too dangerous given the way Michael pitched. Likely doesn't have any resource cards to follow this up with anything important.
We may see him cash in an equipment that blocks 2 and then use the drop in the ocean to push it down to 5. You're very right.
The only downside is that he would lose out on the resources from 12 Petal Kasaya by doing it on his opponent's turn.
Certainly a painful place to be, but he will end up with 2 blues in his hand. 3 even, with that blue Bonds of Ancestry at the top.
Sonny's taking his time here. I'm not positive what his arsenal is, but I'm sure it's playing a pretty big role in how he wants to approach this turn. How worth protecting is it?
And, okay, on the topic of Sonny being just an absolute master of playing Ninja and known for it within the area, he is doing something I haven't seen many other Zens do. Before he blocks with this card and puts it in his graveyard, he is taking the time to check what he still has left, even this early in the game, not willing to throw away any resources because he's played enough Katsu. He's used to discarding cards. He's used to lighting cards on fire and searching his deck and just milling himself out so quickly. And this threat management minigame is absolutely central to both of those heroes that he spent so much time on.
It looks like all of the combo cards currently in Sunny's graveyard are 1 cost, so getting this Tiger Swipe on the combat chain blocking and sending it to the yard could end up being critical depending on the way his cost curve plays out, just having access to a 0-cost Bonds target.
Looks like he's shipping the Tiger Swipe and the Tiger Stripe.
There you go. I've never seen that rhyme before. Well done. And likely pushing the CNC down to 5 with the Transcend cards. I think just double-checking here, considering the option to give another equipment, but you see him reaching there for the Transcend cards in hand. A drop in the ocean being put to better effect than we see most Zens use it for.
I appreciate him really taking his time on this decision. Giving this go again could be pretty risky if Michael's holding a blue and just donating him 4 free damage on a hammer here. Unlikely that he is, but he's still really considering all his outs.
CNC goes to the yard. Goodbye to those blocking cards, and we're over to Sunny's turn. He's got a bit of a life lead, 37 to 30, but of course all of that armor is untouched on the victor side.
Let's take a look at Michael's hand here. Looks like he's drawn another pummel, another command and conquer, another weakest link, and a red disable.
This is completely devastating. That's all reds again. He's likely just going to have to block 11 with this hand.
And then pass the turn.
Alternatively, he could give up 1 point of value to present disruption. The fact that the pummel only blocks 2 makes me think that might actually be worth it. He could, instead of blocking 8 with these cards, just attack for 6 with the on hit.
It's true. Sunny no longer has 6 value in armor on the board. Here comes that blue Bonds of Ancestry searching his graveyard.
And he is, in fact, going to grab that Tiger Swipe. This kind of makes sense with the curve. He only has 2 resources here, so quite possibly using them on the Tiger Taming Kakra and wanting to get a 0-cost Ender to pair with that.
Doing some math here, though, considering taking the Chase the Tail or the Spinning Wheel Kick to maximize his damage output.
Despite only having 4 total combo cards in his yard, they are all different, and he has quite a few options at his disposal.
And he is opting for the Spinning Wheel Kick. That's a very interesting line, actually. I don't think I saw that one myself. I'm curious to see how he ends on this turn. He still has his Zen Search available to him and 2 floating. I wonder if he's going to search up Mauling Chi, use the Tiger to present considerably more damage than he could have if he just got to Chase the Tail here.
Very interesting stuff. From Michael's side, this seems like a potential opportunity to cash in your Civic Steps to me, but you don't know for sure what is in Sunny's hand. Yeah, he knows it is an Energy, actually.
He does actually know for sure what is in Sunny Young's hand here.
So in this case, you have to think to yourself, are there any combo cards he could find where having a Quicken would help him out? And I can't think of any where it really matters. Everything else in this turn has Go again, so I think this is quite possibly a prime opportunity to toss in those Civic Steps.
Absolutely. I think he's thinking just that as he looks through this graveyard. Or maybe considering preserving, as he thumbs these cards in his hand, kind of considering preserving his armor block for a rainy day later and blocking 2 with this pummel.
He might still be on the fence about whether he wants to attack with these 3 red cards for 6 with Disruption, or gain a little bit more life and block with them all for 8. Prolong this game a little bit, let his Tunic climb up to make use of that pummel and Arsenal.
And it's a very interesting kind of proposition, right? Victor is over on this side of the table, and he's saying, I would like a long game. I would like to slow you out. I would like to run you out of threats like he did with our 2022 champion, Tariq, in that matchup. Shifting his way towards this situation with that double pummel where Tariq was basically out of ways to win the game.
Ultimately, Michael says, I'm going to hang on to these 3 cards, taking 2 damage down to 28, and it's going to be a Spinning Wheel Kick follow-up for 4 Go again here. Everything is face up. The only hidden information is what's inside of Sunny's mind. What combo card does he want to go fetch from his deck?
And it does seem likely that he goes and gets a Mauling Chi here, capable of presenting 6 damage here pretty easily. I was thinking it was 7, but he blocked with the Shuko last turn.
That's a great point, yeah. There's that Mauling Key, just as you called it. On Michael's side, we see a little bit of a reaction from Michael. Maybe I'm just reading into it, but it looked like he looked a little bit surprised or upset when he saw that Mauling Key hit the table.
It's quite a bit of damage to have to deal with here.
He's on the fence here. He can block. He can turn these 3 cards into 9 blocking value now if he lands the pummel plus block 3 on the Mauling Key, stopping the on-hit.
Taking some time. He's got to decide how he wants to use these reds in his hand.
The stakes are pretty high at this point. The winner of this match goes on to the finals, scores a guaranteed at least a couple $100 more for winning this game.
And a gold foil. Oh, no. They got that for being in top 4. Don't listen to me.
And Sunny has decided to actually hang on to the Crouching Tiger, saying, I would rather have it in Arsenal than use it just to give this Mauling Key an on-hit.
I really like that decision, actually. Something that I think really increases the consistency on a lot of your turns as Zen. A bit of a skill floor decision is holding on to Tigers that are only worth 0 or 1 value on one turn, so they can smooth out your turns in the future. Maybe they turn on a Chase the Tail that you're forced to throw without having access to making a Tiger. Maybe they turn on a Mauling Chi in the future, but you get 1 out of your Tiger Taming Kakara.
Michael is in the tank here. We see him looking at the camera, making some eye contact with us. Oh, looking away as soon as I said that. Hopefully he can't hear me. You've got to be a little bit frustrated if you're Michael, drawing 2 all red hands in a row, not having fortunate clash luck. We'll see if he can navigate his way back into this game despite all of that. Currently down to almost half of Sunny's life total.
We've seen him run back an even bigger lead against Dr. Patel earlier.
So ultimately he has chosen no blocks.
And there's the first Art of War.
And an Ancestral Harmony.
What a hand.
And it's going to, in this case, choosing the weakest link over the CNC. So currently threatening that Art of War in the hand of Sunny Young.
I also think this is a great decision. He knows that Sunny's arsenal is just to Command and Conquer. If he it's just a Tiger. If he throws the Command and Conquer, all he's taking away from him is an ephemeral, crouching Tiger. By throwing this weakest link, he's threatening any possible power cards that he might have drawn here, like this Art of War.
And it's funny how this works with Zen's equipment. He's blocking with all 3 of them and a card. Because the card he wants to block with is a 2-block, there's no way to cover this weakest link by just using the shoes and, you know, one of the other 2 blocks. And he really needs the Tiger from the shoes no matter what. So he's just going to ultimately cash in 7 here.
Maybe a little inefficient, but the cards he gets for free off of this equipment can surely make that up.
Yeah, you got to take this Shoes Tiger when you have the chance. The extra card for purposes of Art of War is worth more than the 1 block it provides.
Looks like he's considering not cashing in that Stride of Reprisal.
Yeah, pulling out the aspect of Tiger Body now. Kind of on the fence.
I'm curious. It seems like both variations of his blocks here, he was considering blocking 7. I wonder if he's trying to play around Lunging Press.
We do have the Mystic Lunging Press in this deck.
Yes, although Victor Goldmane is not a Mystic hero.
Oh, my apologies. Zen has access to Lunging Press. You mean actual Lunging Press on the Victor side. I see what you're saying. I think that I think it is unlikely that a Lunging Press would appear in a Victor deck, but wouldn't that be quite the crazy surprise?
We've already seen a Victor present Snapdragon Scalers this weekend.
That's true. We also saw a Zen with 3 red snatches in the deck. A lot of interesting stuff.
That's true. I really like Clay's deck building decisions. Just wanted to shout that out. I thought the territorial domains were very smart for matchups like Victor. It's really hedging for your bad matchups rather than playing to beat your already good ones.
This is a really difficult spot for Sunny. When you're a Zen player here, you have to consider all the possibilities from that Art of War. 2 new cards is so many new cards to draw off the top of your deck and have to consider the potential consequences for which of these cards you keep in your hand.
It's a little bit like playing Kano. You know, this hero's playing toward this powerful combo turn, including where he cashes in all of his equipment to present just an absolutely ridiculous amount of damage.
Trying to decide whether blue Descendant Gustwave or Aspect of Tiger Body is a better card to hang on to. And also, if he does block with the Aspect, does he want to pitch the Ancestral or the Descendant to Art of War?
A lot to think about on this turn. Could be the most pivotal turn of this game.
Michael Metallo just chilling there. Content presenting his disruption. Has that pummel in arsenal. Looks like Sunny has committed to a block of 7, actually hanging on to those shoes for the future. And going to go ahead and grab this inner chi. Perhaps he wants to banish the Tiger from the Zen ability rather than from the shoes.
And Michael may be playing Victor, but he is Zen on the other side of the table there, just hanging out, letting Sunny take his time, letting him really just make the decision he's the happiest with.
That's right. Michael's like, here's your cut. I am ready to put these reds to the bottom and see a blue card off the top of my deck, please. What does he draw?
More reds.
Hey, that's 1 blue and 1 yellow. Thankfully, we are saved, finally. He does also have a test of strength. Hopefully this clash goes better than the last one for him.
Absolutely. Here comes a little bit of gambling. Hitting a blue 100 wins off the top of his deck. This could be disaster for Michael.
Going to activate Zen now. I wonder if we'll see him grab 100 wins now that he's seen this other one banished.
Putting the tiger in his hand and searching his deck. He's likely already pathed out everything he plans to do on this turn, but he's gained some new information with this banish of the Ancestral Harmony. It might change his decision.
There you have it. 2 combo cards representing together a total of 9 damage, which is pretty crazy to think about just in those 2 cards, assuming the Art of War does end up giving +1.
5 off Shuko, unpreventable.
Hearing a little bit from the other game.
Yeah, I heard that. I was like, what? There's no Shuko in play.
he blocked with Shuko, I swear.
And here you have it. The last 3 cards in hand are Resource card, Art of War, and of course this free Tiger. Going to draw 2 cards here.
Finding the Jade Tiger domain off the top and an aspect of Tiger body.
Sunny's arsenal is, of course, that crouching tiger he decided to park there earlier, waiting for a better moment to use it.
He has some interesting choices here. He can just park that Jade Tiger domain and arsenal pretty comfortably. With 2 floating here, he can just present 100 wins, aspect of Tiger, Kakara, Tiger, Tiger.
There's the first 100 wins, going to be attacking for 3, despite its color strip getting buffed up by both of those sort of Lord effects sitting in the corner.
When Harmony hits, it's pretty disgusting.
Hearing a little bit of table chatter from the game saying, when Harmony hits, it's pretty disgusting. And this turn is no exception. Turning this blue into a red off the top of his deck and even buffing the card he chose to search off of his Zen ability, maybe even opting specifically for this 100 wins after drawing one off this Ancestral Harmony.
That is a big red 100 wins right there. Interestingly, Michael chose to cash in his first block on Aurum Aegis, and he's now giving his Balance of Justice here, getting ready to draw 2 after gaining a little bit of information about the top of his deck.
And that's finally clash kind of going in Michael's favor this turn, getting him a gold, drawing him into the CNC, and he's had this pummel parked there for a little bit.
I actually really like this sequencing from Michael Metallo. He used the Aurum Aegis first in case his test of strength failed, so that the first 2 value would already be gained from the shield, and he didn't mind sacking it. And then immediately after that, blocking with that Balance of Justice in case he wants to draw a card. Of course, there were 2 cards drawn on the Zen side due to Art of War.
And he is opting to draw a card here. Very thoughtful play from our Victor champion. Looking at all these cards in his hand, considering his options, seeing what he wants to block with and what he wants to keep to kind of back up that pummel he's been sitting on.
See if we can get a glimpse of what he has here. It's a CNC Golden Sun weakest link, and I think that's 2 blues. So some more disruptive attacks. He does have the Golden Sun available, but no Tunic to play it off of. If he pitched 2 blues for it, could go for some sort of big pummel play, perhaps.
Absolutely. And he kind of gets to have his cake and eat it too on this turn because of Balance of Justice, letting him do a little bit of extra blocking on this powerful Art of War Ancestral Harmony combination turn because he knows it's nearing its end as far as damage coming in goes.
There you go. Golden Sun is getting blocked here. Michael's down to 16. And we're going to follow up with a staff for 2. Oh, thinking on Sunny side. Want to double check everything. If he does swing this staff, the Crouching Tiger will ultimately end up coming in for 2 as well.
2 into 2 is not bad here. Maybe didn't see exactly what he was looking for off of the Art of War's draw effect, but certainly cobbled together something quite impressive.
Could be a little bit awkward for Michael, who is hoping to block with more of those 3 blocks, I have to imagine, as this turn goes on.
He's reaching for those civic steps.
Unless his plan is to pitch 2 cards to CNC pummel here, and perhaps set up the weakest link in Arsenal. We'll have to see what he chooses to do.
And that may be exactly what he's playing towards. Giving his opponent this quick, and then he knows he's going to burn on this Crouching Tiger for 2.
Yeah, just hands it right back to him. There's the Crouching Tiger.
There's another Crouching Tiger with his name on it in Arsenal that both players know about.
Michael's trying to decide if he's going to block. Does he need to do it now?
Absolutely. The next one's for 1. It's got to be frustrating when you have all these 3 blocks in your hand. You activated Balance of Justice just to draw more cards, and yet you're dealing with 3 damage across 2 chain links.
Gauntlets of Iron Will still in play untouched. No real need to cash that in, but might want to sometime in the near future, just in case he ends up like getting attacked for so much damage in a turn that he wishes he had gotten the 3 out of it.
Absolutely. The die was incorrect, but I believe the damage was correct. Michael taking 1 down to 13 there.
And Sunny is just going to Arsenal. Civic Steps and Aura Magus return to their equipment zones. Michael hangs on to a 4-card hand, so it seems pretty face up to us, unless he's going to do something fancy with his gold, that this is just going to be a 2 cards in the pitch zone pummel play.
And the life lead is big here, but we've seen him run this situation back before, and notably, just like the last game against Tariq Patel, he doesn't have any armor left. Sunny is out of armor. He's out of defensive options when it comes to this situation. Michael can very easily close this gap quite quickly with pummeled disruptive attacks, take control of the tempo of this game, and shut Sunny's dreams down.
I really hope this one ends up being a close game, no matter who gets there. I agree with you that Michael has the potential to make quite a comeback here. I think he's probably on the fence right now about 2 things. First of all, does he want to crack his gold token this turn? And secondly, which of these 2 attacks to send? In this case, he's choosing Command and Conquer.
Makes a lot of sense. He knows that card in Sunny's arsenal isn't a tiger, so it seems more threatening to take that from him rather than a random gamble on the weakest link.
Yeah, and on a future turn, Sunny might not have an arsenal, so I 100% think it makes more sense to cash in the CNC now and leave the weakest link for the future. There is a
Jade Tiger Domain coming in response. Sunny drew another Transcend card, setting up this really powerful play in response to these devastating disruptive triggers, letting him clear this arsenal, put 2 tigers in his hand with which to just feed the Pummel's discard trigger, and then go into his turn with 2 inner chi.
This is pretty unfortunate for Michael. One of the best things that Sunny could have had here.
10 damage is still 10 damage.
Can be put in grave, so Arsenal, eh?
And we're now going back to Sunny's turn. Michael has set up that weakest link in Arsenal. His Tunic is on 2. If he were to draw another pummel, that could lead to an efficient pummel play. Here's another Ancestral Harmony.
A bit more gambling. Flipping a Levels of Enlightenment, not quite as lucky as he was with the 100 wins. However, the buff effect from this card on all of his attacks this turn is certainly relevant with this Descendant Gust Wave coming in, holding another chi that both players know about, prepared to go get a Bonds and go quite wide.
It's going to be 1 damage here leaking over, putting Michael down to 12. And yep, just like you said, we're going to use Zen's hero ability, find that Bonds of Ancestry in the deck.
Still has a red.
I always enjoy getting a glimpse of these players' decks as they pan through for their tutor and seeing what kind of card choices each player selects and how each Zen deck is just a little bit different.
Absolutely.
There's the cut, and here we go with the Bonds of Ancestry. I think it's funny how we shuffle the deck and cut it just to follow up with another tutor right away. There's that Crouching Tiger in hand from the Zen ability. Sunny's hand now contains just 2 Crouching Tigers as his only cards, and that leads him to look at this Chase the Tail as a tempting option, though it does line up a little bit awkwardly with his resource curve. He does have the Tiger Taming Cocker still available, but if he goes for Chase the Tail, he will not be able to activate that staff.
Very true.
Total damage for the turn with Chase the Tail would be 8 more after the Bonds, versus if he goes for the stick play, it's
a swipe?
3 plus, swipe would come for 5, so also 8. So perhaps it comes down to which card he wants to leave more copies of in his deck and or graveyard.
That's a lot of very interesting decision-making with Zen and with the Ninja class that I think I mentioned earlier a little bit, that Sunny is an absolute master of.
I think the 2 lines are equal, so in this case, he's choosing to move basically one of the Chase the Tails from his deck to Banished Zone when all is said and done, rather than a Tiger Swipe.
Absolutely. And don't forget, there's still 5 on the combat chain with this trigger resolving that Michael still has to contend with before we even get to 8 more damage coming in.
Getting everything sorted there, cutting the deck, and then Michael's going to take a peek through the Zen's yard, trying to understand which combo cards are still available, what the contents of the deck look like, glancing through the banished zone for good measure there as well. Everything for this turn is pretty face up, and that's going to be a block 3, going down to 10 for Michael Metallo, or there we go, he's going to cash in the Gauntlets of Iron Will, just to make sure that next turn and any future turn he can expend all of his armor if he must.
Absolutely. Never good to end the game with value on the board, whether you're winning or losing.
This is 5 go again due to the Ancestral Harmony. 1 floating, so unfortunately cannot Tiger Staff this turn, but we are going to be able to follow this up with 3 more damage from that Crouching Tiger in hand.
It's like he's considering blocking with this Cranial Crush. He's maybe made the decision to just block out this turn.
Lots of blocking. Yeah, he can either block 3 with the last blue or pitch it to the weakest link. It is up to him.
Going to 7 seems so dangerous here, but he's going to do it. He has a plan for this card.
Gauntlets of Iron Will return to the arm slot. Ticked down to 1 here. Michael Metallo is down 7 to Sunny Yong's 28. Our last non-Zen hero in the race is about to throw this weakest link and is really hoping it creates some disruption and buys him some space to get back in this game. Because despite whittling away Zen's armor and catching him on a 4-card hand here, that is just such a huge life deficit to overcome.
And Sunny has drawn a non-blocking card that Michael can force him to discard and then draw a card to Arsenal. Looks like he's holding a This Round's on Me, a Pass Over, an Aspect of Tiger Body, and a Bonds of Ancestry.
He can block with any 2 of these 3/3 blocks here if he wants to, though it will lead him to have a pretty unimpressive turn, perhaps just playing 1 card and arsenaling 1 card. I think maybe what he's grappling here is that if he wants to block 6, he might have to give up the bonds, and his turn could be something like just play Aspect for 3 and set up the Transcend card in Arsenal. It's a bit of a tricky spot.
And this is exactly how we saw the previous matchup Michael was in against Zen turned on its head. You run out of armor, you kind of start to run out of steam, these disruptive effects start to take their toll, and the life leads don't really matter all that much.
I think Sunny doesn't really have much of an alternative play here, with no way to find a Descendant Gust Wave, and no real line that puts this Bonds cleanly in Arsenal. I guess his only option would be to perhaps block 3 with the This Round's on Me, play the Passover to get it out of his hand, and then just attack with the Aspect. It looks like maybe that's what he's going for. He's going to play the Passover, targeting anything from the Victor's Yard. I don't think it matters too much here. Yeah, you can hear him at the table saying, is there anything that matters? Maybe going to grab that Golden Sun just because it can matter in the late game. I think he's just going to opt for that Balance of Justice. Victor decks, unless they're playing Remembrance, really have no way to interact with their graveyard too much.
Absolutely. Taking 6 down to 22, showing the whole hand. Maybe planning on just swinging Staff into Aspect on this turn.
It's an interesting choice to go -1 with that This Round's on Me, presenting just 2 damage with Go Again instead of 3. Basically, because he has such a life lead, valuing keeping that pressure on Michael to the point that he's willing to give up 1 point of math to do it.
Absolutely. Coming in for 2 with the Tiger Taming Kakara here. Has Go Again. Michael's drawn up to 4 here, not getting a free Arsenal off that weakest link since there was no card to discard. Holding a red Disable, a Clash of Might, I believe a Visit the Goldmane Estate, and a blue Thunderquake. Kind of shaking his head a little bit. It's not the hand he's looking for here.
I'm not sure if Michael wants to block with any cards from hand, but if not, this might be another good chance to use that last life off of Civic Steps, given that you know Michael needs to attack you again this turn, and the Go Again isn't going to do that much for him. Or, sorry, Sunny needs to attack again this turn.
Michael's over here fighting himself.
Michael, it's Michael Metallo on Zen Tamer of Purpose versus Victor Mercado. Old joke. All right, that's a Clash of Might, and I think that was a Golden Sun on top. So a little bit of the good variance Michael needs to start to slide back into this game.
He can't.
Yeah, so I get a gold, I draw a card. And
It looks like he's creating a gold off of the Golden Sun.
do I get two? No, I don't get 2 gold from this, right?
I think they're double checking with a judge. We're trying to figure out what exactly just went down. As we were joking about Victor being a Kano player, Victor, and Michael being Sunny, and all kinds of shenanigans. Something went down with this clash of might, and we're now just double checking with the judges.
So I believe the rules discrepancy here is Victor's text box actually says the first time you would fail to win a clash. Michael saw the Art of War on Sunny's deck, kind of saw blood a little bit, or smelled blood a little bit, saw an opportunity to ship that Art of War to the bottom of his deck, but the problem with cashing in the gold to use Victor's ability there is that you can't actually crack the gold to redo the clash if you didn't lose.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you for explaining that to us. So now the judges are going to have to decide how to proceed in this situation. I think it's possible that we saw the second card of Sunny's deck, in which case extra information has been revealed. Otherwise, it's a pretty easy fix to just put the Art of War back on top. Looks like players are advancing here, so I think everything is in order. We have the Might token, and I think there should be 2 gold tokens in play now.
Play visit Goblin Estates. 2 floating.
He's playing Visit the Goldman Estate. So regardless of how many gold tokens, 1 or 2, this is going to be live to create more mites. I think the judges are pausing here. I think the issue now is that if we're rolling back the Victor redraw,
people have seen more cards.
Oh, failed to win a clash. Oh, it's failed to win a clash.
he also should have an extra gold because he started with 1 gold in play. When he reveals the Golden Sun off the Clash of Might, that creates a second one. So I think he should go into this turn with 2 gold, and then at this board state, he should be at 3 off of the Visit the Goldman Estate effect.
Absolutely. With regards to Sunny's hand, it's slightly difficult to fix since he's functionally seen a 5th card off the top of his deck here.
It's a little bit tricky, yeah. I think I'm hoping that the issue is just the number of gold tokens and not the cards in Sunny's hand, because that would make this a lot less complicated. Regardless, we have a very capable team of judges here to figure everything out. And they're just going to confirm with the players what happened.
So that was in his hand.
We can listen into the table here.
Yeah, I believe we're kind of rolling back a little bit here to re-resolve this Clash of Might. We're kind of rebuilding the game state a little bit. The Golden Sun was on the top of Michael's deck, and there was an Art of War revealed on the top of Sunny's.
There was, he bought him from the Clash with Shinto.
Did you have an Art of War?
No. So let's just, Clash of Might was defending
Looks like they're going to go get.
Yeah.
Tiger.
That's not the right card. That was the card in Sunny's pitch zone. I believe the Art of War is 1 further down. Checking it, putting it on top of the deck.
So this card wasn't my pitch.
Yeah.
Okay. And it was the right card. And these cards were on the top of the deck.
That
was previous turn? Previous turn. Everything but boots.
Oh, it's unfortunate that they did not catch the issue entirely before Sunny drew up, as now several more cards have been seen, and the situation is a bit more complicated.
What we can say about this situation is Sunny's deck was random because he had recently shuffled. So outside of a couple cards on the bottom of his deck, the top 5, 6 cards of his deck were all in a random order. So it's very easy to randomize his hand, put them on top, and then put the Art of War on top.
It's kind of, the situation's a bit sad because we've seen Michael use those clashes, giving him information about the top of both decks to such great effect. Last game, using it to draw into a CNC pummel. It's unfortunate for him that in this case, Victor is not worded in such a way that he can do what he wanted to do. But honestly, an easy mistake to make and a pretty cool attempt at a clever play.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I've seen this interaction kind of play out in this way before, where it's a little easy to just get a little bit excited and just go, a power card on the top of their deck. Get that out of here without noticing that you've actually already won this clash. You've satisfied Mr. Goldmane. He's happy. He doesn't really care how he wins. He just cares that he does.
I think that's very thematically fitting for Victor Goldmane, High and Mighty.
Absolutely. We're going to let these judges kind of resolve this situation as best they can. We've rolled back a little bit here.
And we're going to find out what is the face, or the fate, rather, of Mr. Horseman, Victor Goldmane.
And this Art of War.
And this Art of War on top.
This Art of War.
Do you want to, while we wait for the judges, do you want to tell your Art of War story?
Have I told the Art of War anecdote on stream before, Ethan?
Not yet this weekend.
Shaking his head. So, little bit of a story. San Jose, the first Worlds. I really love that event, by the way. Meeting James White, which is something I'm going to get to in this short story, really kind of ignited a lot of my passion for this game. I had a really great time at that calling. It was my very first calling level event for this game. Went out to World San Jose, stayed with some friends, and in between calling rounds, a friend of mine is actually at the front of the Meet James White line, and he says, "Hey guys, I know you're between rounds right now. I'm about to go in. Just jump in." And he clarified with the people behind him in line that it was okay to do a little bit of a cutscene situation. And this is kind of the peak of Icelander Oldham Phi triangle meta, and people are not happy with actually the same card that is on top of Sunny's deck right now. This Arcane Rising Majestic Art of War, this power card used to such effect in Zen now, but also in Phi back then, and a lot of people wanted to see Art of War leave the game's ecosystem. And my friend brings up his playset of Rainbow Foil Art of Wars to James White in this line. And James, I'm sure he had a hell of a weekend at the very first World Championships for Flesh and Blood. I'm sure he was exhausted for external factors. However, he says, "Hey, I want you to sign my favorite card." And he hands him this playset of Art of War. And James, in this very kind of exasperated voice, rubs his forehead a little bit, sounds tired, and he goes, "Ah, yeah. Forgive the accent. Art of War. It's a good card. In fact, it's one of the best cards."
I appreciate your attempt at the New Zealand accent there. Every time I try to do a UK accent or an Australian or New Zealand accent, it ends up...
conflate those. I don't think those people like that very much.
I know, but for me, it ends up sounding like the other one because I do such a terrible job.
I'm sure I'm not good at it either. My friend Amelia Hulin Bobar, I believe, last name, just shouting that one out when and where I can. Incredibly good Kano player from Australia. Always tells me that I'm doing the wrong one, so I empathize with you.
Glancing at the table here, it looks like the judge is kind of still explaining the situation to both players, making sure that he has all the information, making sure the players agree that the resolution that they're going toward makes sense. But it looks like they're reaching a conclusion here.
And just want to say, we've actually muted the table mics while we resolve this issue. This is maybe a little bit of a fun fact, but when judges are making decisions like this, actually, I believe it's tournament policy or judge policy to kind of do what you can, especially with production, to protect the anonymity of judges involved in rulings like this, especially in high-stakes scenarios, so that if somebody is unhappy with the decision, people don't come after these hardworking judges who all they're doing here is trying to put on good games of Flesh and Blood and make sure everything runs smoothly.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, thank you to the judge staff. This is a good opportunity to shout out all the hard work they do for this game and, for this tournament in particular, and every tournament you attend. Anything rated ProQuest and up is going to have at least one judge there working hard to facilitate games and make sure everything goes well. Thank you to Frederick, Jabril, Felix, Grant, Antoine, David, Aurelia, Matthew, and Gerald for their work this weekend.
Who goes by Gunter.
Gunter, yes.
Very nice guy. From Hamilton, Ontario, so also pretty close to Niagara. When I was visiting Canada, looking at schools and stuff a couple years ago, he was very welcoming, very facilitating at a local store called Tista Minis in the area. Very nice people. Really enjoyed the couple armories I played there. Nothing.
This is a tricky spot. So, to try to unpack everything that's going on, at the start of Sunny's turn, I believe Michael had one gold token in play. Of course, all the action happens when we get to this Clash of Might. We flip over Golden Sun, flip over Art of War. So what should happen here is Michael's incapable of using the Victor ability. The Clash resolves. Golden Sun creates that second gold token, puts a Victor draw trigger on the stack. You draw the Golden Sun, and we move on. What did happen is we tried to spend the very first gold token to put the Art of War to the bottom, and I think with the original judge call, that ended up getting left alone. The Art of War stayed on the bottom, and Sunny drew into 4 cards, at least one of which he should never have seen, and at this point we have no idea which one that is.
That's true.
And so, at this point, judges have to do the best they can to restore the original game state where Art of War is on top and now in Sunny's hand, and also find a way to deal with those 4 cards. And it looks like they're bringing out the intellect penalty token here. Unfortunately for Michael, taking an illegal action here that has spiraled a little bit with some extra information. I think they're going to have to award perhaps an IP2.
Yes,
here.
so I just talked with one of the judges. The ruling that they're handling now, this is live, so you don't have to repeat me, Elly, thank you, is a attempt to basically fix what they can with what is a game rules violation, but attached to a game rules violation regardless, in this case is going to be an IP2 on Michael's side. So IP meaning he draws 1 less card, 2 meaning for the next 2 times he draws up in this game. And they're going to proceed with what we just saw. The Art of War did go back on the bottom, and the hand will be drawn as is.
Makes sense. Seems quite difficult to fix Sunny having seen an extra card here.
Yeah, in this case, hopefully somewhat close to an equitable conclusion where Sunny does lose out on the powerful card that is Art of War, but Michael is penalized for putting it to the bottom illegally. Obviously, no ill intent from either player, a pretty easy mistake to make, and we're just handling it the best we can and moving on here.
I mean, absolutely. How excited, you're so excited you flip one of the best cards in their deck off the Clash. The first thing that comes to mind is, I get the opportunity to get this out of here. This could be game winning.
This is my hero power. This is why I brought this guy. He has the ability to do this. Unfortunately, he just did not have the ability to do that in that very particular situation. Looking at Michael's hand, I see a red disable. I think he might still be discussing with judges here. I think the penalty has been laid out, but oh, there he goes. Firing off the Visit the Gold Man Estate. This is going to create a 4th gold, and that's going to lead to 4 might tokens. And of course, Victor will then draw Michael a top card of his deck.
Yeah, so that's... No, I go to 3 now, right?
No, you had...
No, I had 2.
You had
I had 1, yeah. No,
yeah.
That's just it. Yeah, because I didn't reset that one, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I draw a card.
So, sorry, last thing related to this judge call. The card Michael blocks with wasn't a test of strength, it was a clash of might. It generated 1 might, but it only generates the gold off the Golden Sun trigger, so he should only have 1 there. Both players realized that. They said, oh, well, you're going to 2 now, so it's all fine.
Since he spent the gold token illegally on the Victor, since that did end up putting the Art of War to the bottom, they're leaving that gold token as spent and not returning it to the arena.
There's a disable coming in for 10. Sunny reaching for those strides of reprisal. Covering up 7. Michael, 1 card left in hand. Just this Golden Sun.
3 might tokens in play, ready to pack a punch next turn and hopefully present some big disruption. But he is going to have to survive here, sitting at only 5 life with 4 total armor left in play if he ends up giving up his tunic.
And Sunny has the setup to transcend here, holding a Crouching Tiger. I think at a bare minimum, Michael could be staring down a Chase the Tail.
There's that Rising Sun, Setting Moon. As we see so many times, he will respond to it with Preserved Tradition.
What gorgeous marvels.
Absolutely.
Choosing an Ascendant Gustwave to ship to the bottom of his deck.
Anytime you play Preserved Tradition in Zen, you just want to choose the combo card that perhaps you have 1 too many of in your graveyard and Banish Zone. It's often a Descendant or Bond, something you just want to make sure you have enough access to as like a tutor target going forward. He does have a Bonds in Arsenal here, so wants to put one of these cards to the bottom and then is going to be able to follow up with a Zen Search, likely for that red Descendant we just saw put away.
Looks like he's considering shipping away any of the 3 cards in his hand. Finally settles on getting rid of the 100 wins that he just drew. Satisfied with having 2 Inner Chi in his hand. 1 to fuel Zen's ability, the other to fuel the turn.
You have to wonder here, if he's keeping a Crouching Tiger over the 100 wins, that could mean he needs both of those Crouching Tigers, which leads back to a card you just mentioned, Chase the Tail. Quite a powerful Majestic that we might see grabbed off of Bonds of Ancestry.
I believe that might be exactly what Sunny's cooking on that side of the table. He may be setting himself up. He's got this blue. The turn curves out so well. He attacks with Descendant Gustwave. The Bonds from Arsenal. He's making sure he has the Chase the Tail in his deck.
The only unfortunate part of this is that that leaves him with 1 resource floating, which is not enough to swing the Tiger Taming Kakara.
While true, it's a bit of an embarrassment of riches situation. It's a little disappointing to not quite have the resources you need to be able to present even more damage on this turn, but it's so powerful that leaving 1 floating doesn't even feel like a cost to the Tamer of Purpose.
2 floating.
On Michael's side, we only got to draw 3 cards on this turn, of course. One of them is going to be a Trounce, using Victor's hero power to kind of make up for that IP.
Yeah, reroll.
He is going to reroll here, spending one of his 2 gold tokens to ship that other block card to the bottom.
Doing it legally this time. Kind of using this Trounce to fight through the intellect penalty he's received from a previous mistake.
And there we go. It's a red Crush the Week off the top for Michael. Not only is that an extra card, it's probably one of the best to see in this situation.
A Vigor, a Gold, and a Might.
Yeah, I had these from last turn, yeah. Gold. And
We're now in an interesting situation where the test of strength is going to give Michael some extra information about the top of his deck, but is not going to draw the card no matter what. So we could end up seeing a situation where the Vigor and the Tunic combine to draw him a blue off of one of these gold tokens.
And drawing some cards is fantastic for Michael here, but he's only at 5, and he has an intellect penalty. He's fought his way up to a normal hand size here, with only 3 armor left on the board. He's at a virtual 8 life, not even counting the cards in his hands, and Sunny's ready to hit hard.
Michael demonstrating some mental strength here, not letting the IP2 get to him, still making the best plays he can, just accepting his mistake and moving on, because he does still have a chance to win this game.
Absolutely. And that's why he's in the seat he is. He's proven to us just how strong he is mentally earlier this week. He's had some bad breaks. He's had some frustrating clashes, and he's had some clunky hands, but he is still here fighting for it.
That's right. And what's the top card? It is a blue. That is really exciting to me because I think we're going to see Michael utilize those extra resources from the Vigor and Tunic to perhaps draw that blue, and that'll set him up to play that Crush the Week for a whopping 11 on his turn.
All he has to do is survive through the Chase the Tail into the Tiger, and I believe it's demanding at least 1 card.
4 go again.
Going to 1.
There's 3. Michael does still have armor he can cash in. And it looks like maybe that's what he's heading to do. Giving the Civic Steps, unfortunately, on the last attack of the turn here, so that is going to float a Quicken token for Sunny Young.
Possible he finds a way to make use of it. It could be a disaster for Michael if he finally finds a way to ship this massive disruptive attack, this Crush the Week coming in for 11, only for Sunny to have this Quicken on the board, maybe draw into something like an E-Strike or a Mauling Chi and swing back harder than Michael can deal with.
There go 4 Might
There's a
tokens.
Command and Conquer on the top of Sunny's deck.
11.
And he's going to fire off the Crush the Week for 11.
Yeah.
Can't play attack actions with base.
Does he have...
He had a Vigor token at the start of this turn, Brodie.
I'll get the dice.
What's his arsenal card? Is that a red pummel?
It may be.
Because we could see a Tunic play here. That would explain why he played this way. It could be a Crush the Week Tunic pummel for a 15 damage Crush the Week.
And this looks so much like the situation we ended up in earlier with Dr. Tariq Patel on stream. Thinking about his blocks, considering his options. He's got a couple cards in his hand here that he can't use if he's crushed, so maybe it's a little bit about what he gets to put in his arsenal. He says no blocks, takes 11 down to 8.
No pummel here. Does get crushed.
Notably, Crush the Week says attack action cards. Sunny's still capable of shipping Command and Conquer and the Staff this turn, threatening 8 damage to Michael's 1 with only 1 point of armor on the board.
If
he
he
only has 3 cards in his hand.
If Sunny wants to get cheeky, he can also combine Command and Conquer with that Grain that tips the scale, assuming the Tiger Taming Cockroach gets blocked by a 3-block. Normally, that would be threatening a pretty nice 1 damage plus blow up the arsenal. In this case, it's going to be 1 damage plus death, but opting to hang on to the bonds over it, just taking all 3 cards out of Michael's hand. His IP penalty is spent up, but now we're going into Sunny Yang's next turn with a 5-card hand available.
IP penalty, that's right. He had an intellect penalty because it lasted for 2 turns.
There you go.
Back over to Sunny here. He's drawn into an inner chi. This should be enough to let him close the game, leading with a blue 100 wins. Just to take a card away from Michael. Cashing in the Tunic, smart. Another 100 wins, coming in for 4 this time, demanding 2 cards.
Unfortunately, does not have a test of strength to cover this breakpoint. It looks like the writing is likely on the wall here for our last horse in this race to defeat Zen.
Italian Stallion up here on the stage.
Looking like we're pitching the blue, going to activate Zen here. Tiger goes to hand, search the deck for whatever we'd like. And I wouldn't be surprised to see yet another 100 wins to add to this chain. Looks like maybe all the red 100 wins are gone. We're going to grab a blue one. It will be coming in for 3 here.
And 3 is just as good as 1 here.
Michael has no choice but to block and hope.
Blocking 3 on 3 here. And here comes an E-strike.
And that's the fist bump.
The fist bump.
Michael Metallo is eliminated in the top 4. And Sunny Young, second seed, advances to the final 2. We are now down to only Zens in this tournament, solidifying his place as the final national champion hero of this season.
Absolutely. No matter who takes this last game, the Tamer of Purpose has proven his worth in this national championship season. Don't look so sad.
He is a very strong hero. Honestly, I find him quite fun to play. Tutors are always really interesting. You have so many options on so many of these turns, and the way your blues are so powerful in that deck, I think it's really cool to see these lines where sometimes you look at a hand and you think, this is a pretty strong set of cards. And then when you look closer, you realize pitching the blue is actually a mistake. You're supposed to pitch a red to play the first blue and then transcend, and somehow it does even more damage. It's pretty fascinating to play, but perhaps a little bit stronger than anything else right now. We're going to take a look at the bracket here. We are done with the semifinals, and we are now in the Zen versus Zen finals of Sunny Young versus Kevin on Talishar Zen.
Yes, apparently he chooses to play Talishar in the mirror over the kind of famous Zephyr Needles showing up at a few tournaments recently, because though both weapons are breakable, Talishar is often going to, if your opponent wants to interact with your weapon, and the 4 breakpoint is often more punishing to leave unblocked on the weapon when there are more attacks coming later in the turn, while the needles have their upside of being easier to convert with stray resources. Talishar maybe sticks around a little bit longer if your opponent's willing to block.
And the game likely does not go much longer than 3 Talishar swings.
Absolutely.
It's basically just a permanent 2 for 4. Second seed versus 4th seed. Sunny will get to, for the 3rd time in a row, choose whether he wants to go first or second, which I think it's safe to say means Kevin will be leading us off in that final match.
Absolutely.
We are going to pass it over to Ethan, and we will be back very soon with the finals.
Alrighty, thanks guys. So we have the finals coming up, and that means a couple things to do on our little checklist here of sponsors to shout out and things like that. And really, as you've seen through the ad reel that's come up a couple times, I have a special place in my heart for Hemal Patel, who runs the Bazaar, as you might have heard it called. Officially, it is Hammurabi TCG, that tells you to buy from the Bazaar, that is run by Hemal Patel, so a bit confusing, I get it. But this is a man who goes out of his way to satisfy any need that you could have when it comes to flesh and blood. That's tracking down crazy items. I've asked him before, hey, do you have your eyes on this crazy promo? And he's like, well, I can find it for you. Hey, you have this, like, all the assassin cards from Dynasty in foil. Like, I need them for a deck real quick. Oh, yeah, I can put those together. This man can do it all. You just have to get in touch and ask Hemal what you are looking for, and he can whip it up from the Bazaar. So just a huge plug to him. He's been a supporter of me from before with Savage Feats, like from literally day one. So there we go. That checks off all of these sponsors with their little highlight moment. We are going to take a quick break and be back for the finals, which is a Zen versus Zen game, but it will not be a true mirror. There's a Talishar Zen versus, I believe Sunny plays the Zephyrs in the mirror. So we're going to see a little bit of difference there. And Kevin did beat Shawn Dahliwal when Shawn presented Needles in the Zen mirror that happened on the backup game that we're not going to get to watch, but I was watching it. So there we go. Some stuff coming your way. And to make it a little bit sweeter, there is also a giveaway sponsored by a local Canadian altar artist coming up that Brodie and Elly are going to announce right before we get the finals underway. So one more giveaway, and it's a pretty unique one for the supplied by the Canadian scene up here. So quick break. We'll be right back once that game is set up. I already see Sunny sitting at the table. We're just going to wrangle in Kevin Constantineau, and we'll be right back.
All right, guys. We heard you, and we think it's time for you to tell us. What kind of cards do you want in the expansion slot?
Listen, I think I'm gonna need a new weapon. Luminaris 4.0 that gives action points instead of Go Again.
Ship it! Wait, no. Internally, you're already the best deck in the format.
My angel gets so many cards! Me want card too! Me want to smash! Me want to pass with
If only we could give you a blue 6, buddy.
Blue 6?
Ship it! James.
Now look here, see? I just need some arcane barrier evil. I'm a man of means. I can afford to invent some AV.
I just need purpose.
Visit the Golden Anvil, you'll be fine.
Forget about Gladiator, boy.
Olympia! Aha!
Just tell me the price. I'll sell my soul if I have to. Aye, works for me.
Ship it!
Wait. James!
Brian.
How do you even understand that? OMG.
Spider also want beat wizard.
There is no way that is all they said.
Spider also say, buy from Bazaar!
What is that?
Hammurabi, TCG. Buy from the bazaar by contacting Hemel Patel through Facebook, Twitter, or Discord. Available for any and all Fab TCG requests, including high-end, master sets, and more.
See, now that's an idea I can get behind.
Ship it!
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
SinFab TCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today. In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the mist veil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Inner chi.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, first form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest! July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcan, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcan, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Canadian National Championship here in Niagara Falls. I'm Brodie. This is Elly. This event is hosted by the wonderful Red Riot Games and Silver Goblin, and we are ready for the final match of the weekend. It is a Zen mirror here. We have fought through a total of 14 rounds so far, and there are only 2 players left standing. Let's learn a little bit about these 2 opponents that we have in our match.
I believe the higher seed we have here, Sunny Young, we've seen him on stream actually a few times this weekend. A player from Toronto, or at least the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area, longtime Ninja player, talked a little bit about this earlier, shows a real mastery of the class. I think this really came up earlier where he was kind of doing such an amazing job of managing the threats in his graveyard as Zen that really showed just like so much time spent playing the class, so much familiarity with playing Katsu, kind of these old habits of doing your due diligence and making sure you're not making any short-sighted decisions. Like how we saw in his previous game, he kind of went specifically for a Chase the Tail over a Tiger Swipe to keep cards in deck. And Master of the Class played incredibly well this weekend. Really excited to see him in the finals. Higher seed, so he will also be choosing turn order. I believe he's going second. Our other player here, Kevin Constantineau, got to meet him this weekend myself. He is French-Canadian from Montreal. He top-aided the very first week of Part the Mistveil Meta. He top-aided the PTI event, the ProQuest Plus, at Battle Hardened Montreal on Katsu. Actually, another longtime Ninja player getting paid off for their dedication for the class by being in the finals of their country's championship this year. Really exciting stuff. 2 really just sweet, incredibly nice players. Had a blast meeting both of them this weekend, and I cannot wait to see what this match we're about to jump into has in store for us.
With 2 Zen players in the so many Zen players in the room and 2 of them making it to the finals, I think it's really cool to see 2 specialists, masters of their class, being the ones to pilot this hero all the way to the top. There are so many players in the room who kind of picked up this hero because he's on top.
Absolutely.
And no hate to anyone who just plays the best deck. I do that a lot of the time. I see that it's winning and I pick it up. But it's cool to see that that mastery is really paying off for the 2 of them.
Absolutely. And just before we jump into the finals, I want to kind of highlight another giveaway that we have here, shocker. Scary Altars. From what I understand, they did altars for quite some time for other card games, but they're actually doing a little bit of an interesting kind of unique type of giveaway here where they're willing to do a card altar of your choice, either a common or rare that they have, because I mean common rare is easy to come across, or if you're willing to ship them your own M or L, they'll actually alter your own card. Really incredible artist. One of the people at our production team, Xavier, has actually met this person, knows of him. I believe they're a local of his, and talk to me just like about the quality of their art. Some really, really, really impressive stuff. If you leave a comment in chat at all during the finals, when we're wrapping up afterwards, we will see if you end up... All you have to do to enter is leave a comment during finals. And afterwards, we will draw from the people who have left a comment during this finals match. And for everybody else who does not win this giveaway but is interested in some of Scary Altars' stuff, there's a 15% off code on their website, scarymade.etsy.com, with the code NATIONALS, all caps.
That's right. Thank you so much to Scary Made for sponsoring the stream. And with that, we are about ready to take you into our final match of the weekend. It is Zen. It is Zen on the other side. Sunny Yang, of course, is going to have that advantage of going second to start us off. And I think we're going to have a nice surprise with different equipment suites from these 2 players. Kevin Constantineau is rocking the Talishar.
Yeah, Talishar, the Lost Prince, correct?
Yeah, that's right. And of course, on Sunny's side, I believe we have those classic needles that have become a staple of this Zen deck ever since Evan Herndon took down the U.S. National Championship just a few weeks ago.
Absolutely, and the meta's just evolved so fast. I believe the Talishar in Zen was actually also shown off by Imad Kashi in the UK National Championship. He won, and he was playing Talishar Zen. So we kind of have 2 tried and true, proven, powerful equipment options for the Tamer of Purpose. facing off against each other in the finals of Canada's national championship here.
Yeah, it's almost a best of three. In three of the biggest national championships in the world, which one is going to win here in the finals? You see that fist bump from the players, and they're off. Kevin Constantineau is going to have the very first turn of this game, working with, I think, a Tiger Swipe, a drop in the ocean, and I think that might be a Gust Wave, and maybe even a Sacred Art in that hand.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be able to transcend going first, maybe even doing so while denying Sunny the ability to filter his hand at all. But his hand might not need that much filtering. I'm seeing a pretty powerful piece of tech for this matchup in this hand. This weakest link could really prove frustrating for Kevin's turn.
A Popper for Illusionists, a very annoying card against pretty much any Mystic hero, perhaps at its worst versus New, but versus Zen and Enigma, quite an annoying on-hit.
Absolutely. Looks like Kevin's about to start us off, leading with, I believe, the Sacred Art Jade Tiger Domain that he's drawn here. Maybe choosing to just transcend.
Sacred Art?
There you have it, pitching 3 for it. And I think that is what he said. He's just going to flip it around, get that resource from 12 Petal if he needs to use it, and he's going to have that Chi in hand, starting off with an online traverse right off the bat.
And that's such a powerful mode of these Sacred Arts, is that even when you don't have a way to otherwise transcend on your turn, you can just lead with it. You can just pitch into it and just have a Chi on demand. So even if you don't have the conditions met, you can put a little footwork in, find your Sacred Art, and transcend anyways.
And I really like this from Kevin, just passing the turn after that, keeping the Chi in hand, getting ready to tutor on this turn, likely for a Bonds, as we see that Descendant Gust Wave in Arsenal, and then after that, he'll have it sitting in deck for the right time when he wants to cash in Traverse the Universe.
And Sunny has this weakest link that he's really getting ready to throw Kevin's way, but I really like leading with the needles here, kind of testing how much he's willing to block, and he saw Kevin just sandbag that Chi, keep it in his hand, and Kevin's opting to block this needle, taking Sunny succeeding in taking a card away from Kevin's turn here, where he's already opted to keep an energy in his hand.
This is something I'm excited to see. I don't think we've seen any Zen mirrors yet this weekend where the needles have been popped quite so early, so it'll be cool to see how Sunny navigates this game with, it looks like 1 needle in play, since Kevin is going to take this one down to 38, and perhaps this is going to demonstrate the strength of Talishar not being poppable.
Absolutely. And a really interesting interaction here was actually that Kevin just didn't have another 3-block, partially because he held on to that Chi in his hand. He's holding 2 pearls. Without giving up armor, he's incapable of cashing, or of protecting himself from this weakest link without cashing in some of his gear. But the problem is, though his Traverse could be online, he held the Chi in his hand. He has nothing to search for.
That's right. He would likely have to give his chest, arms, and Bittering Thorns here if he wants to stop this hit effect. Speaking of Bittering Thorns, that's a card that's been showing up in several Zen decks around the world, but I don't know if we've seen one yet on stream this weekend.
It's very powerful in exactly conjunction with Talishar the Lost Prince. You come in for 4 with Go Again, a breakpoint that somebody in the mirror is not going to be that interested in blocking. And then you can just finish your 2-card handout by closing it on 9 value. Come in with Talishar for 5.
Yeah, what a powerful 2 cards. Wounded Bull is so last year.
Absolutely. As the numbers creep higher. And it looks like Kevin is opting to just take this weakest link, realizing he has no outs to it. Sunny most likely looking to force him to discard this inner Chi. This is devastating.
Very unfortunate for Kevin. Sunny is going to get a draw off the top, and it's a Transcend card.
Fascinating. I'm sure that's headed right to Sunny's arsenal.
This will get broken.
The needle is broken. One of them does stick around, and we're going to pack up the turn, send it over to Kevin, who is now down 32 to Sunny's 40, and has to make the best of this hand that's now missing his inner Chi. Not only is it gone from this hand, it's gone from the deck, and his Traverse went from being turned on right away to being somehow turned off.
And it looks like we may see that exact 2-card play we just talked a little bit about. Bittering Thorns straight into Talishar, but the problem is just a numbers-based approach isn't going to be enough when Sunny's holding some really powerful cards.
Yeah, it looks like Bonds, Mauling Key, that is an Art of War, as well as
a Transcend card.
So lots of action in Sunny's hand. He's going to cash in that Boots, get that free Tiger for the Art of War. Makes a lot of sense. Can't Traverse yet, of course, as he has not Transcended, but no reason not to cash in kind of half of that. I like to call it the Tutor Suite.
Absolutely, the Tutor Suite. What a great way to put it. The rest have other functions, but these 2 get me cards and let me search for more. Kevin reaching life parity with this 2-card play. Definitely nothing to sneeze at, but Sunny firing back, pitching this blue Bonds of Ancestry, and casting this Art of War with intent to banish the Crouching Tiger his boots just gave him.
There it goes. Bonds in the pitch zone, 2 cards off the top. Sunny draws a Chase the Tail and a
blue 100 wins, setting him up to transcend this turn.
Wow, this is going to be big. He does still have his chest in play, so this is going to give him the opportunity to grab a 3rd resource, enough to pay for Descending Gust Wave, Chase the Tail, and Mauling Key if he wants to send all of those in this same turn. And if he doesn't, he can always Arsenal 1 and just use that last resource on his final Zephyr Needle.
Absolutely. He had an aspect of Tiger Body in his hand earlier in this game, but I believe it went to the bottom of his deck. It would be incredibly fortunate for him if it somehow made its way to his graveyard.
I think we see another popper that's somewhat targeted at the mirror in Kevin's hand there. You see that Command and Conquer.
Absolutely. Sunny transcending, pushing this 100 wins up to 3 here, floating 1 resource off the 12-petal Kasaya, and returning the Chi to his hand, putting Kevin to 29, and this is just the start of a powerful turn.
You got it. Going to close the combat chain here, which could be very important, sticking that 100 wins in the graveyard, likely so that he can fetch it off of the Bonds later on, or at least has that option available to him.
Some very heads-up gameplay from a master of the Ninja class.
There's that red Descendant Gust Wave. This will be coming in for 4. Bonds will be 5. We're going to grab likely that 100 wins. This is looking to be likely a 20-plus damage turn.
Absolutely. Kevin doesn't seem that interested in blocking. His hand looks like a Gust Wave, a Way to Transcend, a Bittering Thorns, and a Command and Conquer. And now his Traverse has been pushed back to being offline by that devastating Weakest Link coming in.
Command and Conquer, what a follow-up to Bittering Thorns, being able to push that up to a 7 breakpoint.
A 3-card 11 that destroys your arsenal is pretty impressive.
Here's this Gust Wave. It's on Kevin for blocks. He does not, unfortunately, have the ability to traverse the universe this turn. So really just thinking about whether he wants to block with anything in his hand. The Stride of Reprisal is always available to give a Tiger if he would like, but he doesn't have an Art of War or an E-Strike, so I don't think there's any way to capitalize on that extra piece of cardboard.
And here comes a little bit more punishment with a Bonds of Ancestry red straight from the arsenal, cracking in for 5, threatening to put Kevin to half his life total the 2nd turn of this game.
There goes the 100 wins. The blue is in the banished. The red is now available to play this combat chain. And we're looking at quite the turn from Sunny Young. I don't think there's any way to get the full value out of the Chase the Tail in his hand, but at the very least, he can go 100 wins, Zephyr Needle, Tiger, which will be for 2 because of the Tiger Stripe Shuko, and then finally that Mauling Chi to close it out.
Absolutely. And even before we get to any of that, as mentioned earlier, this Bonds is coming in for 5 on its own.
We already looked a little bit at Kevin's hand. It looks like a strong one. You have a Transcend card, you have that Bittering Thorns and CNC, which play very nicely together off of 1 blue. And in his arsenal there, he is peeking at that red Descendant Gust Wave.
It's possible he's likely looking to do what you were talking about earlier, pitch a red to play a blue to set up a Transcend and hit his opponent hard. Though you've got to be thinking, with 2 floating on Sunny's side of the board, you haven't seen one of the cards in his hand, 2 of the cards in his hand, and you just got your turn absolutely cratered by a powerful Weakest Link coming in. You're probably scared of that happening to you again.
Yeah, it could be another Weakest Link, a CNC. There's a lot that these 2 floating resources can threaten.
Here comes that 100 wins, cracking in for 4. Giving blocks some thought.
This is the finals of these players' national championship. They do not want to rush it. They do not want to make a mistake. Kevin is just taking stock of things and double-checking at every point that he wants to continue no blocking. But yeah, in this case, he says, we're going down to 16. Now at exactly half of Sunny Young's life total, it's going to be a Zephyr Needle for 2. And this is one of the more interesting blocking decisions of the turn.
Absolutely. I think it's possible we see that Chase the Tail making its way to Sunny's arsenal since he can't get maximum value out of it this turn. Likely seeing the Crouching Tiger come in for 2 into the Mauling Chi for 6, threatening 7, putting Kevin all the way to, math is so hard, 7 life total if he doesn't want to interact here. But when you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound, and it's possible Kevin just doesn't have an out to this game if he chooses to block this late in this turn.
Yeah, we've seen Zen games more one-sided than this be flipped back by a good Traverse and a good Art of War. Kevin does need to get a Transcend card in his deck fast to make use of that Traverse, but the game is not over yet.
Making sure all the cards are still there. Doing some math. Thinking if this is worth it. Maybe considering cracking this Needle with that Command and Conquer in his hand, then he might not be able to convert. Save a little bit of life now and a little bit of life in the future.
There it is. Spend a card for 2 life and removing the ability for Sunny Yang to ever send a Needle again.
And here comes that Mauling Chi for 6, threatening 7.
Very unlikely we see this one blocked out, so this is going to drop Kevin all the way down to 8 if he says no blocks.
Right now, his Traverse the Universe is just Blade Break 2. Not really where you want to cash it in.
You can see the look on Kevin's face. He's being very thoughtful here. He knows how much this game matters, and he knows how difficult the position he's in is to come back from. But he also knows the power of Zen. He's been playing it all weekend, and he knows that there is a chance.
Absolutely. He took down one of this country's previous champions from 2021 in the Zen Mirror. He's obviously capable and aware of what he needs to do to win this matchup.
We also haven't seen it yet in any of these Zen Mirrors early on, and we're already getting pretty late into this game. But I would be really curious to see a 12-petal Kasaya activation if it presents
Zen
itself.
state.
Yeah, I think it's so powerful in this matchup.
Looks like Sunny's drawn into a hand that blocks pretty well, so even if he's forced to here, he can preserve a fair bit of this life lead.
And this is what we were just talking about earlier, pitching a red card to play a blue just because of the combo applications and being able to transcend off of it.
Do a little bit of a pseudo boost here. Take the top card of your deck and put it on the bottom.
That's right. Rising Sun, Setting Moon, going in the hand. That's a free resource from 12-petal Kasaya.
31.
And Sunny is going to take that 1 damage down to only 31. Or rather, it only takes him down to 31. He still has quite the life lead.
Only 31. What a crushing position.
Yes, 31 is quite a lot here. Here's the search. We're going to get a Tiger in hand. We're going to look through the deck. Let's take a peek as Kevin goes through and kind of see what his deck list holds. Oh, never mind. Found a Bonds pretty quick.
He knew what he wanted, and he went straight for it. I respect that. Something interesting about Sunny's hand is in addition to blocking pretty well, all 3 of his blocking cards are 3 blocks. He's also holding a Stir the Pot, a blue, and a Levels of Enlightenment. He can just keep the pain train coming.
Kevin, recognizing there's no need to shuffle when we're about to search again, grabs that Tiger Swipe off of the Bonds and is now getting ready to present his deck for a cut.
I definitely do that when I play this hero. Sometimes I'll have the opportunity to search and shuffle 3, 4, 5 times in a single turn, and I'll just tell my opponent, look, unless I'm going to draw a card, at which point I will be glad to offer you my deck to shuffle, do you mind if we just shortcut and I'll just present to shuffle at the end of the turn?
Yeah, I've started making a habit on every turn. I put my deck in a weird spot and I'm like, I'm going to leave this here, and if I ever need to interact with the top, I'll present it to you, but we're just going to leave it alone.
Absolutely. Here comes a Tiger for 1 off the Shuko trigger. Kind of a little bit of a upside from leading with this Blue Descendant Gustwave. You get paid back a little bit by this Tiger Stripe Shuko, something Fi was very good at making use of as well.
There's that Tiger Swipe coming in for 4 go again, buffed up by the Crouching Tiger combo, threatening to make 1 more Tiger on hit. And it looks like Sunny is ready to cash in that Traverse the Universe, searching for an Inner Chi, and likely to present a lot more than 8 damage on this turn, which is getting pretty scary for Kevin.
Kevin has transcended, though. If he can make it happen, he can block with Traverse the Universe, 12-petal Kasaya, and just make a Zen state on the defensive end.
Absolutely. I really hope we see that play. It's one of the coolest things to witness in this Zen Mirror.
Absolutely.
Make a Tiger in my Banished, which I will swing with for 0.
Yes.
Classic move. Clearing the Tiger in your Banished zone so you don't actually have to represent it.
And he's going to go ahead and come in with that Descendant Gustwave, leaving him with an empty arsenal, just utilizing the 1 resource while he has it to send in 3.
Certainly far from a bad turn, presenting 11 unblocked damage to Sunny outside of the 2 life he gained off of cashing in the Traverse the Universe. However, Sunny's crackback is primed to be absolutely lethal here, leading with some form of a blue attack, no matter what it is here.
There's that 100 wins coming in for 1. It's interesting to examine the players' weapons here. Talishar has only 1 rust counter on it, so pretty much can swing infinite times. I don't think this game is going to go too much longer, whereas both of Sunny's needles are gone, but they put in a lot of work. I think in total he spent 3 resources to deal 4 damage and take a card from Kevin. So despite losing, or take 2 cards from Kevin, despite losing both of the needles, he's had quite good use of them in this game.
Absolutely. Sometimes the flame that burns brightest also burns the shortest, but that's all you need in a matchup like this that can end by turn 4.
Kevin is debating on blocks here. If he wants to make a Zen state this turn, he would really like to see something attacking for 4 or more all at once so he can throw those equipment at it. 1 is not exactly what he would like to see because he wants to make the Zen state right away, and he would, ideally like to turn this into 0.
He's going to play this Stir the Pot here, shuffle his deck, Transcend, float 1 off the 12th Petal Kasaya, put this card back in his hand, and then he is giving his deck the requisite shuffle here, which I think is really I really respect. Putting everything in its place, putting everything through its proper paces.
Yep, there you go. It's the finals. No need to rush. Don't want to make any mistakes. We are going to immediately search it, though.
We are immediately going to search it. And then, you know what we're going to do after we search it, Brodie?
What's that?
We're going to shuffle it.
And maybe we're going to search it again, and we will find out very soon. That's a Crouching Tiger
possible.
In the hand. You see him going through there, pausing at Tiger Swipe. I think that might also be a Bonds near where he stopped. Oh, but he's going to double-check the hand. See that
an aspect of Tiger Body.
Lots of combo options available to him. There's the Tiger Swipe. He paused in the same spot again. You see red Bonds and Tiger Swipe. One of these is his front runner right now.
Checking his graveyard, seeing what he still has. Maybe considering the options he has for a Bonds combo turn, opting for the Tiger Swipe.
Gonna shuffle up, put that in Banished Zone, and do everything in his power to tear through Kevin's Armor Suite and start demanding cards from hand from the other Zen.
Right. The number of life total Kevin's at is 7, but really, he's at 14 here, and maybe more if he cashes in that Zen state.
There's a Crouching Tiger. This will be for 1, cannot be prevented. I don't think that's particularly relevant here, but that +1 damage from the Tiger Stripe Shuko, what a strong arm piece.
Absolutely.
How many cards in hand? 3 and 1 in Arsenal. 1 in Arsenal.
Kevin's on the other side of the table, hoping against hope that somehow Sunny's 5-6 card hand is incapable of presenting lethal.
I think a Zen state play gets less likely with each passing attack. Sunny spending cards here before Kevin gets the opportunity to conveniently block with either of those 2 equipment.
That's right.
Down to 6. There's a Chase the Tail for 4. If he wants to block with Traverse and Kasaya, now is the chance.
And this is so not what you want to see when you're on Kevin's side of the table. Hoping that Sunny's turn just isn't quite good enough. You're seeing him come in with the Chase the Tail. You have a pretty good idea that if he's got a Tiger Swipe here, he's got a way to make another Tiger.
There's the Inner Chi going into hand. You see the 12 petal blocked with, and on Sunny's next chain link, we'll find out whether Kevin does intend to transfer this piece of armor into a Zen state. I think it's pretty likely given that he chose to block with it here.
Absolutely. And he knows he's safe from the possibility of Sunny opting to just break the combat chain in the link step because he needs the combo ability.
Do we go again? Make a Tiger and Banish?
Before declaring
Aspect of Tiger coming in for 3 here, making a Crouching Tiger.
Make a Zen state with a counter on it.
Ah, beautiful. We're seeing this come in here, a bit of a last-ditch effort to preserve some of his remaining life total. But there's still 3 coming at him, which means 2 will come right over, putting him to 4, a third of his remaining life.
He does have these armor available still. We'll likely see the Tiger Stripe Shuko cashed in on this turn. Depending on how Kevin wants to play it, this is going to probably be his last opportunity to, pop off and try to even out those life totals.
Absolutely. But the Zen state can buy you a lot of space. Sunny only has a couple cards left. If he can find a way to use this armor to preserve a little bit of life total, for example, if he blocked with Tiger Stripe Shuko here, it would cover 3. He would take no damage. if he can keep just enough cards to push back something reasonable, it might be a bit more of a game than it seems like at the moment.
He is staring down blue Descendant Gustwave, I think a red Descendant Gustwave as well, path well traveled, and one more red card there.
I believe it is an aspect of Tiger Body.
Choosing to cash in a 2-block. This is going to be a Tiger Swipe follow-up. Unlikely that the on-hit is too relevant here.
Coming in for 4 with Go again. Let's see if we see a 3-block cashed in here to insulate himself from the on-hit. And we do.
Block 3, take 0.
There you have it. No Tigers created. Kevin remains at 4.
Levels of enlightenment here is crushing. Coming in for 5. Still threatening lethal without interaction and drawing a card to put in Sunny's arsenal.
Wow. Kevin has decided to mostly block out with his cards on this turn, just taking his time a little bit, hoping that that Zen State token can weather the storm of whatever 5-card hands Sunny draws into here, and can keep Kevin alive for one more turn cycle to try to push back.
He's thinking about cashing in the Shuko here to keep his life total a little higher. If he doesn't block this, it is the game. Giving it some thought. As before, putting everything through its paces.
Block for 4 and take 0. Take 0.
And that's that. He's going to stay at 4. 4 to 21, hanging onto that path well traveled as the only card remaining in his hand. And Sunny Young is going to draw into what might be the last 4-card hand of this game.
And I think you might be right. The first card he saw in this hand was an Art of War.
Doesn't really matter. But
Zen State will tick down, stays in play for one more turn cycle. We're going to see the path well traveled pitched to swing that Talishar for 4.
Yeah, 17.
Putting another rust counter on it. Sunny pretty instantly says, all right, I think this one's over for you, buddy.
You can't be thrilled to see that as Kevin. The instant no blocks. We go to Sunny's turn. He might take a moment here, wants to make sure he sequences this correctly. But I think we see perhaps 2 blue attacks in his hand. No, he's pitching a red to start us off. That's a Descendant Gustwave coming in for 1.
Similar to playing a blue, pitching a red just to transcend. Something he's doing here. Opting to put it down to 0 in reaction step since the damage from this attack doesn't matter. Even if he didn't have the chi, something powerful on this turn would be considering pitching this red to play this Gustwave just to turn the bonds on its hand online.
There's the Zen ability, generating 1 resource off the 12-petal Kasaya, which will work out perfectly, being able to play Art of War and banish that Tiger from Zen.
And he's searching up a red Descendant Gustwave. You know he's absolutely getting ready to present a double bonds combo turn, and Kevin doesn't even know that Sunny has an Art of War yet.
That's right, though maybe he's starting to suspect it. Here we go. Spend 1 resource, play that Art of War. It's going to be +1 banish. What are the 2 cards he draws off the top?
Shipping that Tiger out and draws a blue and Sacred Art Jade Tiger Domain.
We've seen a whole lot of that card today. It's a one-of. We keep seeing it in these crazy spots.
Absolutely.
Pretty instant bonds there. Of course, finding another bonds off of its effect. Does he have a red one left? He's double checking here. He does. It's a red bonds and red Gustwave in Banish Zone. Kevin Constantineau sitting only at 4.
Block 3, and I'll take 1 because of this end state.
Leaking 1 through because of the effect of the Art of War on what would otherwise be a clean block thanks to this Zen State's effect on the board. 5 damage coming in, but he knows there's more coming. And this Jade Tiger Domain is just absolutely crushing here, presenting even more on top of an already colossal turn. Loading another mana and putting 2 Crouching Tigers in Sunny's hand.
Each of those Tigers gets +2 from the Jade and the Art of War. This Descendant Gustwave is once again lethal.
Block 3, take 0. Yes.
That's Zen State doing so much lifting on this turn.
It's true. Those 2 equipment combined have blocked, I think, over 10 damage at this point.
Really impressive. Searching out a Chase the Tail from Sunny's deck. Showing Kevin an absolutely devastating amount of damage. I think this might be it.
Block 3, take 1. Yes.
Zen State blocking 1. He's taking 1 down to 2, but still several cards in the hand for Sunny Young, sitting at 17. Here's that Crouching Tiger. This one is going to be for 3, I believe.
And this is Kevin's last opportunity to block.
Block 2, take 1.
His hand's empty. I think Sunny's got a pretty good idea right now that they might be Canada's national champion this year.
About to chase the tail.
Yeah, block one.
Blocks with the shoes. And that's the fist bump. Congratulations to Sunny Young, the second seed, your Canadian national champion, in a very convincing finals victory.
What an absolutely just amazingly well-navigated game. The cards lined up in Sunny's favor. Sure, absolutely. He drew like the second coming. However, I don't want to put down just how well he navigated this game. That weakest link was crushing, and he used those needles to great effect to find an advantage early in this game, kind of prodding and figuring out what Kevin had, what he was willing to block with, what he was willing to keep, and then ending on this weakest link, ripping that chi out of his hand, and maybe deciding the championship on the first turn of the game.
A combination of factors contributing to Sunny's victory there. He chose different weapons from his opponent, and we saw both of them showcase their strengths in that game. You
Absolutely.
could debate which one's better. I think they also have different matchups they play well into, but here in this mirror, the needles, the ability to go second, and ultimately just some of the cleanest Zen play we've seen all weekend
Absolutely.
prevailed, and that is how we bring you Canada's 2024 national champion, Sunny Young. We are going to get him soon for a winner's interview here on stream. If you haven't said anything in chat in a while, make sure you jump in there to make sure you're entered in our giveaway for a free altar as well from Scary Made.
Altars. Scary Made Altars. I believe we showed y'all the Etsy shop that they have. Giveaway for a common or rare of your choice that from Scary's own personal collection, or a majestic or legendary of your own, as long as you're willing to ship it to them. Their art is absolutely gorgeous. As I mentioned earlier, our production assistant, Xavier, side note, he has been amazing this weekend. Just want to shout him out.
Yeah, shout out to Xavier.
He has done fantastic. He knows the artist behind it all. Has a couple of his cards, maybe. I might have misheard that. But I know he's a big fan of his art.
I have really enjoyed all weekend watching the story of this Nationals, watching draft, watching in CC as we see these heroes show up with Zentech trying to counter the Tamer of Purpose. Two of them squeaked their way into top 8 and tried their hardest. Unfortunately, New fell in the finals. Victor, our last horse in the race, did make it to the semifinals, but ultimately fell to Sunny Young. And at the end of the day, what could be a more fitting way to end this Nationals season than Zen?
Than a Zen victory. And really quickly, just before we dive straight into this interview with our champion, with the winner, Sunny Young, we are going to talk about the two people who made this tournament possible. First of all, Red Riot Games. I did a little bit of chatting with Steve. We had met in passing prior, but I really wanted to find out what he's passionate about when it comes to being a TO and a store in the area. And something I didn't know was actually that Red Riot started out as a basement store out of his own home. And during the pandemic, he was so enthusiastic about supporting Flesh and Blood that when he found out he had the opportunity to host a Road to Nationals event, he went and rented a space, a brick and mortar storefront, just to host this RTN. Really, really amazing stuff from Steve. He works so hard for his community in this area. And to that end, something he's been at for a very long time, to supply people with a little bit more art of all of their favorite heroes. He's actually been commissioning art from both community artists and official Flesh and Blood artists for playmats of these heroes that exist on art that isn't just from a trading card, from an existing Flesh and Blood trading card. I don't know why I said it like that. And you can see those over there. You can get them on Red Riot Games. I believe they've been updated as recently as Outsiders. He might be looking at some more stuff from then, but especially if you're a big fan of Uzuri, Riptide, Arachne, and several others. I believe there's a lot of the classic heroes there. You can kind of see towards the bottom with these combat chain segments. You have a couple mats with Kano, Ira, Dorinthia. Absolutely check that out. Really appreciate all the effort he's put in this weekend. And I want to kind of cleanly segue into the other TO this weekend, Silver Goblin. Store not from around here like Red Riot, but actually from Montreal. Really big fan of those guys. They seemed a little swamped this morning. I've already had a lot of nice things to say about them. They did a lot for me this weekend. I bought some sleeves, and they were just not like up to par out of the box. And they replaced them. They helped me out. I thought they were very sweet. My friend Kelsey works there. I really appreciate everything she does and everything that store does. And soon in Montreal, they have this Living Legend 1K skirmish that they're hosting at their storefront. Up in French Canada. They're really excited about the debut of this format, you know, kind of a return to some of the really classically powerful heroes of Flesh and Blood's earlier days, but maybe some, you know, some exciting, splashy showings from newer heroes, maybe a Berserk KO deck, maybe a little bit of Zen. Hanging out with some classic gloves that a previous ninja got banned in the format before, the Stubby Hammerers. You can check that out at silvergoblin.cards.
Thanks so much to both of those hosts for putting this whole thing on, letting us be here. I had such a great time casting this weekend. I know the players enjoyed it. Also, once again, shout out to the judge staff. That's right, visit silvergoblin.cards, and you can also visit www.redriotgames.ca. That's yes, and indeed that's www.redriotgames.ca. I wanted to do the funny voice. We're gonna jump over to Ethan for a second, and we will be right back with the winner interview with Sunny Young. Be right back.
All right, so that's really going to wrap it up pretty cleanly here. So Brodie is going to be hosting the interview with Sunny in just a second here. Elly's been incredible in front of the camera, but we are going to say goodbye to the full team one by one. It'll be me saying goodbye in just a second, but it'll be Brodie saying hello with Sunny Yang, who is your new Canadian national champion. I just wanted to thank everyone for tuning in today, and Xavier, who they were shouting out, has been in a fantastic set of hands this weekend as well. He jumped in to be basically an intern this weekend, which was just an unexpected treat to jump in. He was manning the stream for that finals match right there and did a fantastic job. All the way from Montreal, which, as you've seen with like the Silver Goblin support, is just a fantastic community. I absolutely loved hosting, or streaming rather, the Battle Hardened out there recently. So just, I'm falling in love with Canada as a whole, specifically Montreal, just saying. But there we go, guys. Sunny and Brodie are ready for you all now. So this is my goodbye to you all. Thank you so much for tuning in. There's the giveaway to be drawn right after this. So don't go anywhere. Let's hear from Sunny.
Thank you so much, Ethan and Xavier, for all the work they've done on the production end. And now I have the honor to be joined by our 2024 Canadian National Champion, Sunny Young. Congratulations, man.
Thank you, thank you.
How are you feeling right now?
It was pretty insane. I didn't go into the event thinking I'd make it all the way here, but now that I'm here, I don't know. It feels so good.
I heard that you've been a ninja main for a long time.
Oh, yeah. Like, when I first started playing this game, it was with the Ira Welcome deck. I was like, okay, Ninja's pretty fun. And then I drafted Welcome to Wraith. I fell in love with Katsu.
Nice.
I played Katsu. I played Fi. Now that Zen came out, I'm playing Zen.
It's perfect. Do you feel like all of that ninja expertise helped you in your piloting this weekend and making it all the way to the finish line?
100%. I think because I had so many games on Katsu, it was really easy to know all the lines, like right off the bat, once people figured out that you should play Bonds and Zen.
Yeah.
So since I already knew all the ways that you could play with it, I felt like that experience did matter. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Do you have any favorite moments from the weekend? CC or draft? Which one you liked more? Any games that stood out to you?
I don't know. Like, trying to think about all the games I played, I can't even remember it.
It's such a wave of emotions when you win.
Oh, for sure.
Feels kind of surreal.
I mean, I guess if anything, it'd be like my... I felt pretty comfortable in CC, but I knew draft was not... Things can go wrong in draft sometimes. Even if you're in your seat and you feel like you're reading the right signals, train wrecks can still happen. So when I went 3-0 on my first pod, I felt really comfortable doing that. And even though my second pod draft deck was a little sus, still managed to get there in the end, which is what mattered.
Is that what I think it is right there?
Yes.
Would you like to show it off to the camera for us?
100%. Don't mind at all. I'll just take it out.
There you have it. The trophy for the 2024 Canadian National Champion. That thing is all yours. It's such a crazy experience when you win one of these things. I'm sure you are overcome with emotion right now. Do you have anything else, people you want to shout out, anything else you want to say before we wrap this one up?
No, for sure. I'd like to say, I guess, shout out to the Flesh and Blood scene in Toronto and the GTA, because those guys are really great people. Lots of really good players there, and yeah, just playing with them helped me get better at the game, and yeah, shout out to that community.
Absolutely. There you have it, folks. Sunny Young, your final champion of this tournament. One last round of applause. Thank you for joining us for this interview. Congratulations. We're going to go back to Ethan for the very end. Thank you guys for hanging out all weekend.
All right. That was awesome. Well done, Brodie. Well done, Brodie. He's becoming a pro at this, if you couldn't tell. And then the last thing for us to do is draw the giveaway winner. So with a very quick drum roll, because we're going to wrap up. We're going to pack it up. We're going to make our way home so that we can all watch the newest episode of House of the Dragon tonight. So with that, let's do a 3, a 2, a 1 for the giveaway winner. And Tom Snevs, or Sneevies, don't know, has won the giveaway after requesting in chat, apparently, to please alter my cards. You've now won a card alter of your choice with the information on screen. So please send me an email, Tom. I'll drop what you need to do in the chat specifically. But congrats. That is it for the stream, everyone. The next event that I will be at is the Realm Fest coming up, who you've seen the sponsor ad come through plenty of times now. Elly's been chilling for it. Brodie's been cheering for it. It's going to be a fantastic event. And then, of course, Amsterdam right after that. So there's just so much more Flesh and Blood on the horizon. And I'm really happy to bring it all to you folks. So with that, we say goodbye. Canadian Nationals, c'est fini. And with that, I think that's even what the credits say. So goodbye, everyone.